Announcing the arrival of माननीय सदस्य विधान परिषद उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार। मैं तालियों के साथ आप सभी से निवेदन करूंगी, स्वागत करें श्री पवन सिंह चौहान जी का। बहुत बहुत स्वागत, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। ASSOCHAM GEM 5th International Sustainability Conclave and Expo Achieving Climate Resilient and Sustainable Infrastructure Through Life Principle. ASSOCHAM is one of the oldest apex chambers of India, which started its endeavor of value creation for Indian industry since 1920. Having its fold for more than 80 national councils, national and state chambers, Trade Association itself more than 4.5 lakh direct and indirect members pan-India. ASSOCHAM National Council and State Council cover the entire gamut of economic activities in India, and so is known as the knowledge architect of corporate India. It's a wonderful feeling witnessing one of the finest brain with brilliant idea. A very pleasant morning to respected special guests, honorable guests of honor, and all the dignitaries present here. On behalf of ASSOCHAM, I, Swati Chandra, your host for this event, would like to welcome you all to ASSOCHAM GEM 5th International Sustainability Conclave and Expo and Awards 2023, Achieving Climate Resilient and Sustainable Infrastructure Through Life Principle. It's a wonderful feeling witnessing all you all together. A lot of people think about an idea. A lot of people mark compliment, but a very few stand out and initiate the initiative to bring out the revolution, contributing in the society with their efforts. Today, we all are gathered here in International Sustainability Conclave and Expo and Awards 2023. ASSOCHAM is the oldest industry association in India, operating since 1920, representing over 4.5 lakh large, medium, and small-scale companies. ASSOCHAM focus has been on the fourth pillar of sustainability, empowerment, entrepreneurship, and digitization. ASSOCHAM participated in UNFCCC COP26, Glasgow, and COP27 Egypt, and support the Life Initiative, a clarion call from our Honorable Prime Minister for bringing in charge an individual lifestyle for the climate resilient, sustainable, and just future. The G20 presidency also encourages pathway on the environment and natural resource management. Ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, let's begin with the inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to our honorable special guests and all the dignitaries to ASSOCHAM 5th International Sustainability Conclave and Expo and Award 2023. Bahut abhinandan. As this is the inaugural session, we would begin by taking blessing of Almighty as in our tradition in India. मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी माननीय सदस्य विधानसभा परिषद श्री पवन सिंह चौहान जी को कि वो आगे आएं और दीप प्रज्वलन के साथ इस खूबसूरत से कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करें। मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी असिस्टेंट जनरल सेक्रेटरी श्री नीरज अरोड़ा जी को कि वो आगे आएं और दीप प्रज्वलन के साथ इस कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करें। मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी श्री पंकज दरकार जी को, चेयरमैन ASSOCHAM GEM जनरल बिल्डिंग काउंसिल एंड प्रेसिडेंट पंकज दरकार एंड एसोसिएट। मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी श्री मसूद मलिक जी को, चेयरमैन ASSOCHAM काउंसिल ऑन एनवायरनमेंट एंड क्लाइमेट चेंज एंड CEO री सस्टेनेबल। मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर जैकवार श्री राजेश मेहरा जी को। मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी आर्किटेक्ट लीना कुमार जी, चेयरपर्सन ASSOCHAM GEM कर्नाटका प्रिंसिपल आर्किटेक्ट। मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी आर्किटेक्ट ज्ञान पी माथुर जी को सीनियर मेंबर ASSOCHAM ग्रीन बिल्डिंग काउंसिल एंड मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर ज्ञान पी माथुर एंड एसोसिएट प्राइवेट लिमिटेड। मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी आर्किटेक्ट अनुपम मित्तल जी को, चेयरमैन ASSOCHAM जेम यूपी एंड प्रिंसिपल आर्किटेक्ट अरिनेम कंसल्टेंसी एंड सर्विसेज।
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः। शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः। शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते। दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते। दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः। दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः। दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते। ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः। ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः। आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च मतिं स्वच्छां हि मे सदा। रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत्। रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत्। यस्य तिष्ठेत् गृहे दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता। शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं
मैं चाहूँगी एक जोरदार तालियां हो जाए। I request all the dignitaries to mark us with your presence on stage. मैं यहाँ उपस्थित सारी dignitaries से निवेदन करना चाहूँगी कि वो मंच पे आएं। Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to have a big round of applause for all our esteemed dignitaries seated on the dais today. A very warm welcome. Praying to God that may continue to burn the auspicious lamp that may bring in happiness, prosperity, and a healthy long life to all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, after lighting up the auspicious lamp, it's time to move on with the plant presentation. अतिथि देवो भव, एक और हमारी परंपरा। मैं निवेदन करना चाहूँगी श्री नीरज अरोड़ा जी से कि वो हमारे माननीय सदस्य विधान परिषद श्री पवन सिंह चौहान जी को प्लान प्रेजेंटेशन के साथ स्वागत करें। Ladies and gentlemen, can I request you for a big round of applause? बहुत बहुत स्वागत, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। मैं निवेदन करना चाहूँगी आर्किटेक्ट अनुपम मित्तल जी से कि वो श्री मसूद मलिक जी को प्लान प्रेजेंटेशन के साथ स्वागत करें। बहुत बहुत स्वागत, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन सर। मैं निवेदन करना चाहूँगी श्री पंकज धरकार जी से कि वो श्री राजेश मेहरा जी का प्लान प्रेजेंटेशन के साथ स्वागत करें। बहुत बहुत स्वागत, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन सर। Ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, let's begin. मैं सबसे पहले निवेदन करना चाहूँगी चेयरमैन ASSOCHAM जेम Uttar Pradesh and Principal Architect Arinem Consultancy Services, Shri Anupam Mittal ji se to kindly come forward and welcome our gathering. Shri Architect Anupam Mittal ji, please. Can we have a big round of applause? Welcome, sir.
लखनऊ के इस खूबसूरत ताज होटल में आप सबका स्वागत है। लखनऊ शहर में आप सबका स्वागत है। अभी जब मैं पवन जी से बात कर रहा था तो उन्होंने मुझे बहुत अच्छा इंटरेस्टिंग बात बताई। उसी बात से मैं स्वागत शुरू करता हूँ आपका कि आप सिर्फ राजनीति में ही नहीं, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में भी हैं और सस्टेनेबिलिटी में बहुत इनका रुझान है और आपके जितने भी डेवलपमेंट हैं उसमें सस्टेनेबिलिटी, ग्रीन बिल्डिंग का हमेशा से उन्होंने ध्यान रखा है। तो स्वागत के साथ में पंकज धाकर सर, आपका मार्गदर्शन, आप हमारे एसोचैम जैन के नेशनल चेयरमैन हैं। ऑल द वे गुजरात से आए हैं और गुजरात को आने से पहले दुबई से पहुँचे हैं। सर आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आपने इतना एफर्ट्स करके आप हमारे बीच में आए, हमारे आशीर्वाद देने के लिए। हमारे बीच में मसूद साहब हैं, मसूद मलिक साहब। आपका आपके चेहरे पे आपको लमक दिख रही होगी कि कितना आपको अपने सब्जेक्ट में सस्टेनेबिलिटी में इंटरेस्ट है और आज आपका भी हमें आपका स्वागत भी है और आपको आपके कुछ शब्द हमें सुनने को मिलेंगे जिससे हम लोगों को सबको एक ज्ञान वर्धन होगा हमारा। ज्ञानपी माथुर साहब देश के बहुत अग्रणी और वरिष्ठ आर्किटेक्ट हैं। बहुत सीखने को मिलता है हमें इनसे और बहुत बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स में आपका इवन आज की तारीख में थर्ड जनरेशन भी आपकी हमारे आर्किटेक्चर के प्रोफेशन में आ चुकी है। और सर ऑल द वे दिल्ली से हमारे लिए आए। सर आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, बहुत बहुत स्वागत, धन्यवाद सर आपका। हमारे बीच में बहुत सीनियर आर्किटेक्ट और हमारे जो IIA इंस्टीट्यूट है हमारा नेशनल, उसकी महासचिव श्रीमती लीना कुमार जी बेंगलोर से हमारे साथ में हैं स्टेज पे। आपका मैम बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, आपने आके हमको अनुग्रहित किया, धन्यवाद मैम। हमारे बीच में राजेश मेहरा साहब, राजेश मेहरा जी का सबसे बड़ा जो नाम है वो जैगवार कंपनी के नाम से आप सब जानते हैं उनको। और राजेश मेहरा साहब का स्वागत भी है, आप दिल्ली से सर ऑल द वे यहाँ पे आए और आपको ख़ास तौर से आपका जो रुझान सस्टेनेबिलिटी में, उसका बहुत बड़ा एग्जांपल ये है कि हमारे 3 सेक्टर्स हैं जिस पे सबसे ज़्यादा हम एनर्जी सेविंग या वाटर सेविंग की बात करते हैं। तो जैगवार इज़ नॉट ओनली नोन फॉर फिटिंग्स फिक्चर्स रिलेटेड टू सैनिटरी बट ऑल्सो इनटू लाइटिंग। तो आपने अपने प्रोजेक्ट्स में इन सारे सब्जेक्ट्स को सम्मिलित किया और आज हमारे बीच में हमारे साथ उपस्थित हैं। सर आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। हम अपने आप को जेम्स बोलते हैं, बल्कि मुझसे हमको लगता है कि आपसे हमसे बड़े आप लोग जेम्स हैं सर। पवन साहब, मलिक साहब और मेहरा साहब और यहाँ उपस्थित बहुत सारे हमारे मेहमान। ये जो हमारा आज का कॉन्क्लेव है, आज और कल का 2 दिन का, इसमें हम बहुत सारे सेशंस हैं, लगभग 9 सेशंस हैं, 1-1 घंटे के सेशंस हैं, जिसमें इंडिया के ऑलमोस्ट सभी राज्यों से वक्ता आए हैं। बहुत नॉलेजेबल इंजीनियर्स, आर्किटेक्ट्स आर देयर इन दी सेशंस। और हम लोगों को अभी इस सेशन के बाद से 12 बजे ऑनवर्ड्स और कल शाम के 5 बजे तक हम लोगों को सबको सुनने का मौका मिलेगा। डिफरेंट स्टेट से आए हुए जो अदर हमारे मेहमान हैं, लखनऊ शहर हमारे मेहमान नवाजी के लिए बहुत जाना जाता है। और जो पहले आप एक शब्द है, वो पहले आप यही है कि हम सबसे पहले आप सब हैं और आप सबका स्वागत है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आई विल आस्क स्वाति टू टेक इट फॉरवर्ड। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much, sir, for welcoming our gathering today. As we move on, I would like to request Chairman ASSOCHAM GEM Green Building Council and President Pankaj Dharkar and Associate Shri Pankaj Dharkar ji to kindly come forward for the thematic address. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Shri Pankaj Dharkar.
Good morning. Good morning. I need energy. We have to be rocking in Lucknow. So, good morning to everyone. And I think what a great morning for me to be here for the fifth enclave. Thanks, Anupam ji, for taking us out of Delhi. Four events we had in Delhi, and it was his inspiration that we came out of Delhi, and this is the fifth, but the first outside Delhi. And thanks, Leena ji, that next event we are going to have in Bangalore. She has started working for it right from December month. So I think it's a need of our that we need to move out of Delhi and go to various states. And I'm so blessed that I have 12 chairs of various states sitting here with us. So चौहान जी, I think आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत सर. मैं आपके साथ कुछ चंद मिनट गुजारे, उसमें पता चला कि आप 16,000 स्टूडेंट्स के साथ कनेक्टेड है अपने कॉलेज में, एंड यू आर ऑल्सो इन द बिजनेस ऑफ क्लीन, जहाँ पे आप कोयले से बाहर जा चुके हैं. और सर, आई एम रियली ब्लेस्ड दैट यू आर हियर विथ अस टू शेयर योर व्यूज़. थैंक यू सो मच चौहान जी. थैंक यू राजेश जी. आई थिंक अनुपम जी, आप एक बात कहना भूल गए जगवार के बारे में कि इनकी अपनी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेटअप इज़ वन ऑफ द मोस्ट ग्रीनेस्ट फैसिलिटी ऑफ द नेशन. सो थैंक्स राजेश जी फॉर शेयरिंग डाइस टुडे विथ अस. Masood ji, thank you so much for blessing us, and I'm so blessed that we have eminent architects here sitting with us. So with that, I think I must say that we are here because of several partners. You are going to witness them outside, and it is a wonderful beginning for us. So just to update you that ASSOCHAM is with 400 chambers with 4.5 lakhs members, working towards creating a conducive environment of India business to compete globally, and it is considered to be a knowledge chamber since 1920. We are here. A lot of people ask me why ASSOCHAM has started green building certification work while there were Terry doing from GREHA, IGBC from CII, and we already had US Green Building Council. But we are here because we want to simplify this process. हमने जब 2018 में शुरुआत की तो there were only 5,000 buildings which were green certified, and to me this number is too small, and that is where we thought with 450,000 members of ASSOCHAM we can bring a mass movement in this nation. Unfortunately, we came across COVID immediately after we started, but I am sure with the help of all the chairs of all the states, we are going to turn this into a mass movement. So we want to really ensure that we talk about optimization in environmental aspects, lean construction, resource conservation, energy saving के बारे में जितनी जानकारी लोगों तक पहुंचा सके. We are also complementing our certification with solid waste management, water and water management, and enhanced quality of living. We all know the advantages of green buildings, which can really, and the building industry is accounting to 18% of total emissions, and emissions could become double if we don't wake up. And with this, our Prime Minister and entire world is committed to carbon neutrality. We are talking about 2070 as that deadline, but a lot of work is already happening at the central government level and various state governments in this aspect. Our program is completely based on ECBC. We do believe that Energy Conservation Building Code and our own National Building Code are two wonderful documents which Indian architects and engineers have created. And we are completely focusing it, and we are ensuring that the fourth pillar of ECBC, which is Save Energy, and seventh pillar, which talks about natural light, fresh air, improving quality and connectivity of outdoor and indoor spaces, is something which we are focusing through our certification. And post-COVID, this has become extremely important aspect. So we are covering all the aspects of ECBC in a very comprehensive but very effective way, because we again say that the document covers all aspects of engineering services, may it be HVAC, electrical, talking about even how the electrical and renewable energy systems, including transformers, motors, DG sets, and in a larger footprint should be covered. We also talk about metering and monitoring of actively working on technical projects. ASSOCHAM is working hand in hand with UPNIRA, and JAM is also partnering for formulating state energy efficiency action plan, which is for 12 states, including Uttar Pradesh. So it's a lot of work which our team members are doing. Our program covers sustainability, water and energy and water efficiency, fire. It is one of the only program in the globe which also gives importance to fire and life safety. Pavanji, a lot of people only talk about energy and water. We also talk about connecting it with fire and life safety, because we do believe that building has to be energy efficient, it has to be consuming less water, it should have very good indoor air quality, but it should be also safe for people to live. So this is an important aspect. We are also working closely with the Fire and Security Association of India, and soon they are coming up with a new code which we are going to link with our certification program. We talk about more green areas, daylight, indoor air quality, fresh air, human comfort, and also continuously we are updating our all standards. We have special programs on transportation and railways, which Anupam ji is heading. I have a special program on warehousing, with Gautam ji is heading. We have special program on healthcare, which our architect Manu ji is heading. There are several new programs which are coming up on high-rise data centers, and yesterday we talked about coming up with heritage redevelopment. So this is what Gujarat chapter is going to take up. So various types of buildings are getting addressed here. You can see here for the railway stations. Our program is based from JAM 1 to JAM 5, JAM 5 being the top certification program, and you will see during this event the certifications given. Our program is most affordable, and we do believe that any green certified building will pay back if it was not started, but anything which is conceived with a green certification will never cost you more. It will ensure that you reduce your water consumption, energy consumption, also will ensure that the carbon footprint is controlled. So ASSOCHAM Green Building Certification encompasses the banquet of sustainability services, and today we are also going to see a new initiative from it. We do believe that our certification takes care of 17 SDG goals which are taken up by United Nations. Our team was there in Glasgow. Our team went to also Egypt. So we are focusing on it, and I am sure next year or this year when it happens in COP27 in Dubai, there will be much bigger participation happening from ASSOCHAM. JAM is inspired by the individual actions of its own community in promoting a sustainable lifestyle through engineering, architectural design, and innovative implementation. I'm very glad to put to you all that we have started getting recognitions from various states. You can see here from Rajasthan, also from states like Maharashtra, states like Kerala, and all my chairs who are sitting here, they have been doing wonderful work. This is from Delhi government, Gujarat Energy Development Agency, and I'm sure soon we will have good news from UP also coming up. There are some beautiful references. This includes Prime Minister inaugurating Habibganj railway station, which is JAM 5 certified, a Leela Hotel, and the Gandhinagar station standing on Gandhinagar station, which was redeveloped, is also JAM 5 certified. There are several projects across the Maharashtra which have started coming up. The Kartarpur Sahib corridor, which is also certified by us. So you can see here we are working with several certification types of building, and important thing is we are working with several engineering associations, like there are 14 of them with whom we are working here, and I'm very honored that many associations presidents I can see here from FSCI, ISHRE, and ASHRE, several organizations, and also we have Indian Institute of Architects, eminent personality from Bangalore coming here. Sir, I'm very honored to tell you that during this COVID, since that was a period we thought that we can digitally connect, we signed up 103 MOUs with several universities. This is the only green building certification program which has reached to the students, and this is something which we did under able leadership of Alangji and several other chairs. So this is a fantastic work, because we do believe that sustainability has to reach our students of architecture and engineering. And we have a very beautiful program where we certify these professionals. So every fourth Saturday, this is done free of cost, and then they can appear for a digital exam. So the fourth conference, last one happened in Delhi, and today we are here, and we will be blessed with several speakers, international speakers. And moving forward, we do want to reach to all areas of services, and we do believe that our two eminent leaders who are also talking about sustainability, their mission is taken through conferences like this. So once again, thank you so much for sparing your time, Pawanji, and to all of you who have found sustainability as mission. I know all of you have passion for the sustainability, and that's how we are all gathered here for 2 days. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts with all of us today. मैं आप सभी को बताना चाहूँगी कि हमारे बीच श्री मनीष गुप्ता जी, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट उत्तर प्रदेश व्यापारी कल्याण बोर्ड, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ उत्तर प्रदेश, हमारे बीच आ चुके हैं. मैं चाहूँगी एक ज़ोरदार तालियों के साथ उनका स्वागत करें. बहुत बहुत स्वागत, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन सर. As we move on, I would like to request now Shri Masood Malik ji, Chairman ASSOCHAM Council of Environment and Climate Change and CEO Sustainability, to kindly come forward for your special address. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shri Masood Malik ji. Welcome, sir.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the dignitaries on the dais, my friends, mentors, Chauhan Saab, thank you so much, all the other honorable guests. It is a wonderful morning in Lucknow. When I was first told about this event and the topic, I was thinking, what should we start the conversation with? When you're talking about infrastructure and you're talking about decarbonizing infrastructure, making it more sustainable, ये बात कैसे शुरू की जाए? So I thought that I will, instead of talking about a lot of gyan in this session, I'll start by posing certain questions, and we'll see where that conversation progresses during the day and into tomorrow. So some statistics to start with. Infrastructure, what is in play today? The fact is that a new India is being built, and we all know it. ASSOCHAM और यहाँ के सारे luminaries, मेरे दोस्त, मेरे mentors, इस development के हिस्सेदार हैं. There's about $2 trillion worth of infrastructure development happening in the country today. Over 20,000 projects, major infra projects that are in play today, involving over 6,500 promoters. And the largest sector is transport, but there's also water and sanitation, there is social infrastructure, there's energy, and you can see the map of India. All of India, from north to south, east to west, is green. The green means what is the intensity of infrastructure development today? एक नया भारत बन रहा है। मैंने बताया आपको, और ये सिर्फ वो 4 सेक्टर्स नहीं, ऑटोमोटिव से लेकर के मैन्युफैक्चरिंग तक। लेकिन एक और सच्चाई है, और वो ये सच्चाई है कि अगर हम 2050 की बात करें, मोस्ट ऑफ इंडिया ऑफ 2050 इज नॉट येट बिल्ट। ये जर्नी हमारी अभी शुरू हुई है। आंकड़े बताते हैं कि 70% of the entire infrastructure development that will happen in the next 25 years is what is ahead of us. It is still to be built. And the question I wanted to raise as a theme for today's discussions and tomorrow's discussions is, wo kaise banega? How will it be built? So the problem statement, ladies and gentlemen, that I wanted to start this discussion with was the context of embodied carbon in our materials, in our construction materials. जो emissions हैं, वो तो हम बहुत आराम से calculate कर लेते हैं, लेकिन हम इस होटल की बात करते हैं। जिस दिन ये होटल बना, एक भी गेस्ट नहीं आया था तब, लेकिन जब ये इमारत तैयार हो गई, इस बिल्डिंग की 50% कार्बन फुटप्रिंट फिक्स हो गया उसी दिन। That means half of the carbon footprint, life cycle carbon footprint of this beautiful hotel is in the materials. बाकी पूरा इसका एनर्जी कंजम्पशन और इसका रिसोर्स यूज, इसका वाटर, सारे गैस, हम सब लोग मिलके बाकी आधे इसकी पूरी लाइफ साइकिल के लिए। लेकिन जो पहला इंपैक्ट था 50% कार्बन फुटप्रिंट इस बिल्डिंग का, वो लॉक हो गया था इसके मटेरियल्स में। हमने वो जो चॉइसेस किए, एंड दिस सेक्टर, दिस बिल्डिंग एंड कंस्ट्रक्शन सेक्टर, अगर हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात करें तो दिस इज वेरी वेरी सिग्निफिकेंट। एक्चुअली अगर हम कंस्ट्रक्शन को पूरी नजरिए से देखेंगे तो हमारे ओवरऑल जीएचजी फुटप्रिंट का 32% है, ये अबाउट 32%। और एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग चीज है, ग्लोबली अगर हम देखते हैं तो जो ऑपरेशनल कार्बन है, ऑपरेशनल स्टेज का कार्बन, वो करीब 76% है, 76%। और जो एम्बॉडीड कार्बन है, जो फिक्स्ड, जो मटेरियल्स में, हमारे कंस्ट्रक्शन मटेरियल्स में और हमारे फिनिशिंग मटेरियल्स में, वो करीब सिर्फ 24% है। इंडिया में वो करीब हाफ एंड हाफ है। 60% इज ऑपरेशनल, 40% is only 40% is embodied। और इसका रीजन ये है कि हमारे मटेरियल्स जो हैं वो ज्यादा कार्बन इंटेंसिव हैं। अब इसकी मैं बात करूंगा आपसे। ऑलरेडी हमारा स्टील जो है, बिकॉज हमारी स्टील की जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, हमारे जो फ्यूल्स हैं, वो काफी कार्बन इंटेंसिव है। एंड द रियलिटी इज दैट वी आर नॉट इवन स्क्रैचिंग द सर्फेस। In the next 30 years, our steel demand will grow 4 times. It will become almost 500 million tons. And the corresponding carbon dioxide emissions will grow from 300 million tons to over 837 million tons. The same thing, bricks, the way we make bricks in India is very carbon intensive. This is also going to grow by 3 or 4 times over the next 20 years. 750 billion to 1 trillion bricks per year. This is how the demand for bricks will increase. और साथ में इसकी जो emissions हैं वो तो आपको मालूम ही है। सीमेंट की अगर हम बात करें, या between 3 to 6 times this sector, and this is steel, cement, these are all known as hard to abate sectors. ये वो sectors हैं जिसमें carbon intensity काफी ज्यादा है। लेकिन reality ये है कि हम इन्हीं से बनाने हैं। The India of tomorrow is going to be built with the same materials. Or is it? I think the reality in front of us is that for our development journey, for our infrastructure journey to be sustainable, ladies and gentlemen, decarbonizing energy is not enough. Renewable energy, while it is essential, it is not enough. We have to decarbonize our materials. And this is what I wanted to talk about today. करीब 800 मिलियन टन वेस्ट आज हर साल जनरेट होता है इस देश में। हमारा टोटल रिसाइकलिंग रेट जो है वो करीब 13% है। That means most of that 800 million tons is ending up where? In landfills. And what is that material? ये वही प्लास्टिक है, ये वही ग्लास है, ये वही कंक्रीट है, ये वही स्टील है, ये सारा वही मटेरियल है जो इवेंचुअली वहां पहुंच जाता है। अगर हमारा रिसाइकलिंग रेट करंट जो 13% है उससे 55% पर चला जाता है, करीब 22 गीगाटन कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड बचेगा। अगर 80% चला जाता है तो करीब 34 गीगाटन कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड बचेगा। Ladies and gentlemen, the fact is that recycled raw materials, whether it is steel, whether it is cement or concrete, whether it is plastic, whether it's aluminum or any other materials, has a lower carbon footprint by 50 to 95%. This is the only way. In addition to renewable energy, this is the only way to decarbonize the future of India. And therefore, I wanted to place some initial thoughts before I hand over to the dignitaries here. I believe, and as part of ASSOCHAM Environment and Climate Change Council, we submit that it is time that we have a national circular economy mission. It is time that we have a national program to set up integrated recycling centers in the top 50 cities of India. It is time that India has mandatory recycling rates, targets, and norms for using recycled materials. And it is time that we start taxing everything that is going to the landfills. Anything that is not recycled should cost more. Today, throwing away is cheaper. And ladies and gentlemen, unless we change that, our future, and especially infrastructure development in India, is not going to be sustainable. I'll just close with a beautiful quote from our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi. वो कहते हैं कि reduce, reuse or recycle, these are concepts woven into our life. The circular economy has been an integral part of our culture and our lifestyle. हम भूल गए हैं पिछले 100 सालों में, 200 सालों में कि हमारी क्या legacy है. I think it's time to go back to our roots and reimagine the future. Thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts with all of us today. कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं मंच पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी श्री मनीष कुमार गुप्ता जी को, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट उत्तर प्रदेश व्यापारी कल्याण बोर्ड, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ उत्तर प्रदेश, कि वो मंच पर आएँ और आप सभी से निवेदन करूँगी कि एक ज़ोरदार तालियों के साथ उनका स्वागत करें। बहुत बहुत स्वागत, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन सर। मैं निवेदन करना चाहूँगी श्री नीरज अरोड़ा जी से कि सर का प्लान प्रेजेंटेशन के साथ इस कार्यक्रम में स्वागत करें। आप सभी से निवेदन करेंगे एक ज़ोरदार तालियां हो जाए। बहुत बहुत स्वागत, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन सर। Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, may I now request Shri Rajesh Mehra ji, Managing Director, Jaguar, to please come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Shri Rajesh Mehra ji. बहुत बहुत स्वागत।
Respected honorable members on the dais and ladies and gentlemen, A very good morning to all of you. It's a great privilege for me to be here with all of you, being part of this GEM 5th International Sustainability Conclave and Expo 2023 in the historic city of Lucknow. A little about us. Jaguar Group was established in 1960 by my father, late Sri Anil Mehra, who had a vision about this industry 60 years back, and ever since then, it has been an incredible journey for us. Not only as a market leader in India, but with the presence in over 55 countries today across Europe, Middle East, Asia, Asia Pacific, and Africa region, with 7 state-of-the-art manufacturing units in India and 1 in South Korea. The group has been a pioneer by providing a complete bathroom solutions. But today, the company has expanded and diversified into energy portfolio, especially lighting products. Jaguar, as a responsible environmental company, takes the agenda of environmental conservation without compromising on quality, aesthetics, and delivery. I would like to dwell particularly on our global headquarter building in the National Capital Region, which is one of its kind, environmental friendly, net positive zero building spread over a sprawling space of over 48,000 square meters. The building has been designed to maintain zero net positive energy consumption, meaning the total amount of energy consumed by the building annually is less than the amount of renewable energy that we generate. The building runs on solar energy and boasts of radiant cooling and has insulated glass of the highest quality. The highly efficient and less energy consumption HVAC systems installed in the building reduce approximately 50% of the operating energy. The importance of saving water has been no secret over the past decades, and here also, understanding our corporate responsibility, we have carefully considered and developed technology to conserve and reuse every single drop of water, both from our domestic consumption and as well as by conserving every drop of rainwater. Going further, all our manufacturing plants are also equipped with zero liquid discharge systems, which thereby save millions of liters of water annually. We recycle brass to the tune of more than 12,000 tons annually and produce more than 13.5 megawatt of solar power energy. The importance of green buildings and certifications have been established in the current decade. It's time to consider fittings, fixtures, and accessories as an integral part of a sustainable infrastructure. Water is an important and scarce resource. All our products and solutions, both in bathroom and lighting, could be an amazing fit for green buildings in making a rich consumer experience and at the same time implanting the GEM Green Building certification norms most effectively, in fact. This conclave is indeed a cornerstone for engaging various stakeholders, including service providers like us, for sharing their development stories and as well as products and solutions, and working as collaborators with architects, designers, and consultants so as to truly usher in the best of the environmental protection initiatives for the benefit of everyone. I really compliment ASSOCHAM for organizing this wonderful seminar and creating an opportunity to deliberate on this extremely serious issue of environmental protection and how to take forward this agenda in the coming times. I think the best of the country's brains are sitting here, and I'm sure with our active deliberations, we can really come out with some wonderful ideas and solutions so as to really take lead. Now it's time for India to take lead. It is not that these solutions and proposals have to come only from the advanced developed countries. Today in India, industry, manufacturing, everything is poised for a great leap. And I think in environment protection also, India should take that lead and set an example for the whole of the world that yes, it can happen from India also. So I wish all the best to this conclave and look forward that yes, some very interesting ideas, proposals would emerge from the serious deliberations for the wonderful sessions which have been, you see, planned. And wish all the success to this conclave and look forward to a very, very fruitful association with the conclave. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you so much, sir, taking this valuable suggestion and building on the work that has already been done. Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts with all of us today, and thank you for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, moving further now, I would like to call upon the stage Chairman ASSOCHAM GEM Karnataka and Principal Architect and Partner Kumar Consultant. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Architect Leena Kumar. Can we have a big round of applause? Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning. Hello? Yeah. Good morning. It's nice to be here at the fifth GEM conclave of a fairly new ASSOCHAM GEM vertical. Well, as the world moves on today, the importance of the building industry towards the environment and the impact that it has is really very, very high. And towards this, the creation of GEM really is an important decision. It's an important vertical of ASSOCHAM. And we come together today to discuss sustainability. And well, very often people wonder about why we have conferences and seminars and how the outcome of it at all. And I do believe that it's only through discussions, it's only through seminars, it's only through conferences that movements can really happen. In fact, the whole idea of green, the whole idea of sustainability, the whole idea of net zero began only as a conversation between a couple of people, and it spread throughout the world only through conferences and seminars, and that's really what is so important about it. And just the fact that we're all here gathered today towards this conference, towards the journey of our country, to achieving a sustainable environment, I think it's an important event. And the next one that we will have will be in Bangalore, and we are very happy to host it. And I hope that we all meet again to take this forward. So from Karnataka, from Bangalore, we welcome you to the next conclave, which would be in January next year. Same time, a different city, with the agenda of moving forward towards sustainability, towards a nation that is more sensitive to what we have, to what we have inherited over generations, and to pass it on to the generations that come after us. So to GEM, to this conclave, to the journey that we have undertaken, thank you, and we will see you next year again.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your special address. Moving forward, now I would like to request Senior Member ASSOCHAM GEM Green Building Council and Managing Director Gyan P. Mathur and Associate Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Architect Gyan P. Mathur. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everybody. my respected dignitaries on the dais, and my friends in the audience. I don't have much to say. I mean, everything about this thing you said, it will be discussed here again and again during next 2 days, today and tomorrow. मेरा जो बेसिकली हमेशा फोकस रहता है कि ये एनर्जी वगैरह तो सब लोग इंजीनियरिंग वाले देखते ही हैं सारा. बेसिकली है टू मेक दोज बिल्डिंग्स लिटिल बिट मोर लिवेबल and people should enjoy living in them. They should have better light, ventilation, everything. So as an architect, मेरा focus mostly उसी line पे रहता है to make those buildings happy buildings. So that is also a very important aspect, which with all discussions on carbon, reducing carbon footprints, reducing energy consumption and all that, but I think that is also a very important aspect, which we can also discuss or add into these discussions. That's my suggestion. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I would best wishes for this seminar to take place, and let's all get our little more enlightened. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time that I take this golden opportunity to invite माननीय सदस्य विधान परिषद श्री पवन सिंह चौहान जी कि वो आए और आशीर्वाद वचन दे. एक जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं श्री पवन सिंह चौहान जी के लिए. बहुत बहुत स्वागत सर.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद स्वाति जी. सभी का इस लखनऊ धरती पावन धरती पृथ्वी का स्वागत है, वंदन है, अभिनंदन है, नमस्कार. आज कल शॉर्ट नोटिस में बातचीत हुई कि आपका जो प्रोग्राम हो रहा है वाकई बहुत ही अच्छा, और मुझको लगता है इस देश को कार्बन से और बहुत सारी चीज़ों से बचाने के लिए जो आप लोग काम करते रहते हैं लगातार, मुझको लगता है 100 से अधिक जो प्रोजेक्ट और बाकी 1,500 से ज़्यादा आर्किटेक्ट्स और बाकी सब लोगों का काम करते हैं. और हमारा भी बड़ा अच्छा ताल्लुक़ है पिछले करीब 15-16 साल से लगातार बिल्डिंग बनवाने का, और जब तक जिएंगे तब तक बिल्डिंग बनेगी. तो बनेगी कैसे, उसके लिए 30 ईयर्स हमारे भी फील्ड भी है, तो उसको मैंने धीरे धीरे ट्रांसफ़र किया कि कोयले की जगह पर हम लोग कैसे वेस्ट मटेरियल को यूज़ किया जाए. तो हमारे यहाँ के बहुत सारे मिल्स हैं, शुगर मिल्स, उसका जो वेस्ट मटेरियल को मैंने ईंटें ब्रिक्स बनाना शुरू किया. तो एक जो बहुत ज़्यादा एक रॉ मटेरियल कैसे कैसे यूज़ किया जाए उसको हम लोग कंजप्शन किया, और बहुत ही कम खर्चे में, मुझको लगता है 50% खर्चे में ब्रिक्स बनना शुरू हो गई. बिल्डिंग जब बनना शुरू हुआ तो हम लोग क्या करते, तराई में बहुत सारा पानी वेस्ट करते हैं. तो तराई में भी एक फोर्स से मारा जाता था और कुछ एक हल्का सा मारा जाता, तो उससे हम लोग काफ़ी पानी उसमें बचाए. प्लस और साथ साथ में बहुत सारे काम आर्किटेक्ट, हमारा इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज होने के वजह से मैं सारे आर्किटेक्ट जो इंजीनियर्स हैं, जो सिविल इंजीनियर हैं, उनसे बात करता रहता हूँ, बेटा कैसे करो, कैसे करो, बताते रहते हैं, सर ऐसे करेंगे, सर वैसे करेंगे. मुझको लगता है जो गांव के लोग होते हैं पुराने ज़माने का आप देख लीजिएगा, पहले उस ज़माने में हम लोग धन्नी और मिट्टी से मकान बनते थे, और कभी भी गर्मियों में हमेशा ठंडे बने रहते थे और सर्दियों में हमेशा गर्म बने रहते थे. और आज भी जिन गाँव में जो बहुत सारे लोग देखा होगा, तो आज भी उनके मकान बड़े शालीनता से बने हुए हैं. कुछ मकान बचे हैं, बाकी तो मकान ख़त्म हो चुके हैं. हकीकत में हम लोग जो आर्किटेक्ट है, वो आर्किटेक्ट ने जरूर ध्यान रखा कि हमको हवा पानी बहुत से ध्यान रखना चाहिए. लेकिन आजकल क्या पोजीशन है, देखिए पूरी बिल्डिंग एयरटाइट होगी. जो बिल्डिंग बनेंगी सिर्फ एयरटाइट बिल्डिंग बनेंगी, कोई एयर पास होने का कोई जरिया नहीं है, बस सवाए एसी के या एग्जॉस्ट लगा देते हैं हम लोग. तो ये बड़ा हमको भी बड़ा अजीब लगता है, यार कैसे होता है, ऐसे होता है. मेरा अपना कॉलेज एक बढ़िया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल बनवाया है मैंने, तो उसमें भी आर्किटेक्ट नहीं सर बिल्कुल एयर पास नहीं होनी चाहिए. मैंने कहा एयर पास होनी चाहिए. अब जब हमारा मौसम ठीक होगा तो हम क्यों एसी चलाएंगे भाई. तो नहीं सर टेम्परेचर मेंटेन करने के लिए एसी चलना बहुत ज़रूरी है. तो मेरा टेम्परेचर मेंटेन करने के लिए एसी चलना ज़रूरी है, लेकिन हमारा उससे कितना ज़्यादा कार्बन बनेगा, कितनी लाइट हमारी हम कंज्यूम करेंगे. तो मैं सभी आर्किटेक्ट से ज़रूर गुजारिश करूँगा कि जब नॉर्मल मौसम रहता है, खास करके उत्तर प्रदेश में, उस वक्त हमको एसी चलाने की आवश्यकता नहीं होती. लेकिन एसी चलाएंगे क्योंकि हमारी बिल्डिंग पूरी सील है, नहीं चलाएंगे तो सफोकेशन है. आप गौर करिएगा, और जो भी बिल्डिंग आप बना डिजाइन कर रहे हैं, सारी बिल्डिंग ऐसे डिजाइन हो रही, तो उसको हम लोग कैसे मैनेज कर सकते हैं, इस पर बड़ा काम करना होगा. मैं छोटा सा बताना चाहूँगा कि मैंने एक ज़मींदार ख़ानदान में पैदा हुए, फिर छोटी सी जर्नी हमारी एक्सीडेंट हुआ, ख़त्म हुआ सब कुछ, और उसके बाद में मैंने सब्जी बेची, फिर चाय बेची, फिर फॉर्चून दुकान की, फिर फोटोग्राफी की, बहुत सारे करीब 16 बिजनेस किए हैं। और विश्वास करिए 16 के 16 बिजनेस में मैं नंबर 1 पर पहुँचा हूँ, टॉप पूरा पहुँचा हूँ। एक छोटा सा मैं बताऊँ अपना एग्जांपल कि हिंदुस्तान लीवर जो जहाँ सर्टिफाई है, बाकी सर्टिफाई नहीं कर पाऊँगा, हिंदुस्तान लीवर मैंने एजेंसी ली, तो पहले मैंने एरिया टॉप किया, फिर मंडल टॉप किया, फिर डिस्ट्रिक्ट टॉप किया, फिर यूपी टॉप किया, फिर इंडिया टॉप किया, फिर एशिया टॉप किया, फिर वर्ल्ड टॉप किया, तो सिकंदर आजम खिताब मिला। तो मुझको लगता है कि जो बिजनेस करने के जितने भी लोग बैठे हैं, आर्किटेक्ट भी बैठे हैं, बिजनेसमैन भी बैठे हैं, उद्योगपति बड़े बड़े बैठे हुए हैं, तो मुझको लगता है बड़े मन से बड़े भाव से बिजनेस किया जाए जनता और समाज को देखते हुए, मैं गारंटी लेता हूँ कि 100% सक्सेस होगा और आउटस्टैंडिंग सक्सेस होगा, ज़बरदस्त सक्सेस होगा। तो काम करने की प्रवृत्ति क्या है, किसी भी व्यक्ति को जो बिजनेस खोलता है, कोई इंडस्ट्री डालता है, उसके भाव बड़े पवित्र होने चाहिए, और जितने भाव पवित्र होंगे, मैं आज गारंटी लेता हूँ उसी के अकॉर्डिंग आपकी इंडस्ट्री ग्रो करेगी। हम जनता को, अपने समाज के लोगों को जिस सेक्टर में खोलने जा रहे हैं, उस सेक्टर में ध्यान रखेंगे, निश्चित हो हम सक्सेस मिलेगी। मनीष जी बैठे हुए हैं और हमारे देवड़ी साहब बैठे हैं, हमारे मित्र हैं। तो अभी मैंने एक छोटा सा स्कूल डाला, अब ताजुब करेंगे, हमारा जो मैंने एक ग्लोबल स्कूल डाला, वहाँ पर 3 साल में 10,000 बच्चे आ गए। और जो बच्चा पढ़ने आते हैं हमारे यहाँ, सीबीएसई बोर्ड का है, वो एटलीस्ट 75 किलोमीटर से सराउंडिंग आते हैं। 75 आना, 75 जाना, 150 किलोमीटर। बस इतना बताना चाहता हूँ कि 150 किलोमीटर आप अपने बच्चों को, कल्पना करिए, 4 व्हीलर गाड़ी से नहीं भेजेंगे आप अपने बच्चे पढ़ने के लिए, कितना भी अच्छा स्कूल हो। हमारे बच्चे बेचारे बस में आते हैं, वहाँ पे साइकिल से आएगा, फिर बस पे बैठेगा, फिर आएगा जाएगा, एटलीस्ट 3 घंटा सफ़र होता है, लेकिन वो 3 घंटा पढ़ता है। तो मैंने सोचा था कि गरीब लोगों को मैं कैसे पढ़ाया जाए, तो बहुत ही कम फीस में बहुत अच्छी एजुकेशन देने का काम कर रहा हूँ, और उसे लगता है कि वो हम लोग एक बड़ा काम करें। आप जितने भी लोग बैठे हुए हैं, मैं सबसे गुजारिश करूँगा, मैं लोक भारती का भी अध्यक्ष हूँ, और उसमें काम क्या होता है, हमारा जल, ज़मीन, जानवर और जीवन पर कैसे काम किया जाए, उस पर कई सालों से काम कर रहे हैं। हमारे बगल में कटना नदी है, करीब एटलीस्ट 82 किलोमीटर की है, वो करीब आज से 3 साल पहले सूख चुकी थी। उस पर हम लोगों ने काम किया। 3 साल में जहाँ पर लोग साइकिल से, मोटरसाइकिल से क्रॉस करते थे, आज वहाँ पर 6 से 7 फुट पानी है और नाव चल रही है उस पर। आप कल्पना करिए, छोटा सा प्रयास किया। आप जितने भी लोग हैं, हम लोगों को जब भी मौसम हमारा अनुकूल मिलता है, खास करके मई जून के महीने में, तो लगभग 100 पेड़ की एक होता है ना संकल्प लेना, कि हम लोग आर्किटेक्ट होते हैं, एडवाइस देते हैं, बड़ी बड़ी इंडस्ट्री लगाते हैं, तो बहुत सारे पेड़ों का दोहन होता है किसी न किसी तरीके से। तो कम से कम 100 पेड़ अगर लगाने का संकल्प ले लेंगे, एक पेड़ मुश्किल से 70-80 रुपये पड़ता है, बहुत ज़्यादा 100 रुपये पड़ता है। एक हरसंकरी पेड़ आता है, हरसंकरी मतलब पीपल, पाकड़, बरगद, 3 पेड़ अगर लगा देंगे तो निश्चित बता दिए वो उसकी एज कम से कम 200 साल रहता है, और वो कम से कम 2000 लोगों के लिए ऑक्सीजन प्रोवाइड करता है। 2000 एक पेड़। तो एक गांव के लिए अगर एक हरसंकरी पेड़ लग गया तो उस पूरे गांव को वो पूरा ऑक्सीजन सप्लाई करेगा, और दूसरा जो कार्बन होगा खींच लेगा। कितना बड़ा काम होगा, बहुत बड़ा काम नहीं है, लेकिन हम संकल्प ले लेंगे कि यार हम कोई भी गांव अडॉप्ट कर लें। उस गांव में जा करके अगर एक पेड़ या 2 पेड़ या 3 पेड़, अगर 5 गांव में 10 गांव में अगर 2 पेड़ लगा दिए, तो आपका जो नाम होगा, आपके द्वारा किए हुए कार्य होंगे, उससे कितने चिड़िया होंगी जो उस पर फल खाएंगी, कितने बंदर होंगे जो उसके फल पाएंगे, पाके जीवित रहेंगे। जो आज बंदरों का प्लान हो रहा है शहर की तरफ, उसका इसी फर्क पड़ता है। क्यों? मतलब हमारे जंगल ही खत्म हो चुके, इसलिए जो भी बंदर हैं वो बेचारे शहर तरफ मूव कर रहे हैं। आपने देखे होंगे जितने आजकल देवी देवताओं मठ हैं या मंदिर हैं, वहाँ बंदरों की पूरी फौज है। रीज़न ये है कि जंगल खत्म हुए, और जंगल को डेवलप करने के लिए नदी के किनारे हजारों लाखों एकड़ जमीन जो खाली पड़ी है, जिस पर कुछ नहीं वृक्षारोपण हो रहा है, ऐसी सूखी पड़ी हुई है। तो थोड़े छोटे एरिया को हम लेना शुरू कर देंगे। मैं विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि अपने हिंदुस्तान को जो ग्रीन एरिया आप लोग सोच रहे हैं और जिसके लिए सेमिनार करते हैं, आप लोग इंडस्ट्रियल हैं और भगवान के सम्रांत व्यक्ति हैं और बड़े जागरूक व्यक्ति हैं, और मैं आपको सभी को प्रणाम करता हूं, क्योंकि इतनी जागरूकता मैं पहली बार देख रहा हूं कि एक एक व्यक्ति इस सेमिनार को बड़े ध्यान से सुन रहा है। पहले आपको इस ध्यान आकर्षित करने के लिए सलाम करता हूँ, प्रणाम करता हूँ। आप लोग बहुत अच्छे हैं। और बहुत अच्छा कार्य कर रहे हैं तभी सब लोग बैठे हैं। और जिस व्यक्ति के अंदर देने की प्रवृत्ति होती है, संत प्रवृत्ति होती है, वही इस तरह के सामाजिक कार्यों में जाता है। और हमारा मानना है कि आपने देखा होगा, आपके बुजुर्ग, आपके पापा और दादा और दादी ने कहा होगा कि दशांश, अपनी कमाई का दशांश अगर हम निकाल देंगे तो हमारी अपनी कमाई सुरक्षित रहती, वरना किसी न किसी बहाने निकल जाती है। कभी मेडिकल में जाती है तो कभी किसी प्रॉब्लम में चली जाती है। अगर दशांश हम लोग निकालते, दशांश में कुछ नहीं करना होता कि हमारे अपनी इन्वायरमेंट को कैसे हम मेंटेन करें, पर्यावरण कैसे हम सुरक्षित करें। और जब पर्यावरण सुरक्षित है तो हम सुरक्षित हैं, पर्यावरण सुरक्षित नहीं तो हम भी सुरक्षित नहीं। अभी मैंने छोटा सा भी मैंने कार्यक्रम किया था मोटे अनाजों का। सांवा, कोदो, काकुन, कुटकी, मड़ुआ, कंगनी, रामदाना, आपने सब लोगों का नाम सुना होगा, बहुत से लोगों को नाम पहली बार सुनने होंगे। तो करीब 11 इस तरह के मोटे अनाजों का मैंने व्यंजन बनाया। और वो व्यंजन जो भी हम लोग मोटे अनाज अगर गेहूँ को छोड़ करके, भाई साहब से बात हो रही थी, इन्होंने बताया कि हमारा रेड और हमारा ब्लैक तरीके का हमारा जो गेहूँ हम लोग पैदा करते हैं, हम लोग काफ़ी देर बाद आपस में बातचीत कर रहे थे। तो होता ना, जहर तो भाई साहब चाहे सफ़ेद हो चाहे काला, जहर जहर होता है। तो हमारा बस ये एक तरह विचार है कि आप लोग एक मोटे अनाजों पर, मैं गारंटी लेता हूँ, अगर मोटे अनाज आप लोग खाना शुरू कर देंगे तो किसी को बीमारी की जो स्थितियाँ होती नहीं हो सकती। हम पिछले 25 साल से IBS से प्रॉब्लम में थे, लगातार हमारे टेबल बाउल सिंड्रोम हमारे पास था और म्यूकस भी बनाता रहा। और मतलब 1.5-2 साल हो गए, 2 साल हो गए, मैंने मोटे अनाज खाना शुरू किया। अब विश्वास करो, जड़ से खत्म है, और जिसको बता दिया उसके खत्म है। पेट को सही करना है और हमें इन्वायरमेंट सही करना है। इन्वायरमेंट सबसे बड़ा काम होगा कि गेहूं और जो चावल होता है वो लगभग 1 किलो पैदा करने में 30 से 40 लीटर पानी लगता है, 30-40 लीटर पानी लगता है। मोटे अनाज को पैदा करने में 5 से 6 लीटर पानी लगता है। आप कल्पना करिए, आप अगर हम लोग मोटे अनाज तरफ ट्रांसफर हो जाए, हमारा पेट भी दुरुस्त, हमारे बॉडी की जितने भी आपको मिनरल्स, विटामिन, कैलोरी चाहिए, वो सारी चीज़ें देता है। और आपको मैं गारंटी है किसी भी व्यक्ति का पेट नहीं खराब हो सकता है। आप ट्रांसफर करके देखिए, आप मोटे अनाज खा के देखिए आप, और बहुत आनंद आएगा। पहले शुरुआत में मक्का, बाजरा, खास करके ज्वार, ये तो बहुत आराम खा सकते हैं। और कोई भी 1 महीना खा के देख ले, आपके 31वें दिन आपकी सारी बीमारी पेट के खत्म होंगी। दूसरा, शुगर लेवल खत्म हो जाएगा। और तीसरा, जो सबसे बड़ा काम करेंगे कि अपने हिंदुस्तान का जो वाटर लेवल बहुत डाउन होता चला जा रहा है, उसका दोहन हम लोग कम करेंगे। लगभग एटलीस्ट 70% हम बचा लेंगे, पानी बचा लेंगे अपना। तो इस पर भी काम करें। इसलिए काम करना है कि हमको अपना स्वास्थ्य भी ठीक रखना है और हिंदुस्तान का पर्यावरण तभी ठीक है जब हमारा जल है। जल की स्थितियाँ बहुत आगे खराब होने वाली हैं। अभी से हम लोग जागरूक हो जाएंगे, नहीं निश्चित है कि आगे भी हम लोग ठीक रहेंगे। तो मैं तो आप लोगों से गुजारिश करूँगा, आप लोग हमारी लखनऊ धरती पाए। अभी G20 हमारा हो रहा है। हमारे मुख्यमंत्री मान योगी जी के आपने देखा होगा, 0 टॉलरेंस, बुलडोजर बाबा के नाम मशहूर है। आप लोगों का हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश धरती पर आपका स्वागत है। और मैं खुद अब सरकार की तरफ से आपसे ज़रूर आश्वस्त करता हूँ कि आप जो भी बिजनेस करेंगे उसमें बरकत होगी, और जहाँ बरकत होगी वहीं पर हम प्रोग्रेस करते हैं। और वहीं पर हम लोग एक बिजनेस के मॉडल के तरीके से हम लोग बहुत तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ेंगे। तो हमारे जो पहले असुरक्षा भावना रहती थी, क्या होगा, कैसे होगा, माफिया राज आएंगे, कोई वसूली करेगा, कोई अदरवाइज, बहुत सारी चीज़ें से बिल्कुल निजात पा चुका है। आपने नहीं देखा होगा पिछले कई सालों से कि कोई अपहरण या कोई इस तरह घटना कोई घट ही नहीं सकती। मैं सरकार की तरफ से आपसे दावा करता हूँ। दूसरा, सरकार आपके साथ खड़ी, आप जैसा भी करना चाहते हैं, जिस तरह करना चाहते हैं, सरकार आपको पूरा सपोर्ट करेगी। और खासकर बिल्डिंग के बहुत सारे कोड जो हमारे रेरा, हमारी सारी व्यवस्थाएं जो चल रही हैं, उस बिल्डिंग कोड को लेकर के हमारी सरकार बड़ी जागरूक है और उस पर काम करने के लिए तैयार है। हाँ, कुछ एक जगहों पर जैसा आपको लगता है कि हाँ यहाँ सपोर्ट नहीं मिल रहा है, आप एडवाइस दीजिएगा, बैठिएगा, सलाह करिएगा, और ये सरकार आपके तरीके से आपको सपोर्ट करने के लिए तैयार होगी। बशर्ते हम समाज के लिए क्या कर सकते हैं, कैसे कर सकते हैं, इस पर बड़ा काम करना होगा। आज हमारे यहाँ पर इस कार्यक्रम में जो बैठे हुए हैं मिस्टर दीपक सूद जी, पंकज अभी बात कर रही थी, पंकज जी जो धारकर जी हैं, आपके पापा इस समाज से और समाज से बहुत बड़े समाज सेवी रहे, तो बड़ा अच्छा लगा। आप भी मीसा में बंद हुए, मैंने कहा इस बात के लिए बधाई कि आप भी उस बहाने में मीसा में बंद हुए। हमारी मशहूर मलिक जी बहुत अच्छा अपने डाटा आपने सबमिट किया और बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि बड़ी अच्छा बिजनेस करके आए हैं, और बहुत ही साधुवाद देता हूँ मैं आपको। हमारे राजेश मेहरा जी और अनुपम मित्तल जी, सभी लोग एक जागरूक इंसान है, और हम लोगों को लगता है ज़िंदगी में कभी कोई बिजनेस करना हो तो बड़े मन से बड़े भाव से करिएगा, 100% सक्सेस होंगे। और हम लोग बैठ करके कुछ बड़ा एक नया भारत, अभ्युदय भारत की परिकल्पना हम लोग कर ही रहे हैं। और हमारा ये प्राचीन गवाह है कि हम लोग सोने की चिड़िया थे और सोने की चिड़िया फिर बनने वाले हैं। बस शर्ते कि सब लोग बड़े मनोयोग से, बड़े भाव से, बड़े मन से काम करें। और जैसे मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया है कि मोटे अनाज पर ट्रांसफर होकर देखिए, ज़िंदगी जीने का बड़ा आनंद आएगा और हम उससे अपना पानी बचाएंगे, पर्यावरण बचाएंगे। और पौधे कम से कम 100 पौधे हर व्यक्ति संकल्प के साथ लगाए, क्योंकि मैं लोक भारती का पिछले करीब 7 साल से बड़ा काम कर रहा हूँ। मैं बता रहा हूँ कि बहुत सारा मैं पेड़ों, हर संकरी पिछली बार 1000 से ज़्यादा हर संकरी पेड़ लगाए। पीपल पढ़कर बरगद लगा दिया जाता है तो 250, 300, 400, 500 साल वो रहेगा। अब कल्पना करिए जितनी चिड़िया उससे खाएंगे, जितनी चींटी होंगी, चीटा होंगे, बहुत सारी गिलहरी होंगी, बहुत सारे बंदर होंगे, खाएंगे पिएंगे, कितने आशीर्वाद मिलेंगे, कितना आपको जिंदगी भर भंडारा चलता रहेगा। हम लोग एक भंडारा करते हैं साल भर में या 2 भंडारा करते हैं। आप जब तक जिएंगे और जब तक चले जाएंगे आपकी पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी भंडारा करते रहेंगे आप। तो इस तरह के काम करेंगे, बड़ा आनंद आएगा। मैं सभी को साधुवाद देता हूँ, वंदन करता हूँ, अभिनंदन करता हूँ। आप आए और बड़े मन से, बड़े भाव से सुन रहे हैं। और मुझको उम्मीद है कि आप लोग ये जो हम लोग बातें कर रहे हैं और अभी जितनी बातें हम लोग आपके दिमाग मार रहे हैं वो सब आपस में शेयर करें और आपस में बिजनेस के भी प्रतिनिधिता छोड़ करके एक दूसरे को बढ़ाने के लेकर काम करेंगे। बहुत बहुत स्वागत, बहुत धन्यवाद। एक बार बड़े अच्छे से बोल, भारत माता की। अब आधे लोग बोलेंगे हम क्या बोले, अगला बोलेगा हम तो बोल ही रहे। हम लोग इसी हिंदुस्तान में पैदा हुए हैं, बड़े मन से, बड़े भाव से बोलें और बड़ा आनंद आएगा जितने भाव लगेंगे। और आनंद वही हमारी बेटी आई सर्जन है, हमारा बेटा इंजीनियर है और बेटी हमारी आई सर्जन में बता दूं, पिछले बोलना नहीं चाहिए लेकिन पिछले 40 साल से अभी 3 साल हुए उसको प्रैक्टिस करते हुए। और लखनऊ क्या 2-3-4 डिस्ट्रिक्ट नंबर 1 पर है, क्यों? वो मन से काम करती है, वो थकते नहीं हम लोग। मैं भी 16 घंटे काम करता हूँ, मैं 60 साल की उम्र हूँ हमारी और मैं भी आज भी 16 घंटे काम करता हूँ। बड़े मन से काम करता हूँ, ईमानदारी से काम करता हूँ और कभी थकता नहीं हूँ। और मुझको नहीं लगता जिंदगी में कभी थकेंगे हम। तो आप लोग भी इंडस्ट्री कर रहे हैं और बड़े बड़े लोगों के इंडस्ट्री के साथ रहते हैं। आप लोग बड़े मन से, बड़े भाव से कर रहे हैं, आनंद आएगा जिंदगी जीने में। एक बार बड़े अच्छे से बोलेंगे, दोनों मुट्ठी बांध के, भारत माता की। धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत स्वागत। थैंक यू। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगी कि आज आपने इस कॉन्क्लेव में तमाम जानकारियाँ दी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आप यहाँ पधारे। निश्चित इस कार्यक्रम की शोभा बढ़ी है। कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं निवेदन करना चाहूँगी श्री मनीष कुमार गुप्ता जी से, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट उत्तर प्रदेश व्यापारी कल्याण बोर्ड, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ उत्तर प्रदेश, कि वो आएँ और आशीर्वाद वचन दें। देवी और सज्जनों, एक ज़ोरदार तालियां हो जाएं श्री मनीष कुमार गुप्ता जी के लिए। बहुत बहुत स्वागत।
एसोचैम जेम के इस 5वें इंटरनेशनल कॉन्क्लेव में माँ गोमती के तट पर प्रभु श्री राम के छोटे भाई लक्ष्मण जी की नगरी में मैं आप सभी देश के कोने कोने से आए हुए भाइयों बहनों का हार्दिक स्वागत, अभिनंदन और वंदन करता हूं। वास्तव में मैं आज आप सबके बीच में आने से वंचित रह जाता। इसके लिए पहला सौभाग्य कहूं या पहली बार नरेंद्र देवड़ी जी, जो कि हमारी पार्टी के बहुत सीनियर लीडर हैं, उन्होंने मुझे याद किया कल शाम को। आज कई कार्यक्रम थे लेकिन उसके बीच में मुझे लगा कि आप सबके साथ बैठ करके कुछ सार्थक चर्चा होने का अवसर है। उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार में सदस्य विधान परिषद और लखनऊ ही नहीं, प्रदेश के विख्यात समाज सेवी जिन्होंने अनेकों सामाजिक संस्थाओं को इतनी ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंचाया है, अपने जीवन का वर्णन तो वो बता ही रहे थे, लेकिन समाज के प्रति जो उत्तरदायित्व है वो उन्होंने जितनी बखूबी निभाया है, वास्तव में ऐसा कम दिखाई देता है। ऐसे मेरे मित्र सदस्य विधान परिषद आदरणीय पवन सिंह चौहान जी, संस्था के जनरल सेक्रेटरी श्री दीपक सूद जी, आदरणीय पंकज धनखड़ जी, श्री मसूद मलिक जी,
श्री राजेश मेहरा जी, और जिन्होंने अभी मेरे लिए अपनी कुर्सी छोड़ करके स्थान दिया, भाई अनुपम मित्तल जी, और जिन्होंने यहाँ पर आप सबके बीच में संबोधन करने का अवसर दिया है, ऐसी बहन स्वाति जी, आप सभी का पुनः मैं उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार की तरफ से, अपने मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय योगी आदित्यनाथ जी की तरफ से उत्तर प्रदेश की धरती पर लखनऊ राजधानी में लक्ष्मणपुरी में आप सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन, वंदन और स्वागत करता हूं। साथियों, सभी विषयों पर आप लोगों की चर्चा पर्याप्त हो चुकी है। जो विषय राज्य सरकार का है, शायद मुझे लगता है कि इसके विषय में आपसे चर्चा करना मेरा अधिक उचित होगा। जैसा कि हरित निर्माण प्रमाणन कार्यालय कार्यक्रम देश के प्रमुख उद्योग मंडल एसोचैम की जैम ग्रीन बिल्डिंग के काउंसिल का अग्रणी कार्यक्रम रहा है। इन्होंने अभी तक, जैसा मुझे अवगत कराया है, लगभग 1,500 से अधिक अपने सदस्यों को इसमें शामिल करके देश और प्रदेश की सेवा का कार्य किया है। अभी लगभग उत्तर प्रदेश में लगभग 570 ग्रीन बिल्डिंग निर्माण में हैं, जिसमें लगभग 1400 बिलियन एरिया ग्रीन प्रिंट के अंदर वर्क कर रहा है। पूरे देश में लगभग 6000 बिल्डिंगें, भवन, संस्थाएं जिनके अंदर निर्माण का कार्य जारी है, वो इस समय काम कर रही हैं। लेकिन उसमें से लगभग 1500 उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर वर्तमान समय में ग्रीन बिल्डिंग के आपके इस कार्यक्रम की प्रेरणा से, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी की प्रेरणा से और हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी की सोच को आगे बढ़ाते हुए 1500 से अधिक भवन आपके इस लक्ष्य को पूरा करने में दिन रात कार्य कर रहे हैं। हमने उत्तर प्रदेश की आवास पॉलिसी में प्रदेश के सभी प्राधिकरणों में, आवास विकास परिषद में, सभी अथॉरिटियों में जो भी भवन निर्माण ग्रीन मानकों के तहत होगा, ग्रीन बिल्डिंग के रूप में जिसका निर्माण किया जाएगा, उसमें 5% अधिक FAR देने की घोषणा कर रखी है। वर्तमान समय में राज्य सरकार के लगभग 17 विभाग मेरे पास, मेरे बोर्ड के अंदर हैं, जिसमें 9 अपर मुख्य सचिव, जिसमें आपके सचिव आवास, ऊर्जा, अपर मुख्य सचिव ऊर्जा, अपर मुख्य सचिव गृह, अपर मुख्य सचिव वन पर्यावरण, चिकित्सा, ये सभी मेरे बोर्ड के सदस्यगण हैं। प्रदेश में आप जो भी विचार करके, जो चर्चा करके इस कॉन्क्लेव से जो नतीजे आएंगे, उनसे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को अवगत कराएंगे। निश्चय ही मेरे बोर्ड में वो विषय आते हैं और अब तक प्रचलित जितने भी शासनादेश हैं, उन शासनादेशों को समाप्त करना, पुराने कानूनों में संशोधन करना या समाज के नए परिवेश के हिसाब से आपके लिए एक व्यापार के लिए प्रदेश में उन्मुक्त वातावरण तैयार करना, जहां आपकी सुरक्षा के साथ ही साथ सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम के माध्यम से आपको अलग अलग जगहों पर ना जाना पड़े, ना दौड़ना पड़े और आपके सुझावों पर सीधे अमल हो सके और उनसे संबंधित शासनादेश आपके काम को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए काम आ सके, इस विषय को मैं देखता हूं, जिसमें पुराने, इसके अतिरिक्त सामाजिक सुरक्षा और अन्य सुविधाएं, जो भी किसी भी तरह का व्यवसाय उत्तर प्रदेश में करना चाहे, कोई इंडस्ट्री लगाना चाहे, उन सभी विषयों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए और आपकी सुविधाजनक माहौल तैयार करने के लिए मैं कार्य करता हूं। और हम लोग तो शायद 16 घंटे ही काम करते हैं, लेकिन मैं तो ये कह सकता हूं कि हमारे मुख्यमंत्री मुश्किल से 3 घंटे की नींद लेते हैं। तो हम सबसे भी अधिक आप सबके लिए दिन रात सोचने के लिए हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी दिन रात कार्य कर रहे हैं और मुझे बहुत खुशी होगी कि आप सभी लोग पूरे देश से, पूरे विश्व से जो भी निवेश हमारे प्रदेश में लाएं और जो भी निर्माण में आपके जो सहयोग हम सब कर सकते हैं, उसमें आपको कहीं पर भी किसी भी तरह की कोई भी परेशानी और समस्या किसी भी तरह की नहीं आने पाएगी। आपने उत्तर प्रदेश राज्य पर इस बार फोकस किया है, हमारे प्रदेश को, इसके लिए मैं आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं और आपके सुझावों को अमल करने के लिए जो भी मेरे विषय संज्ञान में लाए जाएंगे, उन पर भी निश्चय ही आपके हित में और समाज के हित में जो कार्य होंगे वो जरूर पूरे होंगे। मैं इस कार्यक्रम के आयोजकों को और अपने समस्त विभागों को और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को की तरफ से आप सभी को इन अवसरों की खोज के लिए और यहाँ पर और कार्य करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूँ। आपको जिस तरह की भी सुख सुविधा की अपने कार्यों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए जो भी आवश्यकताएं होंगी, राज्य सरकार निसंदेह उनको पूरा करने का प्रयास करेगी। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ जय हिंद, जय भारत।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगी कि आपने अपना कीमती समय निकाला और इस कार्यक्रम में अपनी उपस्थिति दिखाई। कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए समय आ चला है बुक लॉन्च करने का। एसोचैम कार्बन फुटप्रिंट असेसमेंट एंड रेटिंग प्रोग्राम ACFAR। मैं निवेदन करना चाहूँगी श्री पवन सिंह चौहान जी से कि वो आगे आएँ। मैं निवेदन करना चाहूँगी श्री मनीष कुमार गुप्ता जी से और मंच पे उपस्थित सारे डिग्नेटरी से कि वो आगे आएँ और बुक लॉन्च करें। Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to launch ASSOCHAM Carbon Footprint Assessment and Rating Program ACFAR. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request you to have a big round of applause as we are launching the book ASSOCHAM Carbon Footprint Assessment and Rating Program. I'd like to thank all the dignitaries for launching the book. कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए as we move on, now it's time to give the ASSOCHAM memento. मैं सबसे पहले निवेदन करना चाहूँगी Chairman ASSOCHAM GEM Green Building Council and President Pankaj Dharkar and Associates, श्री पंकज धारकर जी से कि वो आगे आएं और हमारे माननीय सदस्य विधान परिषद श्री पवन सिंह चौहान जी को मोमेंटो दें। एक जोरदार तालियां। मैं निवेदन करना चाहूँगी श्री नीरज अरोड़ा जी से, असिस्टेंट जनरल सेक्रेटरी ASSOCHAM, कि वो आगे आएं और श्री मनीष कुमार गुप्ता जी को मोमेंटो दें। Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause? बहुत बहुत स्वागत सर। As we move on, it's time to hand on the ASSOCHAM souvenir. मैं सबसे पहले निवेदन करना चाहूँगी ज्ञान पी माथुर जी से कि वो आगे आएं और श्री मसूद मलिक जी को ASSOCHAM का souvenir दें। Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request you to have a big round of applause? मैं निवेदन करना चाहूँगी आर्किटेक्ट लीना कुमार जी से कि वो आगे आएं और मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर जैगुआर श्री राजेश मेहरा जी को ASSOCHAM का souvenir दें। Can we have a big round of applause? Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to propose the vote of thanks. May I now request Chairperson ASSOCHAM GEM Karnataka and Principal Architect and Partner, Kumar Consultant Architect Leena Kumar ma'am, to please come forward to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you for that. We've come to the end of the inaugural session, I think, to set the tone for what's coming up in the next 2 days. I thank all the dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Rajesh Mehra, MD Jaguar, who through his work and through his company has shown us his commitment to environmental sustainability. And I think as an example of what industry can do, I think that's a wonderful beginning to what's going to come in the next 2 days. Mr. Pankaj Dharkar, the chairman of GEM, of course we all know him, the most dynamic chairman who in a short period of span has already got 103 colleges certified and 12 chapters along with the team of ASSOCHAM. Mr. Pawan Singh Chauhan, MLC, thank you, sir, for being here with us. And he spoke about setting an example of how you can make bricks with sugarcane waste, and his own example of educating children from underprivileged sectors and how that could really be the future of the country. From the government, he has assured us he's always with us, and I think as a nation, we can't move forward without them, you know, as the government and the citizens come together to really set the direction of the country and the way forward. Mr. Anupam Mittal, the host for this conclave and chairman of the UP chapter. Thank you very much. Without him, we wouldn't have all been here today in this wonderful city of Lucknow. And coming in yesterday in the night with all its lights on and all its buildings, I really wondered. It's a wonderful city, and we were just discussing maybe there should be more people who move now to Uttar Pradesh. So that's really the beauty about having our conclaves in different cities, because it's an exposure to parts other than where we all live. To Mr. Masood Malik, COA Re-Sustainability, for his introduction of the way India is going. We are beginning to grow. We are beginning to really form the nation, and the importance of the choices that we make in the materials that we use, the importance of recycling, and the whole idea of taxing those who have materials that go into landfills. I think that's a brilliant idea, because only with that will we really reduce waste, and we are somehow in a period of time where money is a very important aspect of everything, and it speaks louder than most. And perhaps it's time to really change that, where it's not money that's always worshipped, but perhaps much more than that, like morals and ethics, and that's what our country needs, I do believe. Mr. Gyan P. Mathur, architect who spoke about the whole importance of any building being a happy building. Mr. Neeraj Arora, Assistant General Secretary of ASSOCHAM, I think we all know him. He's dynamic, somehow he's all over the place. And I always wonder how he does so many things. It seems like he has some 10 hands and 10 brains working at the same time, because he's talking, coordinating, learning, teaching, all at the same time. He's quite amazing. Mr. Manish Kumar Gupta, Vice President of Vyapari Kalyan Board, Government of Uttar Pradesh, for his commitment and his promise that any businesses that come up over here, the government is very happy to assist it, and the single window system that he has proposed, that he has put forward. So it makes businesses very easy to come by, and eventually it's only when more people come together towards different kinds of businesses that we all move forward. To all the delegates who've come here today, thank you very much. Without you, of course, what's the whole purpose of anything? So I believe we all need each other. We all need to work together, the government, the people, people on the dais, people off the dais, and everybody who has not been able to be here, but who are part of the whole thing. With this, we conclude the inaugural session, and I hope that in the next 2 days, we can all learn, we can all relearn, we can all realign, align to principles, to ideas that we might all be exposed to, something that might stick to us, something that might really change the way we work. And somehow together that we all work towards not only our personal and private practices or businesses, but as we look forward towards coming together and looking at it as a contribution to the progress, to the development of our country, to make it a wonderful place to live in and to be in. I think we have all the potential, and it's a great tone to start the two-day seminar. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू सो मच मैम. मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगी मंच पे मौजूद सारे गणमान्य व्यक्तियों का, और कहना चाहूँगी कि आज जब हमारे लीडर्स हमारे साथ होते हैं तो एक अलग आत्मविश्वास हमारे अंदर आता है. I would like to request all the dignitaries sitting on the munch to please go and do visit our exhibition. Thank you so much for taking up time from a busy schedule and being a part of this conclave. मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगी और निवेदन करना चाहूँगी मंच पर उपस्थित सारे गणमान्य व्यक्तियों को कि वो जाएं और हमारे एग्जीबिशन को ज़रूर विजिट करें. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. I must tell you about the next session. I request all the people to please be seated as we are moving forward to our very first technical session, where our Principal Secretary, IAS, Shri Amrit Abhijat ji will be here anytime soon. IAS Secretary, Ministry of Urban Development, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Ranjan Kumar ji will be here with us anytime soon. We are going for a tea break for 10 minutes, and thank you so much all as we are going with the time with all the session. आप सभी की वजह से ये मुमकिन हो पाए. मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगी to please be back by 12 noon as we'll be starting up our next session, that is on solutions and pathways incorporating G20 values for built infrastructures. For the next sessions, we have our special guest, IAS Principal Secretary, Ministry of Urban Development, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Amrit Abhijat ji. We have our next special guest, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Urban Development, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Ranjan Kumar ji. And we'll be starting up our next session. We'll be starting up our next session at 12 noon. I request you all to please be back. Presentation, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome with a huge round of applause Shri Mayur Desai ji. Can we have a big round of applause? Welcome, sir.
First of all, I wish to thank Swati and the huge gathering of the technical heads here. It's a privilege for me on behalf of my company to be here and be able to present a new system that comes from the house of Prince. Prince has been a synonym in our households, a very popular name for many years in the PVC and CPVC segment. With the growing demand and the ever-emerging requirements coming from architects and consultants, we think it's high time we take the business to a next level, and that's how this presentation comes into picture. We are now launching a low-noise, silent fit system from Ostendorf, Germany. Ostendorf is the largest polypropylene low-noise manufacturer in the world. And now we've joined hands together in an MOU where we start the trade-off at the India level and then we slowly move on to the manufacturing also. The product is called Prince Colon Safe. It is made in Germany at the Ostendorf factory. The primary features of a low noise system is of course low noise. The product is made out of polypropylene. It is 12 decibels at 2 liters per second flow rate. Normally, a standard HDP PVC pipe is in the range of 35 to 40 decibels at 2 liters per second flow rate. The product is approved across Europe as per EN standards, as per DIN standards. It's a very unique proposition here where we are offering a 25-year warranty on a drainage system. Normally, as per the RERA requirements, the warranty tenure is around 5 years, but the confidence that we have in the system, we are offering a 25-year warranty. The product is made 100% in Germany. These are the important pointers of the product. I mean, many pointers are very new to the industry. I mean, where we are used to using commodity products, this is a product which gets something new on the table. One is the sound performance that I already spoke about. The product comes with patented joints or lip seals. Over years, we've realized there haven't been many markets where there is no problem in the drainage system. The core, the heart of the drainage system lies in the rubber seal. Normally in our markets, the rubber seal is thrown and then the pipes are stuck to each other. In this case, we are offering a 3-lip seal patented ring, which is again has a warranty of 30 years. This ensures that the system is watertight for the next 30 years. The design is world class. This is polypropylene with mineral fillers. Mineral fillers, I will want to specify, this is barium sulfate, BaSO4 twice. The logic of using barium sulfate is it increases the density of the material and offers low noise. Barium sulfate and polypropylene synergize quite well and it becomes a single body structure. The product has high impact resistance, which is normally not spoken highly about in the drainage segment, but this is a very unique feat that the product has achieved because it is 5.3 mm thick, unlike a regular drainage system which is 2.7 to 3 mm thick. The product has considerable fire protection. It has a rating of B2, which means it is flammable, but it is a product that will not propagate the fire from the ground level up. It is a highly sustainable material. The world is moving on to polypropylene and so are we. Europe plans to ban PVC out of its shores from 2030. We are talking about a stress-free project delivery for 25 years with our warranty. These are the standard material properties that are attributed to polypropylene, where the material, the specifications, the low noise attributes, the sizes are mentioned. I will move on to the next slide. When we speak about a low noise piping system, it is also important to throw light on how does a noise occur in a sewerage system. Normally, the noise occurs by airborne negative pressure that is moved on to the structure from the hardware. In terms of Skolan Safe, it ensures that this noise is minimally transferred onto the structure because of the heavy-duty material attributes, the thickness of the material, and also the high density of the material. The rating is as per 4109, supported by the German rules, where any usage of drainage system cannot exceed 30 decibels flow rate. In India, we are quite pre-nascent at this level, but we will want to set the benchmarks here, and we plan to have products that will never exceed 30 decibels at 2 liters per second flow rate. The Skolan Safe acoustic attribute is certified by Fraunhofer. Fraunhofer is the world's #1 institute in terms of testing of materials, especially polymers. There are several fields of applications like residential buildings, large commercial buildings, commercial kitchens, and industrial applications. I was indicating the 3-lip seal, which ensures that the system is watertight throughout its tenure, throughout the life of the building. The material has several applications. It is a low noise pipe. It can be used as a wastewater system. It can be used in the ventilation duct. And the most important attribute is it can be used for central vacuum systems, which is very rare for a drainage pipe. The product is extremely easy to install. The plumbers need not be specially trained for the installation of the system. It's a simple push-fit system with lubricants given free of cost with the pipes to ensure that there is no fidgeting around with the system. The company will support you in terms of not only supply of material, but also a little bit of design and the arrangements of the brackets and the clamps. The right sizing, the right designing support will be provided for important institutions and especially residential skyscrapers. Many a times in our system we provide pipes, but little is known about the brackets, so HVAC brackets are used for drainage. We will want to introduce rubberized brackets for our drainage systems, which will ensure that the system is intact at all levels. Once again, in a nutshell, 3 or 4 important points. The noise level, the hydraulically smooth surfaces. The pipe comes with centimeter markings, so it's very easy to cut at the site level to get the right circles done. The product will be available across all our distribution network and our project teams pan-India. We have more than 35 certifications available for the product, right from the noise level to the fire rating, as well as for the certifications from DIN and EN. I end the presentation for Skolan Safe. I will need just 2 more minutes to introduce the next product line, which is the surface drainage channels that we've introduced to the Indian market. Along with Ostendorf, Prince has a new tie-up with Horaton, Germany, which is into the field of drain channels. Being the market leader in drain channels, it provides complete solutions to institutions, shipyards, dockyards, residential complexes. It has been brought to you by the House of Prince, which is into PVC fittings, now bathware. We have 7 facilities across the country, spread across the country in east, west, north and south. Here we get you the drain channels, which is very rarely used in the Indian economy, where we normally construct concrete channels as and where required. This is more organized, which is this is a typical waterlogged condition in India during the rains. Why is it important to use drain channels in the first place? The first drain channel was introduced in India during the Lothal period in 2600 BC, which was a typical concrete layout with a slope of 2 to 3 degrees gradient. We moved on to the cast in situ channel, where the concrete was laid and then it had a channel over it, a grating over it made out of metal. And now we wish to introduce the modular system, which comes with the channel and the grating both available in polypropylene, very green option. The product is called Resifix Pro. It's a linear drain channel without a slope. It is made of a PP, the channel, and it has options of a PP grating as well as a ductile iron grating. Why Horaton? All the problems associated with the concrete channels are known to us. Extremely poor security, unpleasant experience, cracks over a period of time, versus Resifix Pro, which will provide you a single linear system. The key features are high stability, resistance, impact resistance, low weight, durability, and extremely high security. The product is spread over a lot of load classes, A, B, C, D, E, F, starting from a small house to a full-fledged industrial operation. So we have channels for different applications, landscape, civils, and sports. The most basic channel in polymer, you have a standard channel with ductile iron grating, slotted angles which are used for areas where aesthetics is a key. The smallest angles, slotted angles for your houses, Recifix high cap is normally used for airports and for Formula 3, Formula 2 tracks, already under usage in Pune Nanoli Highway. Another large version for airports, single body monotech functions, could be used in city centers, landscape gardens, hospitals, highways, tolls, docks, terminals, container yards, airports inside and outside. Thank you.
Now I would like to request architect Anupam Mittal ji to please come on stage, and would also like to request the General Manager Modern Plumbing Prince Pipes and Fitting Limited to please come on stage. Shri Mayur Desai ji to please come on stage. Now would like to request architect Anupam Mittal ji to please hand over the ASSOCHAM souvenir to Shri Mayur Desai ji. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause? Thank you so much, sir. Moving forward to our very first technical session, that's solutions and pathways incorporating G20 values for built infrastructure. मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी एसोचैम के वरिष्ठ सलाहकार को. With a huge round of applause, Mr. Pinaki Das Gupta. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Pinaki Das Gupta. Welcome, sir.
थैंक यू स्वाति एंड बहुत बहुत आभार आप लोगों का यहाँ पे आने का और आई बिलीव दैट यू आर एंजॉइंग द डे सो विल स्टार्ट आवर फर्स्ट सेशन एंड व्हाइल आई विल कॉल द एस्टीम्ड पैनलिस्ट just to give you a background of the session because India has assumed the G20 presidency this year and the G20 values which we are propagating is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that world is one family. So this session will discuss the role of stakeholders in exploiting and exploring different solutions and pathways which incorporate the values of environment, social and economics, which is basically the pillars of sustainability. So without wasting more time, I will now like to call architect Anupam Mittal ji on the stage. Anupam Mittal sir will also moderate the session. I'll call upon architect Sanjay Goel ji, Director Ludhiana Smart City Limited and Principal Architect. I'll call on stage architect Leena Kumarji. She is also the chairperson ASSOCHAM GEM Karnataka and principal architect Partner Kumar and consultant. Then Professor Dr. Anil Kashyap ji. He is the president and chancellor Nikmar University. Thank you, sir, for being here. And our Shri Masood Malik ji, chairman ASSOCHAM Environment and Climate Change Council. So in the previous session we missed this kind of introduction. He is also the chairman for our councils of environment. Thank you, sir. And I'll hand over the sessions in charge to Anupam Mittal, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello. So, very good afternoon now. So, this is the first session where...
I apologize, sir. I kind of forgot to invite Garima Bhardwaj. She is the co-founder in Elite Research Private Limited. Garima, I'm so sorry. Please come on stage. Thank you for being here.
Sorry, Garima. So before we start, I just have to make a very small announcement that IS Mr. Amrit Abhijat and Mr. Ranjan Kumar, they have just left from the Chief Secretary's meeting. They're just about to arrive in few minutes. So we just had a discussion that you can just start, and because they have another meeting at around
plus little more after 1 o'clock. So they'll be coming quickly, and please, I ensure that when the moment they come, just please take them away so that we can just immediately take the topic. So, because, see, this, when we are talking about the sustainability and we are talking about the development, the most important department in the state becomes the Urban Development Department, and they are the top 2 officials of Urban Development Department as far as UP is concerned. So when we talk about this topic, specifically this topic, this is solution and pathways in incorporating G20 values of built infrastructure. So there is one word is G20, another word is built environment, infrastructure, and definitely the values. So values will come when we are able to discuss what exactly is G20. So I'm sure everybody in the hall, they know about G20. These 19 plus 1 national this group, where one is the European nation and 19 are the other nationals. And we are proud to host the 2024 summit in India. And it is from now onwards, government, all the states and central government, they are preparing for that particular summit through the seminars in the states. आप सबने लखनऊ के अखबारों में भी देखा होगा कि अभी next month this G20 summit that state level is happening here in Lucknow. And what G20 is exactly doing, they talk about the common economy platform, common solutions for the economy. They talk about the development, common development goals, and they talk about the sustainability a lot. So since our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Singh Modi, is heading that particular G20, and India is heading this particular group for this 1 year, so we should definitely be proud of it to start this thing from this particular note, from this particular hall of Lucknow. एक बहुत सिंपल सी बात है कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट की बात करते हैं हम, हमारे साथ डिफरेंट लेवल के डिफरेंट इंडस्ट्री से, डिफरेंट फील्ड से हमारे साथ लोग बैठे हैं ऑन डाइस एंड ऑफ द डाइस. एक सवाल एक जनरल सबसे पहले जहन में आता है कि हम एक तरफ सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात करते हैं, एक तरफ हम ग्रीन बिल्डिंग की बात करते हैं, और एक तरफ हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट की बात करते हैं. तो एक सवाल है कि क्या डेवलपमेंट रुक सकता है? क्या इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट को रोक सकते हैं? क्या हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी के नाम पे कुछ ऐसा कर सकते हैं जो कभी कहा जाता है कि क्यों मकान बना रहे हैं, क्यों कंक्रीट जंगल्स बना रहे हैं, क्यों हम ये सब इतना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, चौड़ी रोड्स बना रहे हैं. दिस नॉट, बट दिस इज़ फॉर अस. एट द सेम टाइम वी हैव टू लिव हियर. प्रदूषण का जो लेवल है हमारा अक्सर में उस पर आता है. सर रंजन सर इज हियर. सर प्लीज यू कम स्ट्रेट टू द स्वाति. रंजन सर का एक बार आइए सर प्लीज. सर बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका. सर मॉर्निंग वॉक भी करते हैं और काफ़ी तेज चलते भी हैं. सर का फ़ोन आया कि चीफ सेक्रेटरी मीटिंग के बीच में थोड़ा सा गैप है. मैंने कहा सर से रिक्वेस्ट की सर प्लीज़ आप आ जाइए. और सर एक बार स्वाति सर का इंट्रोडक्शन आप करिए, फिर उसके बाद आई विल कंटिन्यू.
I would like to thank you, sir, for taking up time from your busy schedule and being a part of this conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome IAS Secretary, Ministry of Urban Development, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Ranjan Kumar ji. Can we have a big round of applause? बहुत बहुत स्वागत, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन, sir. I would now like to request Architect Anupam Mittal ji to please welcome Shri Ranjan Kumar ji, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Urban Development, Government of Uttar Pradesh, with the planned presentation. बहुत बहुत स्वागत, sir. As we'll continue our session, that's on solution and pathways incorporating G20 values for built infrastructure. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Swati. Thank you, sir, रंजन सर, सबसे पहले मैं सर के बारे में कुछ ये बताता हूँ कि वाई सर इज़ हेयर इन दिस फोरम. Being the commissioner of Lucknow in the previous tenure, he was a part of the vision document, the city development plan, the development of this document, which was very well appreciated by the Chief Secretary of Uttar Pradesh. And sir was the part of that entire documentation for this almost 6 to 7 months. And there is two incidents. First, if we have fixed up a meeting at 6 p.m., so sir was there in the meeting at 5:59 and I was there at 5 minutes past 6. So he's so particular. और आज भी सर की तरफ से लेट नहीं है, वो मीटिंग्स के बीच में आए हैं, तो मैं सबसे पहले सर को ही फ्री भी करूँगा. दूसरा ये कि जब इस डॉक्यूमेंटेशन का कंप्लीट क्लोजर हो रहा था, बिकॉज ये डेवलपमेंट की बात कर रहे हैं और हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी बात कर रहे हैं, तो उसी को मैं फिर से हाईलाइट करूँगा. तो सर एक मीटिंग रखी गई, जो लास्ट मीटिंग थी, दैट वाज 7 PM, बिकॉज दिन भर शेड्यूल्स नहीं मिले, दिन भर मीटिंग्स थी, which lasted at 12:30 AM. And sir was continuously 120%, sir was there with full energy, and we could conclude. I think it's a big applause for, round of applause for Ranjan sir. सर मैं आपसे एक शुरुआत करता हूँ एक सवाल की. सर हमारा जो है टॉपिक है वो है सस्टेनेबिलिटी, और ये कॉन्क्लेव नेशनल कॉन्क्लेव है जो कम्प्लीटली बिल्ट एनवायरनमेंट एंड सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात करता है. सर आप इस समय G20 को भी लीड कर रहे हैं, और आपके उसमें आपका इन्वॉल्वमेंट आपके डिपार्टमेंट का इसमें पूरी तरह से है. सर हम लोग ये बात कर रहे थे भी आपके आने से जस्ट पहले जब स्टार्ट किया हमने, कि सर डेवलपमेंट तो होगा, डेवलपमेंट तो रुक नहीं सकता. मेट्रो भी बनेगी, हाईवेज भी बनेंगे, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी बनेगा, और उस सबके बीच में जब हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ साथ सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात करते हैं, तो सर आप उसको
here we are leading the agenda for the global action, and there are more than 200 sessions of that. 11 are scheduled in UP, and in Lucknow from 13 to 15 we are the session is related to digital economy. So actually there are 2 tracks, Sherpa track, financial track, and engagement groups in G20, and among those there are working groups. So that covers subjects like agriculture, education, environment, disaster management, energy transitions, and trade and tourism, all the sectors. And this time, because of the leadership of our country, disaster risk management has been also included for this session, this year's session. So when we talk about sustainable development and talk about the G20 values, so they talk about reducing, preventing these climate losses due to climate change, and how to build in resilience in the infrastructure thing. Total more than 8% the losses due to disaster globally, more than $200 billion. So it is a very high time to think about to build quality infrastructure, and also now globally they are thinking about infrastructure as an asset class. So to develop the infrastructure asset class. So if you invest in the infrastructure, you should get value for the money. That means ki you should create the system due to that infrastructure, that corridor, economic corridor, and the whole the habitat or everything connected to that. That should produce a job, and that create a solid basis for sustainable development, so that that whole life cycle cost, if you include everything, then if you can get value from the whole cost, life cycle cost system, so you reach to a situation where you think of quality and quantity infrastructure. So this time, UP is steering towards transformative development, eyeing for $1 trillion economy in 5 years. And there is a big investment summit is coming up in February. Basically, government has brought more than 20 policy instruments. Basically, the government commitments towards bringing policy and partnership is credible, and that is, we have brought very good policy in 20 sector. That includes solid waste management policy, tourism, that's small, medium infrastructure development, and so many. And there are very good policy changes. We are giving many incentives, and very appropriately it is placed to bring a complete ecosystem to get the development. So you have to think now about how to reach to a level where sustainability, climate resilience, and inclusive growth. So not only this physical infrastructure, but we should think about social infrastructure, the economic infrastructure. So we are also, we have started through a smart city implementation. We have shown that the current infrastructure, if you build on the top internet things or digital innovation, so you get a lot of efficiency in the current infrastructure. Also, the whole policy instrument work towards getting skill development, bringing the foreign investment in terms which will bring technology, and also we have very good logistic policy now. We are thinking about developing corridor around expressways. UP is one of the state where maximum number of expressways are already there, and equal number of expressways are in the pipeline. And there are so many things going on. So totally more than 10 lakh crore investment. If you look at the people who are coming for the investment, the topic, the sector, they are totally based on innovation, new ideas, and all are basically aiming towards the sustainable development, so that this will achieve transformative changes, so that from the current $2.5 billion to $1 trillion in 5 years we can achieve easily. So I can say that the G20 value solution is about quality assets, developing infrastructure as asset class, and we should think of job creation, complete the circular economy, reuse of water. Many sectors we are coming up. We are eyeing for more than 40% reuse of water in the industrial sector, more than 20% for the drinking water. Also, we are thinking of circular economy in big way, plastic-free environment and other thing. So definitely we are going a big way in the direction of sustainable development.
Nicely said, sir. And your another connection with the smart city, and you from the government side, you have taken care of the smart city development in Lucknow. And we have architect Sanjay Goyal with us, who is Ludhiana Smart City Limited director. And there's the other side, when we are talking about the government side, where Ranjan sir has already told about his points and the concerns. We have architect Sanjay Goyal sir with us, and he will elaborate about role of an architect and how the private sector can be a part of that smart city development, where the sustainability and development go together.
Thank you, sir. So, very valid question. That smart city mission, we all know, is going since more than 5 years. although the first phase is coming to an end. But unfortunately, in majority of the cities, work done and number of projects are not up to the mark. The private sector role, or even I would like to say from where it started in 2015-16, the public participation or citizen participation is most important. So we know the SPV is there in majority of the cities. I am talking in totality about the 100 upcoming smart cities in India. The SPV is having 80% people from the central headquarter or national Delhi team, or only 10-20% people are from the concerned city in the SPV. So I think the role of planners and architects must be increased by the government of India. With that regard, the Institute of Architects Punjab chapter has also written to the Union Ministry of Urban Development that role of architects, planners to be increased, and citizen participation too, so that there are more better outcome.
So just a small pause. I'm sorry to interrupt. Actually, sir's next Chief Secretary's meeting is already there, and he just rushed up. Sir, just.
We would be continuing with our session. Before that, I would like to request architect Anupam Mittal ji to please come forward and hand over the ASSOCHAM memento, and would also like to request Shri Neeraj Arora ji to please come forward to hand over the ASSOCHAM memento to IAS Secretary, Ministry of Urban Development, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Ranjan Kumar ji. Thank you so much, sir, for taking up your time from your busy schedule and being a part of this conclave. Thank you, sir, for coming here. As we'll be continuing with our very first technical session. Over to you, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt you in between, sir. But
No issues,
I
sir.
think we should appreciate one thing. We all should appreciate office, this bureaucrat of such a level who had one meeting ended at almost 20 minutes back. He rushed up, he delivered his thing, and then this is how the government is functioning. I think it is very wonderful. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We can understand the working of the government, and it must carry on with an excellent efforts so that we get not only smart citizens, but smart government also on all the fronts in India. So it's a, good, Anupam sir, you have highlighted. So I've already spoken the role of private sector, citizens, and architects and planners into the upcoming smart city mission, and definitely the sustainability part to be increased as much as possible, not at the cost of infrastructure development, and keeping the G20 interest in mind, and being our country is the host. So we have to contribute maximum at the international level also. Thank you.
Yeah, the clap shows that everybody is listening. So there's a round of applause for. So I'm sure everybody is listening. Okay, so Sanjay Goyal sir being a very renowned architect, and there was his views. But at the same time, when we talk about the environment and sustainability and context of the development, we have Shri Masood Malik Saab with us, who is Chairman ASSOCHAM Environment and Climate Change Council and CEO, Re-Sustainability. We know his approach, his passion about sustainability. A few words from you, sir. Okay, I think there's a presentation we would like to share. We'd like to definitely see that, sir.
Thank you, Anupam Saab. I think I was thinking that we will sort of continue the discussion that we started earlier this morning. थोड़ा सा उसको डिस्कस करते हैं और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात कर रहे हैं और आई थिंक साहब ने एक अच्छा सवाल पूछा कि डेवलपमेंट और सस्टेनेबिलिटी के बीच में जो तनाव है उसको हम किस नज़रिए से देख सकते हैं. I'll just take you through a couple of facts. Fact number one, with development एक चीज़ जो फ्री गिफ्ट आती है हमारे साथ वो हमारा कंजम्पशन बढ़ जाता है. तो हम चाहें न चाहें हमारा जो इन्वायरमेंटल लोड है, जो पोल्यूशन है या वेस्ट जनरेशन है वो बढ़ने ही वाला है. दिस इज प्रॉस्पेरिटी डेवलपमेंट, इसके साथ का एक ये साइड इफेक्ट है. पर कैपिटा कंजम्पशन गोज अप and therefore per capita waste generation goes up, and we will see that's going to happen. This is fact number one. But it's very interesting. I think this honorable secretary mentioned a point that the economics have to be kept in mind. What is inside this so-called pollution, so-called waste? It is essentially a resource that is in the wrong time, in the wrong place, in the wrong concentration or wrong quantity. But it is a resource nonetheless. If you see, it is the same resource that contributes to GDP, whether it is the plastics that we make from oil, whether it is the steel that we make from iron ore, whether it is the copper that we import, it is also contributing to our import bill, and it is the same thing which is causing pollution, causing toxicity, causing those mountains of waste, public health impact, and so much pollution. I think this lens, this overlap between pollution on one hand and its economic and its resource and its strategic significance is very important. Some metrics I wanted to share very quickly again. We import 80% of our oil. Indirectly, it means almost entire plastics that is out there in our landfills. We have imported that plastics at great foreign currency cost to us, and that is now pollution. We import most of our copper, most of our 100% of our lithium, most of our cobalt. Secretary Saab also talked about life cycle cost. The life cycle cost of our so-called development and consumption needs to be thought through in the context of where is this material coming from and what is happening to the cost of this material. Look at the cost of crude, look at the cost of petrol, look at the cost of coal, look at the cost of copper, look at the cost of aluminium, it is only moving in one direction. So cost is also going up. It is a perfect storm. As we develop, sir, we have to do more. We have to consume more to build that infrastructure, but we have to do it with less. And I think, therefore, the new mandate for environmental infrastructure, which was earlier only sanitation and public health, has evolved. Now, environmental infrastructure has to be climate resilient, resource resilient, and economically resilient. And to that extent, I think the only solution that we have is circularity, circularity in design, circularity in procurement, circularity in operations. I wanted to talk about the opportunity in this space. The theme of today's discussion is, what are the pathways and solutions, right? Ladies and gentlemen, it is a $500 billion opportunity today. And probably we don't understand that in each of these 11 areas that the government has identified for focus when we look at circular economy, each of these areas collectively make up $500 billion worth of opportunity. A little bit about one example of one organization, how that organization is taking advantage of this opportunity. In 3 years' time, this company, which was earlier a waste management company, the company that I work from, has become India's largest recycler, the largest producer of energy from waste, the largest plastic recycler, the first marine waste recycler, the largest recycler of C&D waste, the largest producer of compost, RDF, other kinds of recycled products. So many solutions. This is a power plant. This is another power plant. These are world-class power plants. Even the ash that comes from a power plant is getting recycled. Dump sites which used to look like this are now looking like this. And ladies and gentlemen, our trucks in one of our major operations in Hyderabad runs on the fuel that is made from the landfill. So it's landfill gas to auto fuel. The fact is that not just in India, but this is the world's first artificial intelligence-powered MRF, a material recovery facility. All of Dubai's waste is being managed by just 6 people. This is India's largest plastics recycling complex. These are one of the many C&D recycling where, sand and aggregate and tiles are being made. This is the first facility in India where precious metals are being recycled. The importance of this transformation, it hit me when I visited this site a few days back. And I saw that there is a huge safe. Walk-in safe jo hote hai na, bade wale tijori. Like a money heist wala bada size safe. That's inside this plant. I was like, this is a waste management plant. What is it safe doing in the waste management plant? This waste management plant produces pure gold, silver, platinum, palladium, copper, and therefore it needs a huge safe. This is the changing face of the interplay between sustainability and development. I do not see this conflict, ladies and gentlemen. What I see is opportunity. Opportunity not just in solid waste, but also in water, recycling everything. In the just few years, huge opportunities in coming, in actually selling water from wastewater as a revenue source. And ladies and gentlemen, this technology, it's not something that we are importing. India is exporting this technology. Next time you're in Changi Airport, the robots which are cleaning Changi Airport, they are being developed and being operated by an Indian company, us. You go to that building, you see that iconic building. That iconic building has a pneumatic waste collection system underneath it, designed, built, operated by an Indian company. So many other innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Asia's first waste management ship, built in India by Dempo in Goa, and now serving the first Marpol facility in all of Asia. Point I'm trying to make is, this conundrum between development hoga, तो environment का क्या होगा? Environment का ध्यान रखेंगे, इसका मतलब क्या सब कुछ बंद कर दें? I think new solutions are available. All we need to do is have the belief, put some mind and put some capital behind it, and it's possible to reimagine the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's wonderful, especially the energy and the passion which is visible in each and every sentence of yours. मसूद साहब ने एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग टर्न दिया है इस टॉक को, जिसमें हम सब लोग कॉन्फ्लिक्ट की बात करते हैं जब डेवलपमेंट और ग्रीन एंड एनवायरमेंट सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात होती है, और एट द सेम टाइम देयर इज अ ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी बिकॉज एज यू सेड दैट 70% ऑफ इंडिया इज स्टिल टू बिल्ड. When 70% India is still to be built, we need future, we need a generation, we need generations to be sensitive enough for this cause. And in that case, we have a chancellor of a university, NICMAR, Professor Dr. Anil Kashyap with us. And I think he is the right person to talk about this 70% and the opportunity and the future generation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Anupam ji. And extending the context set by Mr. Malik, let me give a little bit of context here as well, that number of these technologies which we are talking about, which are doable, जो अभी possible हैं, we get to know at certain period of our age or in the profession. Coming from a university, which is NICMAR University, and if you talk about construction management, building, infrastructure, NICMAR is quite synonymous to that, and that gives us lots of responsibility on us to produce those professionals who are really attuned to this kind of intervention, who can adopt these new technologies right from the day one when they go into the profession. Not that at the middle age when we, looking at all these crises and all these new solutions, and we adopt those things into our life and into our practices. But the point is here that we produce those graduates who really look at from the day one, and even they inculcate when even they are studying. And that is the huge responsibility of any education institution, and that's where I'm representing many of those education institutions where this kind of sensitization, this kind of orientation, focus has to be placed. Coming to the core of the question, that the G20 values, which are linking to economic development but without compromising on the environment, number of initiatives which as a fraternity, which is architects, engineers, construction management professionals, or built environment professionals, or built infrastructure professionals, we see huge opportunity in terms of sustainable urban development. When we talk about this as a sustainable urban development, this is so important that, that the sensitization starts from even at the school level. I have been into UK for last 20 years before coming to NICMAR in 2021. Schools are taking up a number of such initiatives with young children, and they are promoted and encouraged to design their own neighborhood. You know, they are asked that how the traffic coming into their neighborhood, how the speed of a car, and the pollution level, or the kind of facilities, or the rainwater harvesting, or the drainage and use of recycled water into their gardens. There is an enormous possibility of sensitizing right from the young age, and then going into the college, going into the universities, these things keep carrying on, and then they become part of their daily life. But at the same time, these can generate and produce a lot of entrepreneurs into these areas. And there are so many applications which are now, we were talking about artificial intelligence, or even the solutions which our Indian companies are providing. There are lots of opportunity for innovation into those things. And that's what we are promoting as an education institution. We want to continue doing that. And that is where the curriculum of any program which we are talking about. I'm deviating from the sort of more commercial aspect, but I'm talking more from the institutional aspect, which is very important. So institutions need to bring those curriculums which are taught and which are put into the context of sustainability. So in my institution, my university, we have pledged that all the programs, all the courses are taught in a sustainable context. So sustainability is a common thread which goes through from their first year to their final year, and they develop that thread right from the basic level to an advanced application level, and that is what is a new way of looking at sustainability and adding to the society, to the community with that knowledge. That may not be directly applicable, but it is back of their mind that when they have a choice to make between an option A and option B, they look at that sustainability or that innovative and you know that solution which gives our environment more edge. They will produce and they will choose that solution. The second point is a lot of policy advocacy. We have got smart cities mission. We have got the Gati Shakti, where a lot of logistics and supply chain aspects are happening. We can, imagine that the kind of energy consumed in our urban areas is almost in transportation and buildings is almost 70% of the total energy consumption. And if you add all that and we see, we want to make all those impact, the smart cities where lots of interventions can happen, and those kind of curriculum, those kind of courses, those interventions can also help in achieving and in addressing those G20 values, etc. The third thing which I was talking about, this whole circular economy, material recycle, the water use. There have been lots of instances where the material can be recycled and the equally good quality byproduct of that material can be put into good use. That kind of mindset, that kind of training and education, circular economy, and there is a now new course which we are producing for our graduate is environment and development. So how the development can happen with an environment in hand. So some of these initiatives which education institutions, they have got responsibility. I have got responsibility in training the future generations, future youth, their mindset, the graduates, they go into the profession. And when we are talking about construction, our types of universities are producing thousands of construction management and construction professional, definitely they are going to make a difference. And that's where we can contribute as an education institution into sustainability, into attaining and achieving the G20 values, which is economic development, but at the same time keeping the environment and sustainability hand in hand. So I'll stop here, but I'm happy to come back, sir, for any follow-up question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really wonderful to have your words on all these development, sustainability, as well as the future generation. There's another one good word I picked up from your talk is the innovation. So when we talk about innovation, we talk about the present, we talk about the future. We may talk about the data management, we talk about the digitization, we may talk about these smart ways to take care of the huge task. Because the more the development, more the issues, more data management and all those things. So why not we talk to Ms. Garima Bharadwaj, who is co-founder and Light Research Private Limited. First of all, a nice word research there. So, and I just was talking to her. She was a co-founder of OYO. So she was the co-founder of OYO, and now she has moved up with another development. So over to you, Garima.
Thank you so much. While I was the founding member of OYO, yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Mittal. And it's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to be part of such a forum which is harping so much about sustainability. So if we go back to talking about why we started this in the first place, about G20 and our presidency, we are helming the presidency this year as India, and our theme being Vasudev Kutumbakam, which means one earth, one family, one future. And one of the most important policies that the G20 has picked up this year is making an investable infrastructure for the future. So our theme is very much aligned to the policy that we are all speaking about here today. Now we started this conversation talking about infrastructure is imperative. It is going to happen, nothing is going to stop it. The 2030 goal for the world to reach the infrastructure need is $90 trillion that we are talking about. And $90 trillion is a huge number. It is going to be divided between the emerging and the developing economies and the developed economies. The emerging and the developing economies will be working on their maintenance backlogs inside the building. They will be working on making a lot of new buildings. Why are so many new buildings needed? Look at our country. We are progressing, we are prospering. Our middle class is growing, so is the population, and so is the employment. So there will be a lot of development in the infrastructure which is going to happen in a country like ours. And also developed economies. Do we think developed economies are any better when it comes to infrastructure? They are aging, they are archaic. And they are operating on a lot of underinvestment which happened when the infrastructure was built in the first place. That's where we are in the terms of infrastructure. And I think one number which has come up over and over is 70% of the world is yet to be built till 2050, which means there's a lot of problem when it comes to infrastructure, which brings about a lot of scope for everybody to build a lot of solutions that can bring about sustainability in the entire system. Now, if we talk about that, why is infrastructure investment so important? So much infrastructure is going to grow. A 70% GHG emission is actually allocated to buildings, the transports, the resource, the materials, and everything around the building. Hence, it becomes very important to choose technologies for a better future. If today we are choosing technologies, ways, and methods which are not something which cater to climate change, we are locking in the emissions right away, which is again something that Mr. Malik had also picked up earlier in the morning. You cannot pick up problems and lock in the emissions for your building already. Or even if you're retrofitting your buildings and you still decide to go with the unsustainable options, okay, chalta hai, kar lete hain, abhi dekhenge. Again, you're locking in because a building is meant to last for 30, 40, 50 years. And hence, it's very important to unlock those emissions, choose technologies and methods which will make these infrastructure investable. We're talking about making infrastructures an asset class.
How will they become an asset if they're deteriorating on a lot of means and mechanisms? So one thing that I believe in, and I think that even Enlight as an organization which we wanted to stand on the pedestal was sustainability. And we went back to the thought of something which launched early in 2000 called Know Your Customer. Why Know Your Customer became so important was to do a business with a person or an organization, you exactly knew the risk associated with the person, everything that you wanted to know on the financial attributes of that person, and only would then you progress on working with a building or with a personal. And because it was mandated after a point by the government, KYC took care of the part where a lot of fraudulent mechanisms could be then curbed. And hence, why not have Know Your Building, where you could know all the data about the building real time, whether the buildings are to be penalized, whether the buildings are to be given grants, how are they performing on their energy, on their sustainability, on their wastage management, extremely becomes important to all of us. But today we talk about the ECBC codes, we talk about so many building codes. How do we see all this data real time? How do we know the building has that? And how do we know which buildings are actually performing, underperforming, could form a part of asset class? If a building is to become investable and a part of asset class, it becomes important that the building falls under the realms of something called a Know Your Building, where you know the health of the building, the whereabouts of the building. Is it investable enough? How has it proceeded in the last 20, 30 odd years? How it has been operated, and how the future operations are going to be according to that. Because these things are very important at policy levels for all of us to think about and try to do them. Infrastructure is always going to grow. It is not going anywhere. So to make it more lucrative for a lot of investment from the outside, or make it lucrative for a lot of students to be a part of infrastructure at some point, we need to mandate certain things which have to become important. I'm sure with the government thinking about a lot of policies and the impacts of it, we can think of affordable innovation which can be brought about in all kinds of infrastructures, because we are just not making grade A buildings, we are making small, mid-sized, hospitals coming up everywhere. There are each and every kind of buildings that we need today, and possibly something on the lines of a Know Your Building will provide a lot of database to everybody, for everybody to see, to bring about transparency, first of all, which probably lacks in our segment a lot today. And that transparency is just not about who does this building belong to, but the performances of the building. And probably we will come up with new building codes, we will come up with something on the lines of KYB, and just make much more smarter, livable, investable, and sustainable infrastructures. Thank you.
Wonderful. Our future is in safe hands. Okay, wonderful, Garima. And when we talk about KYC or Know Your Customer or Know Your Building, so we have the most experienced person in this industry with us on the dais, आर्किटेक्ट लीना कुमार जी. मैम, जब ये KYC और KYB आ गया, एक नया आपके लिए एक शब्द KYB, नो योर बिल्डिंग, आपसे ज़्यादा कौन जानता है? आपके हिसाब से आज की तारीख में, लाइक हाउ योर एक्सपीरियंस, यू कैन शेयर योर एक्सपीरियंस ऑन द बिल्ट एनवायरनमेंट versus the sustainability in your terms, especially in the works you did in Karnataka, especially Bangalore, where if you need to go somewhere, you don't have enough road widths, you're stuck in jams, and at the same time, it was when I was in college, I did my case study, or I did my thesis on one of the lake there in Bangalore, and now I don't see the lake there. So what is the situation and how you think that's going to be in the future? Over to you.
Thank you. Yes, I come from Bangalore. It was a city of lakes. And G20 is around the corner, and of course we're going to host it next year. And I believe that each one of us, if we spend some effort in walking the talk, it's not so difficult to really come about and add in a very progressive way to our country, to our environment, to our cities. Apart from my profession, where I spend a lot of energy, a lot of very conscious effort to deliver buildings, to deliver materials, to use materials that are sensitive, that are appropriate to the space, to the client, to the location. What we have undertaken as a group of concerned citizens is we have undertaken to try and save some lakes on the outskirts of Bangalore. It's called the Suvarnamukhi catchment area. It covers about 280 square kilometers. And I believe that if each one takes one, it's really not so difficult to make the place a much better place to live, which I believe is the real sole purpose of our life for all of us, is just to have a happy life. And to lead a happy life is not really very easy. It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of effort from each one of us. So instead of only complaining and grumbling, I thought it's very appropriate, it's very necessary that each one takes on some responsibility to contribute to what our country is going through, to what our country is going to transform to. So I'm going to give you very, very briefly of how it's not so difficult to take up such projects. And that's all I'm going to speak about. So it's just that it's easy for every one of us to take something on. So we've taken up this Suvarnamukhi catchment area, which is 280 square kilometers, just outside the city of Bangalore. And we've taken something outside because we thought it's a much easier learning. It's less polluted, less people, and so it would be easier than taking up lakes that's within the heart of the city, which has a lot more complications to deal with. So to begin with, really all we need is a table of contents. And we start with studying the water bodies of Karnataka. We begin with studying how each one of them is interconnected, and so, which is why each one is as important as the other, because it all is a series of lakes that eventually becomes one, really. It's just about one water. So if one source is polluted, then the pollution carries on everywhere, and especially if it's upstream. The importance of conservation of tanks and lakes, the socio-economic impact of conservation, and how lakes are so important to the city to keep its microclimate apart from the macroclimate, because around lakes you have fauna, you have birds, you've got animals, and that's really important to keep the climate down. We did a study on the contamination of the catchment areas and the findings of the teams, the objectives, creating awareness, our role. So this really is the table of contents, and the reason why I'm going through it is just to explain that it's a fairly easy thing to do for anyone. It's easy because the problem is staring at your face, the solutions are not so complicated to arrive at, and it's as complicated also because it involves the interaction between citizens and governments, and that's always a problem. So we did a study on water contamination of tanks, lakes, and streams in Bangalore, and how it all goes down into groundwater, which is really the source of our drinking water, the source of life in a way, because that's where we get the water from. And once that is contaminated, it's a big problem for us to deal with. And the situation now is such that we got to deal with it now before it gets so bad that to treat that water becomes a lot more expensive and it becomes a lot more difficult. Then we did a study on the types of water pollutants and the source of it. And by and large, we have sources which are point sources, which is very easy to deal with because you know exactly where the pollutants are entering the lakes and tanks and streams, and you can deal with that. The other ones are, of course, much more generic, like fertilizers, plant nutrients, radioactive systems, material. Those are more difficult because the source is not really a point, but it's over a much larger area of land, and that really needs a law perhaps to change the materials that we use. Eventually, of course, all the tanks and lakes are connected together and it becomes one. So it's important to deal with all sources of water, all lakes, all streams, but we have taken one to start with and as our contribution to the city that we live in. And that's not really such a difficult thing to do. Microclimatic conditions are important because they eventually lead to the macroclimates, and that is why our lakes and streams are important. We have a plan of action to clean the lakes. One is we have the conservation of lakes, and for that we really need the correct strategy. So we would be using geospatial technology, remote sensing, catchment data area, and after we do that, we do a geophysical survey to make sure that the data we have collected is true to the ground itself. We have begun with taking water samples to do an analysis of the water quality at various points of sources of the lakes and streams that we are dealing with. We have begun identifying the sources of pollution, the pollutants and the polluters, and we have with us a gamut of really a slew of consultants, which is really one of the best parts about all this because we learn from each other, of how to deal with the pollutants, what is the ways to remove the pollutants before it really enters the lakes. We've begun, of course, you have to involve the regulatory authorities to stop polluters and major polluters like industrial effluents, which really is the easier part of it because it's a point source of pollution, and that's not so difficult to, I mean, it's difficult and yet not so difficult to deal with. To conduct a ground survey to collect ground data from various sources. And most important, of course, is the remedial measures that we suggest after the analysis of multiple data collection. So data collection becomes very critical in this. And the way we have decided to go about this, the only way perhaps that we can, is to connect with relevant government bodies to initiate desilting. We begin with desilting, where there's a need to increase live storage of water. Bioremediation, which is not very difficult to do, it's something that you can do right away, to induct algae, fungus into the water that would really clean the system. But that's also important as to what really you induct into water. Phytoremediation of selected lakes. Then creating wetlands wherever it's possible, wherever there is land available near the lakes, because that's a fairly simple, inexpensive way of treating water. And to treat where the nalas and the really enter the stream. So there is a proposal from the government to have an STP, and that's what they propose to do, but they say they'll do it only in 2025 for whatever reason, but even before that we need to address it to at least reduce the amount of contamination into the water. Lastly, we need to create awareness. I mean, we can't clean, we can't maintain unless the public buys into it, unless the public really takes ownership of the streams and lakes that are around its vicinity, and only then can we really deliver something that's worthy. And eventually, really, it's all about the people. It's only if the people want it that can anything be successful. So creating awareness, we've already begun in talking to people, having some seminars, and calling children in to clean streams. So we had one session where there was a little nala going by, and we had school children coming to clean the lakes. And for them, of course, it was great fun to get into the water and clean. We identified government departments for implementing the proposed project. There are 9 of them that we have identified. So really the whole intent of this was to say that it's not so difficult for us to really walk the talk, for each one of us to take up an initiative which is outside of your professional life, to give back and to contribute to making the place a better place to live in, better air to breathe. And eventually, it's really up to the citizens. It's always very easy to say that the government doesn't do this and that, but we can do whatever is possible within our means. And I do believe that it's very doable, especially by professionals in this industry, because we already know a lot of it. We already have a lot of information to it. We already are fairly well connected with consultants, with the knowledge of what we can do to get ourselves involved in such activity. So that's where I really conclude, and to say that Bangalore was a city of lakes. It's all disappeared. We hardly have any anymore, which is really the cause of a lot of floods. And there's a very big movement to really get lakes back, and whatever lakes that we do have, to clean it, to rejuvenate it. And I believe it's possible, because the movement is quite large, and this is what we have done to do our part to really walk the talk, if I may say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. आपकी बातों में याद आया कि लेट डॉक्टर अब्दुल कलाम ने कभी बात की थी नदियों को जोड़ने की, और अगर लेक से शुरुआत होगी तो नदियाँ भी कभी ना कभी जुड़ी जाएंगी. So before, since it is overshoot, we thought that we'll have some more discussion. We have some questions from the audience, but questions will continue during the lunch time. But before that, because there's another session, and I can already see the speakers of the next session is already eager to come and talk about. So over to Pinaki for the closing remarks and concluding the session.
Yeah, thank you to the panelists. Thank you, Anupam sir, for being a wonderful moderator. We just kind of overshot some time, but that's fine, because what we heard was really enriching, right from the resilient cities to infrastructure to, I think, the importance of water being a scarce commodity, and SDG 6, which is also on water, says that by 2030 we have to halve the treatment of what we are right now, because 80% of wastewater goes untreated. So thank you so much, Leena ma'am, and I just wanted to thank all the panelists who are here in this session, Dr. Architect Leena Kumar ji, Professor Anil Kashyap ji, Masood Malik sir, Sanjay Goel sir, Garima and Anupam Mittal sir for their time and devotion to this session. I would request Swati to carry the proceedings now.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving further, I would like to thank all the speakers seated on the dais. Before that, would like to request Assistant Secretary General ASSOCHAM to please come to hand over the ASSOCHAM souvenir. First of all, would like to request the souvenir to Professor Dr. Anil Kashyap. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause? Would like to request to hand over the ASSOCHAM souvenir to Ms. Garima Bhardwaj. Can we have a big round of applause? Would like to request to hand over to Architect Leena Kumar. Would like to request the ASSOCHAM souvenir to Architect Anupam Mittal ji. Can we have a big round of applause? To hand over to Shri Masood Malik ji. And to hand over to Architect Sanjay Goel ji. Thank you so much to all our speakers today. Thank you for. Before moving on, would like to request all our speakers to please come forward for the group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, I must tell you that we'll be starting our next technical session 2 in next moment, that is on integrating life principles and smart city. Thank you so much, all the dignitaries. Now, for the next technical session, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request from ASSOCHAM GEM, Mr. Subrata Rat. Can we have a big round of applause?
Thank you, Swati. Thanks, Haris. Namaskar, Lucknow. So we have here the technical session 2 today. The theme is integrating life principles on smart cities. So I will be coordinating these sessions. The intent of the sessions that you can see here is that we are doing two things here. One is integrating life. Life, you can see the LIFE, lifestyle for environment. और ये जो word है, lifestyle for environment. This was coined by our Honorable Prime Minister, Modi ji, in the context of making everything very much हमारे लाइफस्टाइल के अंदर एनवायरनमेंट, क्लाइमेट चेंज और छोटे छोटे चीज़ों से किस तरह से हम बिजली बचा सकते हैं, पानी बचा सकते हैं, या फिर आप बताइए कि कैसे भी कोई भी चीज़ को स्मार्ट बना सकते हैं. स्मार्ट नॉट इन द कंटेक्स्ट ऑफ ओनली सिटीज़, स्मार्ट विलेजेस, स्मार्ट पीपल, that also matters here. So to start, before starting this sessions, we would like to have our partner here. So we'd like to hear from Sri Manisika, President, and Ms. Anil Dobal, ASSOCHAM Marketing EC Industries, Elevator Division. So I'd like to, like our product partner to come on the stage and give the presentation, please. Thank you.
Namaste, Lucknow. A very good afternoon to all the eminent members present over here. Myself, I am Anita Dobal, heading marketing vertical of EC Elevator Birla Group. Here, I am pleased to share the stage with my president, Mr. Manish Sikka. Wishing you all a very happy, healthy, safe and prosperous new year. EC Elevator Birla Group परिवार की तरफ से आप सभी को नव वर्ष की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं. Thanks to the organizer for inviting us to the vibrant, cosmopolitan Lucknow, well known for its history and heritage, and also famous for the Nawabi andaz and delicious kebab. Allow me to take you a few minutes through the presentation and through the legacy of Birla Group serving the nation by the trust in the 77 years and meeting the growing demands of the nation. My content will make through about us, a brief about us, our purpose, the facility, the clientage, our pan-India presence, and the advantages. The smart feature we are using in our product, in our elevator, also in the terms of our services. I'm glad to share that we are one of the oldest, trustworthy, and indigenous brand. We are manufacturing 99% product in-house with the facility of state-of-art manufacturing setup in Delhi NCR in Ghaziabad. We have in-house research and design team which help us to cope up with the advanced technology and app-based, ERP-based services. Be it our customer care, be it our app through services, be it services through the ERP system, all these things. We have a wide product range which are catering your retail sector, your industrial sector, your commercial sector, be it high-rise, be it mid-rise, all the sector we are covering. So here I would like to call my president to start with our purpose.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll just make it short and sweet, 2-3 minutes. I know the panelists are getting ready to get on the stage and really fire. in a nutshell, we are a new wine in a new bottle. 77 years is pre-independence. We started in 1945. It's surprising to note that we are the first Indian elevator manufacturer, but you don't see us much around, right? So those questions I'll try and answer when I'm networking with you, but we got acquired by a German company in 2002, and we became OEMs to that company, and we restarted. The brand remained, the Birla family kept the brand and the manufacturing facility. So in 2015, we restarted and came back into the market. The purpose that we have set for ourselves is what I'll talk about for a minute. There are 5 elements to our purpose, and the way we look at our purpose is future looking backwards. This is where we think we will be, and whatever we need to do today to reach there is our purpose. 5 elements: safety, sustainability, which is the topic of this conclave today, smart, which I think will be discussed now, and I just have a 3-minute AV for you guys to understand how elevators can be smart and how smart elevators can promote a lot of efficiencies as well as sustainability in our product. We are also talking about being recognized for our people and the best-in-class customer experience. These are 5 elements of our purpose. We have a full-fledged manufacturing facility that is in Ghaziabad, which is around 250,000 square feet. We have an ability currently with a capacity of doing about 5,000 elevators in a year, which is expandable to about 10,000 as and when we need it. We are growing fast. 2015, we started with North. Most cities in North are covered, and as you see from the map, we are getting into all parts of India now. The solution portfolio ranges, in short, to anything and everything up to 2.5 meters per second in terms of speed, which means up to about 130 meters of building heights. Everything is made in India, as Anita said, not 99%, about 91%. Rare magnets are still being imported from China. Otherwise, most of this is being produced in India. Some of our greatest assets that we've built up in the last few years, just to showcase our credentials. The number of units tell us those credentials. We are competing against the big daddies of the world. This industry is dominated by 4 or 5 multinational companies. They've been there for 100 years, and it's not easy to stand up against them. But we are doing that, and very happy to see the Indian developers and the Indian fraternity really believing in our products and services that we have brought to the core. And people like Signature Global with 885 units. These are one of the largest block deals in elevator space. So a company like of our stature coming up and standing and delivering such units is itself showcasing our credentials, and we really wanted to portray this to you. Some of these units are shown here. These are 100+ elevator development projects that we are doing currently. We do a lot in the industrial sector, rough terrain, cement, power plants, nuclear power plants. These are open elevators, flame-proof, explosion-proof, all kinds. So we have that kind of expertise available inside our factory. And just to wrap it up, a few elements I'll talk about. 77 years showcases trust. Aesthetics is something we understand and believe the world over people look forward to today. Elevators were created like dabbas earlier. Elevator companies really didn't focus on the aesthetics, but most of them are now, and so are we. India, unfortunately, today has an IS code for elevators, which defines the safe way of designing and making elevators work. But almost just about 11 or 12 states in India have a lift act. So it's up to the lift companies to decide whether they want to make and create products and make them work basis the IS codes and basis the safe compliant codes that are prevalent. By the way, the IS codes just got refurbished. They are being copied as part of the European harmonized codes, which are really, really up to date. It's a world-class code structure that has been brought in, and we've been given as an industry 2 years to implement it. The problem is who checks it. We are one company which are proud to say that we are absolutely IS compliant today, and we will remain code compliant in the future. That's one of the big things that we bring into the market as an Indian company. The other big thing I want to talk about is smart. I have an AV of 3 minutes to show you. Today, as a strategy and as a company, we've invested heavily into a smart connected elevator. And a smart connected elevator will bring in paradigm shifts in the future in the way we use as a user and as elevator companies how we run the operations. It will bring in a lot of transparency. It will bring real-time data. It will allow algorithms and AI to come in and bring in predictive maintenance schedules that people talk about. But these are things that we are doing. We are the only elevator company in India today who is supplying every elevator which is smart and connected. So 3 minutes of AV that I would like you to have a look at. We are around. We also showcasing that in our stall outside. And we'll be happy to connect with you and show you what the smart brings up. One of the major changes that we have seen in the elevator space is around the life cycle of the product. A lot of value engineering has happened, and I think it's against sustainability, which is the subject of this conclave. The life cycle of an elevator has gone down from the previous 30 years to about 15 years currently, and that's not good. What is driving that? I think the August Forum here knows better than me. But my take is, as a company, we've decided not to follow that route. And since sustainability is part of our purpose, we've decided to keep and peg our life cycle at a minimum 20 years. And that's the big thing that we bring into the market still. So that's about us. Thank you for your patience. I just have a small AV that I'll request Anita to share with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. AV, please.
The ease of doing and getting things done has seen a dramatic improvement in recent times with innovative technology and digitization. Elevators are no exceptions. Welcome to the world of smart elevators. At ECE, we are causing paradigm shifts in the way people use and experience elevators. Take Aditi for example, going to office on the 12th floor every day. She doesn't use elevator buttons at all. She uses her phone to scan a QR code at her entry level, presses a button on her phone and reaches her destination. GPS panic button is a lifesaver. Accidents in a lift are a result of botched rescue attempts when stuck in a lift.
Is connected to experts on real-time basis who provide rescue support and eases anxiety. Rahul would miss a heartbeat if his elevator stopped working due to a glitch. Repeated calls and lack of response visibility was a routine. Not anymore. Easy Customer app now enables him to just click for help and all response actions remain visible with timelines, and all this gets logged. Convenience and transparency at his fingertips. Akash's company manages facilities of multiple buildings across 5 cities. He has no centralized elevator management system. He depends on his team to respond on ground, provide performance updates, and reacts to situations with time delays and without any transparency. EC's remote group elevator management has made Akash feel proactive, as they can on real-time basis monitor and control the entire elevator operations for all projects in all 5 cities on his laptop. It's so simple. He can see any of his elevators functioning live. Errors and alarms are flashed, and advanced self-diagnostic records all failures. EC's Smart Care team monitors the elevators real-time and take corrective action, simultaneously improving uptimes. Like Aditi, Rahul and Akash, all our customers will have smart elevators and will celebrate more empowerment, transparency, and convenience. Smart is not an option, it's a standard for all to benefit from. We take great pride in being the first to make smart a standard offering, ensuring that the power of Internet of Things bring huge benefits to the elevator users. Connected and smart elevators is a start we have made. We promise a revolution ahead for our users. Our customers are delighted.
हाँ ECE इंडिया का अपना लिफ्ट विदेशी से बेहतर
I would request you all to please visit our stall. We are here representing as an elevator partner to the ASSOCHAM, and you can ask if you have any questions, please. And thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Would like to request Shri Neeraj Arora ji to please come on stage and hand over the ASSOCHAM souvenir to Shri Manish Sikka and Miss Anita Dobhal. Thank you so much to our partner. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause, please? Thank you so much. Moving forward to our technical session 2, would like to request again Mr. Shub to start this technical session. Thank you.
Thank you, Swati. Thanks again. So we have smart cities, smart elevators, smart villages, smart people, and now we'll have a smart session with some smart panelists. So let's move on. Very fast. So today we have a gallant of, you can say, great speakers, great panelists who will be giving their perspectives on smart cities and how the life principles can be accommodated, can be implemented. So I would like to call upon the stage Sri Ajay Poparji, Chairman, ASSOCHAM Council and Water and President, Iron Exchange Limited. Thank you, sir. Sri Manish Sankarji, Co-Founder, Neo Energy. Please. Thank you, sir. So we would welcome Sri Deepak Tiwari ji, Research Fellow Energy Program, WRI India. Yeah, sure. We have architect Arun Kumar with us, Chairman, ASSOCHAM JM Jharkhand, Principal Architect, The Creators, Ranchi. We have with us Sri Mayur Desai ji, General Manager, Modern Plumbing, Prince Pipes and Fittings Limited. Please call on the stage, sir. Architect Anand Tatu ji, Chairman, ASSOCHAM JM Gujarat and Chairman Anand Tatu Architects. We have with us Architect Lokendra Balsaria ji, Co-Chairman, ASSOCHAM JM Gujarat Architect Urban Planner, Lapalgeo. Lokendra Balasaria ji, please come on the stage, sir. Architect Nalin Goel, Co-Chairman, ASSOCHAM JM Jharkhand and Principal Architect Nalin Goel and Associates. He will be the moderator of the sessions. The stage is yours, sir. Welcome to you. So without wasting any more time, I would like to take the charge to Architect Nalin Goel as a moderator. Thank you very much, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Shub. So we are going to be talking about integrating life principles and smart cities. Life principles is something that our Honorable Prime Minister had put up at COP26, and it means lifestyle for environment. And it's basically an inclusive statement which says that, we need to come together with collective participation with mindful and deliberate utilization instead of mindless and destructive consumption, right? And in this, what our panel felt was that, water is one of the most important resources that we need to take care of in this life, in the life principle. So water is life's matter and matrix, mother and medium. There is no life without water. As a matter of fact, all land animals, all land has ancestry in the water, So water is what gives life. So, we need to handle that, and we need to address that very seriously. That is the requirements. So I would like to introduce the panel. Shri Ajay Poparji, he's an engineer in plastics technology with a post-graduation in marketing management and fellow Indian Plastics Institute. He has more than 40 years experience with reputed Indian companies. His specialization has been in nurturing concepts and innovation, strategizing growth, and leading its successful implementation, developing people, processes, and systems. He's currently the chairman of the ASSOCHAM Council of Water and the president of Ion Exchange India. Welcome, sir. So then is Manish Sonkarji. He is the co-founder of New Energy, serial entrepreneur and innovator with more than 20 years of entrepreneurial and technology-based service and product development experience, designed and deployed technology solutions to top Fortune 500 clients, worked with more than 100 startups, companies, so extremely distinguished. Welcome, sir. Deepak Tiwari ji. He's a research fellow in the energy program at World Resources Institute, WRI India, works on building sector decarbonization and sustainable cooling actions to support cities in their clean energy transition. Welcome, sir. Architect Arun, my chairman from the Jharkhand chapter. Architect Arunji, he's the proprietor and principal architect of The Creators, one of the leading architecture engineering consulting firms of Jharkhand, with over 30 years of experience and 800 plus projects in various fields of architecture. He's currently the chairman of the ASSOCHAM Jharkhand chapter. Welcome, sir. Shri Mayur Desai ji, he's the general manager of modern plumbing. We've just heard him, eloquent speaker. Modern plumbing at Prince Pipes and Fittings. Brings with him 24 years of experience in plumbing and drainage. We have architect Anand Tatuji. He studied architecture at CEPT and is an Ahmedabad-based architect who established Complete Design Organization in 1984. The firm specializes in architecture planning, interior design services all over India. The firm is proficiently equipped to handle jobs of various kinds and magnitude. Tatuji is currently the IIA and ASSOCHAM GEM Gujarat chapter chairman, so he holds the dual this thing. Lastly, welcome, sir. Lastly, I would like to introduce architect Lokendra Balasaria ji. Lokendra ji is an Ahmedabad-based architect, urban planner, and ecologist. He's the founder of Laspazio Designs, Tree Walks, Water Action Group. He is also the national coordinator of Global Tree Initiative. Lokendra ji has been selected among the top 10 water warriors of India by the Better India in 22. He is currently the co-chairman of the ASSOCHAM GEM Gujarat chapter. Welcome, sir. So I'd like to start with Poparji. Water stress is imminent. Can you please elaborate on that, sir? So we'll have a discussion. I mean, I don't think we'll be doing any presentations. We'll just have a discussion in this session.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me on this panel. All of us are experiencing water stress, but if one wants to quantify, it's known as the amount of water which is generally available per capita. And the definition of water stress is that if it falls below 1,000 liter per capita per day, that region or that country is water stressed. As it looks, and if you look at the trends, we should be water stressed by the year 2020. If we do not manage our water well. Now, it's an elixir of life, and we from the water industry and most of you, the users of water, will realize that its importance is more than what oil was in the previous century. Because we had substitute for oil in terms of energy. And today, if you look at the energy transition which is happening globally, we are moving away from fossil fuels because the renewables have become very competitive. And there is exciting buzz over green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, gray hydrogen to supplement our energy requirements. But there's absolutely no substitute for water. Unless someone looks at alternate sources of water, to supplement water which is required, primarily for agriculture, then for industries, and most importantly for consumption. The priority obviously goes to consumption, the domestic consumption. Then comes the industry, and of course when it comes to demand and priority, it's always agriculture. So we are in a very difficult situation with decreasing quality of water, decreasing quantity of water, deteriorating quality of water, and increased demand and consumption coming from agriculture, because food and water, that's way, are closely related as much as energy and water is related. So we are in a very challenging situation in terms of managing this scarce water very efficiently.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, sir. This is extremely, it's an eye-opener always. So I'd like to put this second question, like to pose the second question to Manishji. How can technology, as in IT, support green initiatives in managing water and energy better?
Just to point out, we in New Energy, how we have been approaching it, initially we looked at the energy sector, and what we saw that the whole approach to green has been like putting out large farms and across it. People, although, are currently looking at rooftop solars and things around it, but the main thing was if you can connect them and make it a decentralized system. That is where I see the water also coming into play, because water conservation and a reuse of it, if that can be connected into a decentralized network, which has not been approached, and like you mentioned, the whole, it is basically it helps you in double fold, because not only the water supplies, but also it can be used as an energy storages, which is where we feel a major play could be brought in. And a lot of action has been happening in this space within the SME sector, which I continuously interact with, and where we see that the kind of innovations, if they are brought onto a platform which connects all of these together, that's where you will see a disruptive change coming onto this, especially the smart cities that we talk about.
So, like a cohesive action related to water, energy, and sustainability and, renewable is where we need to focus on and probably get the correct impacts.
100%.
Deepak ji, the next question would be for you. What are the, so it's kind of, building on what Manish ji has said, what are the interventions that you are currently working with cities concerning energy transition, building sector decarbonization that you're working with?
So thank you. So thank you for this question. So before I respond to your question, I would like to thank ASSOCHAM for providing us this opportunity to be a part of this discussion. And it's a sort of an honor for me to be a part of this panel session with such distinguished guests. So I think we heard a little earlier about the water part. I would like to touch the energy related aspects and how this life principles can be integrated into the energy saving aspect. And this is based on our one of the studies that we conducted 4 or 5 years back in the Bangalore city, and where the utility company BESCOM was involved. So and I think, so this particular program was on how consumer behaviors can be influenced, so that means we can enhance energy savings. And we call this a behavioral energy efficiency program. So I would say that this behavioral aspects are not only related to energy savings or energy efficiency, but it could be applied to any sort of a resource conservation part. So either could be a water. In the morning we talked about a lot of alternative materials, recycled materials. So again, that behavioral aspects need to be integrated if you want to promote or penetrate those type of materials into the mainstream. So so this particular study we did with our partner, that is Tide, that is also a non-profit organization based out of Chennai and Bangalore. And the utility partner was BESCOM, and we basically did a study with 4,000 households in the Bangalore. Those are generally apartments, or 2 BHK, 3 BHK apartments. And what we did a sort of a preliminary assessment of those households and try to assess what is their energy consumption patterns or how they are consuming the energy, what are different type of energy systems they have installed, and what is their sort of operational behavior of using those particular systems. And then basically we customized, we developed a sort of a report that we call a home energy report, and that used to go with that electricity bill that used to come from the utility partner. And that home energy report basically captures certain things, certain important things. So there are certain 2-3 important elements. So one aspect is it basically gives it basically provides a summary of what is your actual monthly energy consumption and what is your neighborhood's energy consumption, or the consumption of the average consumption within your community. So it basically gives a sense to the consumer that I am consuming this much, but my average neighborhood or the average community consumption is this much. So it sort of gives a comparison to the benchmark. So first aspect was this. The second important aspect was the personalized feedback to the consumers, that how they can reduce their energy consumption or bring it to that benchmark level or bring it to the average consumption level. And that was basically, I think, was the most important part, because when we did a follow-up assessment after this study, follow-up survey, so most of the respondents said that this was the unique part of this thing, and it basically gave them the motivation to reduce their energy consumption or shift their behavior patterns. And the third important aspect of this home energy report was also we gave, based on their energy consumption patterns, how they are using their equipment and appliances, we gave them a goal that this could be your goal for next quarter or next 3 months. You try to achieve this, and you can achieve this through following these recommendations. So I think this means when we did this study, there were a lot of learnings for us, that what sort of important elements basically trigger the consumer behavior. And I'll come to the findings of this particular study. So when we did this study in 4,000 households, the average energy savings per month was around 7%. So you may say that this 7% is sort of a very modest savings. But when we did a sort of we extrapolated those results, and if you apply it to the entire Bangalore city, then the savings would be huge. And I think in this particular analysis, there was no major intervention, no capex intervention, major capex intervention, but still there was 7% energy savings. So I think if we can, and this behavioral change, I think it is a very important aspect of life principles also. Because when we talk about life, so it is about changing the attitude of the consumers, changing the mindset of the consumers, and try to push them towards sustainability or reducing their resource consumption. So I'll stop here, and maybe if time allows, I can. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Deepak ji. That was extremely, the revelation was really nice. So while you were speaking, what I thought of was, awareness is huge. So there were two things that I felt which probably, the people were receptive. One was that there wasn't too much capex, so people weren't really spending, and therefore, automatically the doors open. The moment you talk about spending, there's a shield that comes. So that, I think, is a very, very important aspect. And the other is that through this database, you're creating awareness. Most people, when you look at numbers, is when, when a person says, "Humko fever ho gaya hai," unless and until you know the number, you don't know how sick you feel. So a person might be having 103 fever, but he'll be walking around, and the moment he comes to know he's got 103, he'll probably just faint right there. So what happens is that, once you're aware of these numbers is when, the impact actually comes. So with regards to that,
If you allow
I'm sorry.
just 1 minute,
Yeah.
just I want to share one more thing. It is not always about opting for the highest efficiency rated appliances also. Suppose a consumer go for a 5-star rated appliances, but means he will be able to reap the benefits when he's operating it correctly. Suppose we take an example of air conditioners. So many people are not aware that what temperature setting we have to operate. So 18 degree, even you buy a 5-star AC and you operate it at 18 degrees centigrade, it is not going to give any sort of a benefit. So I think we need to, you rightly mentioned that awareness is very much important for the consumers.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's I think the key. So taking that forward, I'd like to ask Arunji a question. See, on the urban scale, how important is public? So now I would like to kind of extrapolate that to water, and you know, we had a huge, really nice discussion on energy. We can take it up to water now, and you know, it's the same thing I'd like to put to you on the urban scale. What is, you know, how important is public awareness, and you know, what kind of government incentives can help towards, you know, water conservation and harvesting? I mean, this came about from the fact that instead of fining people, if you can give incentives, it's an optimistic thing, it's not a pessimistic thing. And, you know, you're looking at progress rather than, you know, regress. So will incentives help more than fines, you know, so, and will that help in creating better awareness? Arunji.
Thank you, Nalin ji. सबसे पहले a big johar from Jharkhand to Lucknow. Thank you very much to ASSOCHAM to give me the opportunity to talk about the conservation of water and the policy we should make for water conservation and all. In fact, if we tell about my state, that is Jharkhand, water is very, very scarce there. It's a hilly terrain. Rain is very much. Rain is around 1200 mm per annual per 1200 per mm per year. But we are not able to even use 1/5 of the rain. Everything goes to the river and it goes. Government has made the policy that rainwater harvesting is must. In fact, they have given a mandate that if you are not doing rainwater harvesting in any of the campus, any of the building, they are going to charge 1.5 times of the tax. So almost 50% extra tax they have to pay if the rainwater harvesting is not there. But unfortunately, after doing this also, people are not aware, people are not following that. So it's a big question how people should know that. So in my mind, it always comes that instead of giving any fine, putting any fine, penalizing them, you are not doing, you will be penalized. It is always better to aware them and give some incentive to them. Like what we have proposed to Ranchi Municipal Corporation, that you are giving FAR incentive for green building. That goes to basically builder or it's not peculiar to the common people. But if they are ready to give the incentive to the common people, that suppose you have done rainwater harvesting in your house, you will be getting 5% discount in your holding fee. Then that will be a recurring advantage for all the people, all the city holders, all the householders. And I think that will be a very small and very good initiative from the side of government to support this rainwater harvesting system than penalizing them. And in fact, we have given a petition to the government of Jharkhand that, sir, instead of fining them, penalizing them, give some incentive to the people so that people should go for the rainwater harvesting. And in this, Nalinji, that water consumption from the house is very meager in total perspective. The major part is the agriculture field, that is more than 70% what is being consumed in agriculture. So not only in the urban context, I'd like to tell you the rural context also. People from the rural area, they must also be aware about the conservation of water. They must also know the importance of water, because last 2-3 years, the severe drought we faced in Jharkhand was the eye-opener for everybody, that कि अगर पानी को नहीं बचाएंगे तो हम जी नहीं पाएंगे. And we have very good role models in our Jharkhand. Mr. Somen Oraon, he is an illiterate person, now he's 85 years old. 2016 he got the Padam Shri by Government of India as Waterman of Jharkhand. He propagates his awareness. In fact, he has taken up 51 villages as a model village, and by checking the rainwater, now this 51 villages is producing 25 tons of vegetables per annum, and they are getting all the 3 crops and 100% water supply all through the year. Another very good example is, this is from the social field, I will telling you. Another good initiative was taken by the government that was very important to increase the level of water and to conserve the water. They proposed, they called it as dobhas. Dobha is basically a small pond, 10 feet by 10 feet by 10 feet, and government used to select the location. In fact, if I can show, the location has been identified by the geo survey, and they tell all the villagers कि आप यहाँ पर डोभा खोदो, so that कि natural gravity से पानी जमा हो जाएगा. And this experiment has been done in one of the block. Then finally it has been decided in the state that 5 lakh dovas will be constructed throughout the state. And by doing this, 112 billion liter of waters can be conserved in a year. So it's very small initiative. Anyone can, one dova is costing only 5,000 rupees. And that can be very well, one can get from the first crop only. And third very good private initiative is there for the urban area, that the startups, 2 young boy, in fact engineers, they have taken up the initiative startup. I would like to tell their name, Utkarsh and Nishant, and they have saved 1.5 billion of water in 1 year by giving consultancy to the people, to the mining areas. So I think only proper awareness and proper technology, if we give to the people, they will going to be successful.
Thank you, Arunji. That was extremely insightful, and 3 cheers to Jharkhand and to you to take up these initiatives and get water and to actually promote young talent to get awareness into the society. So again, life is all about awareness, right? And unless you don't do it, you don't inculcate it in your lifestyle, it doesn't work. One example is that of fasting, or of losing weight. So, people get into these crash diets and stuff, and they hate it, they can't handle it. And what happens is that you lose 5 kgs and you gain 15, right? So that's because you've not changed lifestyle. It has come onto you as a law or as a it's something that you've not accepted. So life, and what our Honorable Prime Minister was talking about, is to inculcate it into your life, to understand, and that can only be done if you're aware. The same thing with helmets, right? On a crossing, you'll find people wearing a helmet, otherwise it's hanging from your elbow. It doesn't make sense. I mean, people want to save, you have to understand that it's for your own protection. So one thing that I was thinking of is that, when it comes to the house and when it comes to faucets and usage of water, etc., I think all of us today in our washrooms would have, who are staying in this hotel, would have used the rain shower in the morning to have a bath. And we find water is infinite. Why? Because we don't see our overhead tanks. We don't know how much water is saved. We just turn on the faucet and there is water, right? And you shave and the faucet is on. You can have a bath for one bucket is more than enough to have a bath. What we generally have a 10-bucket bath, because the rain shower is so nice. So, awareness of that water is finite. Water that you're using is finite, is important. So, regarding that, I would like to kind of ask a question to Mayurji, is how important is sizing of faucets in bathrooms, since he is from the plumbing industry and, from Prince. I'd like to ask him, how important is sizing of faucets in bathroom with respect to comfort on one hand and water conservation on the others. There is this dichotomy happening where, a rain shower definitely is extremely nice to have a bath in, but are we doing technologically, are we doing something to still conserve water as well as, be comfortable and be, be happy having a bath? Sir.
Thank you, Goelji. I will want to go back to the beginning of the session where Goelji introduced the full form of life, that is lifestyle for the environment. I will want to further fine tune it. It is subtle lifestyle changes in support of the environment. We've been hearing from our senior colleagues about saving rainwater, then usage of electric or electronic gadgets with BEE rated fixtures, but not using the fixtures in the right way. Water is an extremely sensitive topic, so I will want to go to the basics. Our dear friend Arun Kumarji was discussing about the saving of rainwater in the right appropriate way. There are three ways we could speak about water conservation on a common platform. One is saving of water from the natural resource, that is rain, storing it in the right way, that we've already taken a step ahead. Second is consumption of water to a bare minimum level, functionally required only. And third is whatever water that is wasted could be used back in some way or the other. I will want to go to point number 2, which is the consumption of water, because it starts with us, you, me, and everyone. We all live in hotels and large apartments. Not many of us have ever even wanted to know what are the discharge units of our flush tank, our bathtubs, our rain shower, or most importantly, our laundry machines and the modern dishwashers. These are huge numbers, and we abruptly use these numbers without looking at the large term carbon footprint effect. I will give you an example of a rain shower which started from a 10 liter per minute base, which is now almost touching 50 liters per minute base. Logically, a rain shower is supposed to be used for a short time for that discharge of water. But the rain shower is an enjoyable phenomenon. As a result, it is impossible to stop in a suitable amount of time, because it is a luxurious, involving aspect that a person will not stop at. As a result, it is very relevant to have emphasis on the kind of faucets or the right sizing of faucets that we wish to have in our toilets. Water normally flows through our toilets and our kitchens. My strong model that I will want to propose to the panel is something that the West is already looking at, which is a low-flow toilet model. A low-flow toilet model will have faucets that are fine-tuned to support or discharge water only as per the requirements of a household. These will be not taps which will, you can just start, race off, you're shaving and water is flushing out. That is one option that the West is already looking at. Our bathtubs have to be out of our toilets. There is no two ways about it. And most importantly, the flush tanks, which are normally tuned to 3 liters and 6 liters, have now already changed to 2 and 4 liters for the green building rating. But people are still using the 4 liter twice and reaching the number of almost 9 liters per flush. I think these are the certain changes, certain areas where we all need to come together, we all have to come together and do the fine tuning of, using the water only as much as it is required and not excessively. Water should not be taken as a luxurious element in our life. It is purely a functional need. So, that's what I have to say in this context, in terms of the sizing of the faucets.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayurji. So, it's also, faucets with aerators, faucets with, with low flow, etc. Things need to work that way. We've got waterless urinals coming up and things like that. So technology has to be there for us to,
In fact, Goelji, our government has already taken the initiative, and we have all the faucets which are fine-tuned in the airports already, so you don't have a full-fledged flow of water coming from the basins anymore. You only have a 25 or 30 liter capacity of discharge that comes from the basins in the airports, and not the ones that we used to have all these years. So the government has already taken initiative now. It is up to us, also the developers and the interior designers, to propose a low-flow toilet model for the near future and optimized homes.
Excellent. I'd like to ask Anandji, in terms of making us all aware of, considering water being a national resource, what is the consumption and efficiency pattern across the sectors, if you can, get us aware to, on that aspect.
Thank you, Nalinji. I have very interesting kind of statistics about the consumption pattern of water. If we look at it as a national resource, there are three major sectors where water is consumed. Agriculture sector consumes in India about 84%. Then industry, agriculture globally consumes 69%, and industry consumes 23% globally, while in India we consume about 12%. And domestic consumption globally is approximately 8%, while in India it is meager 4 to 5%. So whatever we have been discussing here, whatever saving that we can make, of course, even if it is in 0.5%, 0.2%, or whatever saving, that is important because of the need to make people aware about the importance of this resource. Because India is declared as one of the most water-stressed countries, and our out of the 50 they have declared, India's rank is 41st. So whatever little effort in any corner is important. But the major focus will have to be to arrest the waste which is happening in the other sectors also, which are the major. And again, I have some interesting statistics. In agriculture, we are wasting about 70% of water that we are using. And industry, we are again wasting 70%. And in domestic, you'll be surprised we are wasting more than 80% of the water that is available to us. Here I believe that why this is happening, because it is freely and easily and without any charges you get the water. So you don't realize that what is the cost of waste, not to the particular person, but to the nation as a whole. I think that needs to be addressed. So there have to be some policy level reforms, and we have to arrest this waste anyways. It can be at any level. It can be, you can check the networks of, water supply. We can also plug the leakages there. There are astonishing figures available that one single, leaking tap can annually cause so much of loss of water. I think Lokendra has some interesting figures about it. And then water harvesting, of course, we have traditional methods of harvesting water. But earlier, as I said, because it is easily available from the pipeline or from the overhead tanks, people don't value the resource as such. Another thing I feel is giving incentives against having punitive actions. I think we Indians, we need some kind of punitive actions, otherwise we don't work. So I believe that whatever comes into our house, like electricity or like internet, the water also has to be metered. And I will go one step further, that whatever goes out also, the drainage also has to be metered and charged. Only then and then, when we are talking about smart people in smart cities, we have to deal with the over-smart or the ignorant people, So in Scandinavian countries, whatever comes into your house or workplace has to be paid for, and whatever goes out, solid waste or drainage, that is also heavily charged. I think only then we will be able to do it. So that's my take about this.
Nice. So here, again, two thoughts come. One is like in electricity, if you're creating electricity through rooftop solar panels, if you have an on-grid system, there's a net metering. Similarly, if we can do some sort of a net metering for water, where the rainwater that you're collecting on your rooftop and you give back to the system, we have an on-grid system and you have net metering. I think, anything when it comes to commerce and when people see that you can make money out of it is when probably it starts becoming more enticing. So that's something that one can kind of look at. At the same time, like what Deepak was saying.
One more small point which I have. If you paid heavily for something, you will take care of it. For example, the industry which is wasting 70% of water is spending millions on erecting those solvent recovery towers because they pay heavily for that. While water is almost free, so they don't care. So that has to be thought of.
Nalini, I would like to come in here. In fact, what you just mentioned, a peer-to-peer network around a water utilization, that will really make a difference here. In fact, a reward and penalty mechanism which builds into it. So somebody who is discharging more gets penalized, and at the same time, that water, if it is actually being utilized by somebody else, he gets a kind of a return payback on that. That will create a much bigger impact, and people will start looking at it as a revenue source. In fact, if you think about it.
Excellent. I think this is something that we can continue. I'd like Lokendra ji, one of our water warriors of India, to kind of give a broad overview, because I would like, to understand from you what life as in the various formats and understandings of life. So if you can kind of sum up what we've been talking with your answer to that, sir. So your understanding on eco-life, sir.
Thanks. Namaskar. But an interesting discussion. I'll talk about two things. We've been looking at different cities, try to find out what are the issues with water, and then designing solutions and talking to the government in that city, the local bodies, and to the people, and telling them what they can do. I'll just give few examples. Rajkot in Gujarat, 50 साल पहले 20 फुट पे पानी मिलता था. 20 फुट का खड्डा करो, पानी मिल जाता था. 50 साल में वो पानी 2200 फुट पे मिलता है. हमने इतना पानी निकाला है कि 2200 फुट चला गया है पानी, और वो 2200 फुट पे जियोथर्मल हीट से पानी गर्म निकलता है. तो रात को पानी निकालते हैं, एक स्विमिंग पूल जैसी टंकी में, खुली टंकी में उसको भरते हैं, सारी रात उसको ठंडा होने देते हैं और सवेरे यूज़ करते हैं. बात यहाँ पे ख़त्म नहीं होती राजकोट की. उनके पास 2 डैम हैं, आजी 1 और आजी 2. आजी 1 में बारिश का पानी इकट्ठा होता है जो पीने के लिए यूज़ होता है. लास्ट ईयर 3 बार वो डैम को नर्मदा के पानी से भरा गया और वो भी कम पड़ा है. और आजी 2 है, उसमें वो लोग सारा राजकोट का ड्रेनेज का पानी डालते हैं, बिकॉज वो पानी एग्रीकल्चर को दिया जाता है. तो ड्रेनेज का पानी डैम में जाता है, फिर एग्रीकल्चर में आता है. आई एम जस्ट टेलिंग यू दी स्टोरी कि ऐसी हालत हो रही है हमारे देश में. अहमदाबाद हर साल 30 से 50 फुट पानी गिर जाता है, जबकि नर्मदा का सबसे ज़्यादा पानी अहमदाबाद शहर को मिलता है भारत में. तो इसके लिए हम लोग सॉल्यूशन डिज़ाइन करते हैं. 2 सॉल्यूशंस विच वी आर वर्किंग ऑन. एक नेशनल लेवल सॉल्यूशन है. सब जगह बिल्डिंग्स हैं शहरों में, सब जगह ट्यूबवेल्स हैं, छत पे पानी गिरता है. अगर 2 बेडरूम का घर है तो अहमदाबाद जैसे शहर में अराउंड 1.25 लाख लीटर से 1.5 लाख लीटर बरसात 2 बेडरूम की छत पे गिरती है. अगर एक टावर है 2 बेडरूम के फ्लैट वाला, तो 4 फ्लैट मिला के 5 लाख लीटर उनकी छत पे गिरता है, जो एक सिंपल स्क्रीन फिल्टर लगा के आप एग्जिस्टिंग ट्यूबवेल में उतार सकते हो. एंड बहुत अच्छे से उतरता है. एग्जिस्टिंग ट्यूबवेल फेल नहीं होते हैं. एग्जिस्टिंग ट्यूबवेल का वाटर क्वालिटी बढ़ जाता है, TDS घट जाता है, लेवल इम्प्रूव हो जाता है, और वो पानी बह के बाहर नहीं जाता है. ऐसा कहा जाता है कि छत का जो पानी, बारिश का पानी, दैट्स बेटर देन ऑल दिस वाटर, प्रॉब्ली 35-50 टाइम्स बेटर. अब तो कैंसर पेशेंट्स को भी बोलते हैं कि आप बारिश का पानी पियो तो आपको इम्प्रूवमेंट होंगे, इतना बढ़िया पानी है। तो उसको हम लोग बोरवेल में उतारने की बात करते हैं। दिस इज़ अ टेक्निक एंड अ डिटेल विच वी कैन एम्प्लॉय अक्रॉस द कंट्री। कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी तक कर सकते हैं कि सब जगह बोरवेल्स हैं, बिल्डिंग्स हैं, छतें हैं, और बिल्डिंग्स पे नीचे आने की पाइप है, उस पर केवल एक फ़िल्टर लगाना और एक कनेक्शन करना ट्यूबवेल का, जो 15 से 30,000 रुपये में हो जाता है। इट्स सो चीप, आई थिंक वी शुड डू दैट। सो दैट्स वन नेशनल लेवल डिटेल। व्हाई आई एम सेइंग हियर इज हम सब यूज़ करें अपने अपने शहरों में, अपने अपने बिल्डिंग्स में। अनदर डिटेल विच यू आर टॉकिंग इज मोर स्पेसिफिक टू अ प्लेस। जैसे अहमदाबाद में हम लोग एक खंबाती कुआं करते हैं, विच इज़ एक्चुअली ए वेल lined with honeycomb brickwork, and the interesting part is ke it is right from 8 feet diameter to 30 feet diameter, depending on the kind of water consumption we are looking at. 8 feet वाला around 40,000 लीटर water every hour पी जाता है। 40,000 liters of water every hour it percolates into the groundwater, and this 30 feet diameter can percolate more than 2 lakh liters of water every hour. So we are making this, we are convincing people, telling them, and they are doing at their own cost. And the good thing is these are also becoming flood solutions. So a lot of urban areas, when we are talking of flooding, I think this kind of solutions can work very well. So what I'm trying to say is, these are people's initiative. We are not asking government to spend. We are telling the government this can be done. So this is one part about water. Second small thing I'll say is, we are talking about some 14-15 actions which each family can do, right from composting, non-toxic living, growing your own vegetables, doing planting campaigns, vagara vagara, and the results are fantastic. Ahmedabad mein, there are 1,000 families who are learning this now to change their lifestyle. And the results, some of the statistics I'll give you. About 500 families in Ahmedabad are doing home composting. 125 ton kitchen waste every year landfill में नहीं जाता. About 500 ton greenhouse gas emissions नहीं होता है. So that's one data. Second data is there are at least 5 families which are carbon positive like Bhutan. वो जितना कार्बन जनरेट कर रहे हैं उससे ज़्यादा एब्जॉर्ब हो रहा है उनके घर में, through solar, through plantation, through non-toxic living, through rainwater. They've even shifted to smaller cars now. बोलते मेरी बड़ी वाली गाड़ी जब मैं बाहर जाऊंगा तब ले जाऊंगा, शहर में मैं ये i10 या अल्टो चलाऊंगा. Third is Ahmedabad through these rainwater harvesting systems is percolating more than 200 crore liters of water every year, and this is people spending the money and doing it. So these lifestyle changes which our PM talks about is a fantastic idea. The government doesn't have to spend, we do everything, we learn. So we, like I was telling you last time, let's talk about smart people. People who are aware, people who understand. लोग इसलिए पूरा नहीं करते पर्यावरण का कि उनको मज़ा आता है, इसलिए करते कि उनको पता ही नहीं बेचारों को. अगर आप उनको बताओ कि आप क्या कर सकते हो, हम यही बोलते हैं कि रोज़ हम 50 काम करते हैं जिससे पर्यावरण को नुकसान होता है, 5 काम ऐसे करें जिससे पर्यावरण को फ़ायदा हो. तो पीपल आर वेरी हैप्पी. वी डोंट टेल देम कि AC मत चलाना, गाड़ी मत चलाना. वी डोंट टेल देम दैट, but we teach them small things which happen. So lifestyle can make a huge difference. Thank you.
Excellent, sir. So few things that our panel does, like I cycle to office. I don't use lifts. I try and, so these are lifestyle changes. There are people here who walk to office, and, small changes like this is what we were looking at. And therefore, I think it's been a phenomenal session. Thank you so much, all of you, for listening so intently. And I would just like to, conclude by saying thank you so much, everybody. And, once we are aware, then beware, we will be the best. Thank you. Shubh, please take over.
Thank you so much, sir. I request all the speakers to please be seated. Thank you for taking up time from a busy schedule and being part of this conclave. I would like to request Shri Neeraj Arora ji to please come on stage. Would like to request Shri Neeraj Arora ji to give the ASSOCHAM souvenir to architect Lokendra Balasaria. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause? To give the ASSOCHAM souvenir to architect Arun Kumar. To give the souvenir to Shri Deepak Tiwari ji. To Shri Ajay Popad ji. To Shri Manish Sonkar ji. To architect Naleen Goyal ji. To Shri Mayur Desai ji. To architect Anand Tatu ji. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause for all the speakers seated on the dais today. I request all the speakers to please come forward for the group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are moving forward to our lunch, I must tell you that we have our expo that is going on, which comes from the diverse industry, IoT, engineering industry, lighting industry, waste management, architect, interior designer, construction, infrastructure. Thank you so much to all the speakers. I request you all to please be back by 3 p.m. as per our agenda, and I request you all to must visit our expo. We have a lot more interesting things in our expo, so आप सभी से निवेदन करूँगी कि हमारे expo को ज़रूर से ज़रूर visit करें. As we are moving forward for our lunch, I request you to please be back by 3:15, as our third technical session will be starting by 3:15. We have our third technical session on resource conservation and energy efficiency for climate resilient society. So once again, I request you all to please have your lunch and be back by 3:15 for our third technical session. इस सेशन की शुरुआत करो. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Pinaki Das Gupta. Thank you.
Thank you, Swati, and good afternoon, everybody. I hope you all had good lunch. I hope it was little crowdy, but I think we all made it on time. And because we are already running around 10 minutes late now, so I'll just call on the speakers for this session. Quickly, the housekeeping rules, like we have only 5 minutes each speaker for this session to express their kind of opinions on this subject, which is basically resource conservation and energy efficiency. Very important topic, because what we are right now trying to understand is how resource efficiency in terms of materials, in terms of natural resources, they can be conserved, they can be reduced, recycled, and what is the linkage between resource and energy efficiency, because we use energy in a lot of things actually. So I'll put on the panel now, and I request by name, starting with our moderator, Sri Devnath Bera ji, to kindly come on the dais. Sri Devnath. I will now invite Adesh Saxena ji. He's the cluster head, Western region, and also AGM, technical EESL. Welcome, Adesh. I'll invite architect Puneet Sethi ji, who is also the chairman, ASSOCHAM Gem Haryana, and principal architect, IAD Studio, to join us on the dais. This afternoon session is a little tricky because we all feel sleepy, but I think the galaxy of speakers we have, I am very sure that they will give you, all the participants, a very kind of enlightening session. So I'll ask now Sri Manish Sikka ji, President EC Industries Limited Elevator Division, to join us. Shri Sayyid Hidayat Ali. Hidayat is the APAC Director, Business Development in Channel 75F, an IT-based company. Shri Mohit Hajela ji, Group Head, Business Development, Jaguar. Welcome, sir. Good afternoon. Architect Surinder Bagaji, Chairman, ASSOCHAM, GEM, Punjab, and Principal Architect, Sakar Foundation. Shri Gaurav Mathur ji, Head, Area Sales Development, Commercial Development Segment, CBS, Indo Region, Grundfos Pumps India Private Limited. Dr. Balkar Singh ji, Co-Chairman, ASSOCHAM, GEM, Punjab, Joint Director, PIDA, retired, but he is very active. We will hear him. And Shri S.K. Biswas, National Product Manager, Mehta Tubes Limited. Mr. S.K. Biswas, National Product Manager, Mehta Tubes Limited. Sir, good afternoon. So I'll hand over the session to our moderator, Shri Devnath Beraji, to get along. We have only 1 hour, sir. Thank you so much.
Hello. Happy afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session. I know we have very power-packed sessions in the first half of the day. And post-lunch, I would like to keep it very brief and interacting so that we ourselves don't doze off. Well, the panel is filled with all stalwarts, I must say. I emphasize they're all stalwarts in their own fields. And I welcome each members to this discussion. And thank you so much for making it happen. I will keep it very short as we have been advised. We are running short on time. But I'll just give you a minute or two preamble what we are about. So resource conservation, energy efficiency, and climate resilience. We are living it, and we are living it since we are born. Resource conservation, what does that suggest? That means resource is not unlimited, so we have to conserve. Energy efficiency, it only means that we need to be more efficient. That means we can draw some more juice out of whatever equipments that we have or energy systems that we have. And climate resilience. We know that we have gone through such a severe epidemic in the past 2 years. What is a resilience? Resilience is something that when we come across some adversity, we get back, we stand, and we proliferate. So without any further ado, I would request Dr. Balkar Singh Saab to... Let me give you a brief intro of Dr. Balkar Singh. Dr. Balkar ji is an eminent conservationist and a net zero propositionist in the state of Punjab. And he has been doing phenomenal works with building energy efficiency and all of those plethora of things. Dr. Balkar.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, please. खाना खाया हुआ है, थोड़ा सुस्त हैं तो ठीक है. So we will talking about resource optimization for net zero energy building today. So first, I have to say that the sustainable living habitat depends upon the energy independence in built environment through design and construction of net zero energy buildings. Adopt passive, active and renewable energy building design strategies to become self-reliant and to enjoy environment-friendly living standards. Hence, conserve energy, go green, secure your life in safe and sound environment. This is already you know about the rising of the temperature, and earth is burning, and there is a temperature rise of 1.5 degrees centigrade and is going up, and this is all about you can say the carbon dioxide emission. This is the 3 examples, major examples. You can see that the industry and the thermal power stations are consuming the fossil fuels and releasing the carbon dioxide, And at the same time, we are also using the primary energy through the oils in the vehicles, and there is a lane of vehicles, and you can say that the vehicles are running but not moving. Then you can see the wall where air conditioners are line of air conditioners which are releasing GHG emission, from where we are actually generating power from the thermal power stations. Then power is being used in the air conditioners, and air conditioners are also generating GHG emission and destroying the climate. And you can see the ill effect of melting of glaciers and rising of sea level, and there is animals, and animals are also in the trouble. And with the rising of sea level, suburban area, even low-lying area in the coastal regions are experiencing flood. Then in the plain area, we have a drought, lakes are drying. Then you are also experiencing the intense heat, and there is skin burning, and dehydrations is also there, and hard to work. Even we are engineer, we are architect, anybody who is working, he is also hard to work with the intensive heat. So we are recently experienced the coronavirus disease, which has been shaken up by, which has shaken up all the world even. And we have seen that there is a more affected area is the slum area. And the second wave, then the shortage of medical oxygen. You have already experience of that. This is due to the carbon emission and climate change and global warming. So when we are talking about its measures, globally, the emission reduction work is going on, and people are thinking the global temperature is rising continuously, and the continuations of trend would be consistent with the temperature rise in 2100 of around 2.1 degrees centigrade. The number of countries have pledged to reduce global carbon emission to net zero in the mid-century 2050, and limiting the rise in average global temperature to 1.5 degrees centigrade. This is being discussed in the Conference of Parties, COP26, COP27, already held in 2022. A major worldwide push to increase energy efficiency is an essential part of these efforts, resulting in the annual rate energy intensity improvement averaging 4% to the 2030. Net zero means a radical change across the entire economy, doing away with the fossil fuels and other sources of emission whenever possible. So when we are talking about our national energy sector vision, so our key goal is to achieve energy independence and energy security, to enhance decarbonization of energy sector, then self-sufficient in manufacturing of renewable energy, which is a clean energy technology, to become global hub for green hydrogen production and exports. And we have already committed in the COP26, we have given 5 ambitions, that is Panchamrit, to fight climate change. So India's non-fossil power capacity to reach 500 gigawatt, and then 50% of its energy requirement with the renewable energy by 2030. And by 2030, India will reduce the carbon intensity of economy to less than 45%. And major is which our Prime Minister has given the commitment by 2070, India will achieve the target of net zero emission. So when we have setting the target to increase the clean energy, renewable energy from 39% to 85% up to 2047, which is the century after our independence. So when we are talking about the building sector, 40% of energy consumption in the building sector is there, and building consumes energy for construction, operation and maintenance. According to the estimate, 42% of water and 50% of raw material consumption globally, it is attributed to the building on account of manufacture of material, construction, and the operation of the building through their life. Furthermore, buildings and their activities contribute approximately 50% to global air pollution, another 42% to its greenhouse gases, a staggered 50% to the water pollution, and about 48% to solid waste. Almost 50% of CFC into the environment. So India also faces these challenges and is rapidly growing the construction sector. When we are talking about the energy efficiency in the you can floor space method, more than 500 million people are expected to live in cities by 2030. 70 to 80% of the building stock required 2030 is yet to be built. So air conditioners are consuming more, that is up to 40 to 50% of energy. When we are talking about the housing and urban pollution, 20% pollution, about 1.8 billion worldwide have inadequate housing facility. About 1 billion people are living in slums, and more than 100 million people are homeless. The expected increase in people having an inadequate housing will be 3 billion by 2030. And in recent spread of pandemic has hit the people, which people who are living in inadequate housing, slums, and informal settlement. Stressful environment in small and crowded area, improper services, and unhealthy living conditions. So we have to improve. We have learned about from the COVID to improve this.
Thank you.
You can see that there are unplanned suburban areas near the cities. This is also required to be planned. And we are also having slum areas. And so we have to change our mind and we have to change our design so that we can change our present position for designing of building, multi-level buildings, and propose the green building. You can see in the picture here on the right side there is a green coverage and green buildings are there, and this is we are presently constructing. So for this, Government of India and other organizations are also helping for that. Integration of renewable energy has been started by the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, MNRE, and giving push to increase the solar as well as wind in the building sector. And on the other side, the Bureau of Energy Efficiency is developing an energy conservation building code for commercial as well as the industrial as well as the residential sector. And this is also picking up, and work is going on. And 4 agencies, that is Green Building Certification Agency, that is GRIHA, IGBC, and UGBC, and this new sector, the new agency, new work has been started in 2018 for GEM Sustainability Certification Program by ASSOCHAM. And this is picking up because this has more proactive and more workable in the field. So when we are going to need of this net zero energy building, we'll go for net zero energy building so that we can generate so much power so that we can run the building self-sufficiently. So it is expected to increase the building sector in 5-fold from 21 billion square feet in 2005 to 104 billion square feet in 2030. The design and construction of net zero energy building is one of the ultimate solution to reduce the global warming. Enhanced energy performance can be achieved by addressing important issues for construction of building, and which will start from planning, designing, construction and its operation. So if we talk about the definition of this net zero energy buildings are a highly efficient building with extremely low energy demand. And you can see in the picture that on the one side there are renewable, there are loads, and from the fan, from the air conditioner, from the lighting, and on the right side you can see that the renewable energy, and majorly renewable energy in building is being used from solar photovoltaic and the wind energy. So we can balance the net zero building by this way. So if we talk about the design strategies of this net zero energy building, and various studies on the construction of building reveals that there are only there are majorly three strategies. First one is the passive design strategy, and another is second one is the active design strategy, and third is the renewable energy strategy. And you can see that in passive we are to set the orientation of the building, and we have to see the walls and roof for making that so that the heat and cold cannot enter or cannot increase, disturb the building sector. We can construct the roof with insulation, we can construct the walls with the insulation also, and fenestrations are double glazing, even triple glazing are also there. Daylighting we can use in the passive design strategy. In the active design strategy, we are using the energy efficient equipment and machinery to run the building. And third one is the balance, whatever the energy is required, this is to be available from the solar and the wind, or we can also use biomass energy in the renewable energy. So this is the design concept. You can see on the x-axis there is a demand, and on the y-axis there is a supply. If we reduce the energy demand by, even you can see in the picture, 160 kilowatt per year, 160 kilowatt hour per square foot per square meter per year to 80, then we and balance 80 we can generate from the renewable energy, then we reach to the net zero energy position.
Yeah, Dr. Balkarji, I know it's pretty deep, and if for the benefit of the audience, if you can explain what, in one sentence, what net zero really means, that will be great.
Yeah. So if we see the boundary of the building, there are loads, and there are renewable energy generation, and we are interacting with the grid, and whatever we are taking, we are exporting to the grid. If we reach to the energy balance, delivered energy to the exported energy, then it will be a net zero energy.
Thank you so much. Now, Dr. Saab, may I request, because you have covered a lot of areas in resilience also, and if I can request Puneet Sethi, architect Puneet Sethi, to support Dr. Balkar Singh in his attempt to explain all of this, that will be great. Uske baad karte hain.
Thank you for asking me that question.
Yeah. Thank you.
See, in most cases, whenever we are talking about anything to do with socio-economic or environmental concerns, we tend to take sustainability and resilience together. However, we all know that resilience and sustainability are two different terms. For those who do not understand the difference, or the difference is still amorphous with you, let me just try and explain it very, very quickly, and then I think I'll be able to, support, as you very rightly said. You see, sustainability as defined by the Brundtland Commission is to use the resources optimally and leave enough for the future generations. Of course, the trick is to understand what is optimal usage and how much we need to leave behind. However, resilience is like what you had defined earlier. It's about bouncing back after experiencing a shock or after going through, anything, a bad patch or something like that. They are two different things. However, in the modern day context, we end up using both these terms together. And I also believe that resilience and sustainability will have to somewhere handhold to be able to achieve the targets that even the sustainability development goals and everybody that is talking about. I'll give you an example just to illustrate. The member of Legislative Assembly in the morning was talking about our food habits. So the thought occurred to me, if we grow food locally, what are we doing? We are not dependent on food which is being grown far away or in some other country. Now, what are the benefits here? We are not spending any energy in transporting the food over long distances. We are not spending any packaging material to package all this material and transport it, which means we are also cutting down on any fuel consumption or fossil fuel consumption which will go into manufacturing of plastics. The chances are, because this food is being grown locally, it is being grown in ecological conditions and environmental conditions which are home to this food. It will not require too much amount of herbicides, pesticides and so on, which means our further dependence on fossil fuels reduces. We are not going to be wasting any food, which means our economic dependence improves. In case of any eventuality, bad weather conditions, COVID, any war, Ukraine is under war, any of these kind of things happening, no society which is dependent on their own grown food will be dependent on somebody else. So which means economic and social balance is also being achieved. So this is what is resilience all about, and this is what is sustainability all about. There are two different definitions, yet they are kind of interwoven, but yet distinct. But we as professionals must understand what is sustainability and what is resilience. Both of them are very different, but one can lead to the other or one can support the other, if that answers your question.
Well, that's fantastic, and you put it rightly. You hammered the nail. I would like to use the scope that was expanded by Dr. Balkar Singh Saab to go into the energy conservation part of it. I want to introduce our stalwart member, Architect Bagha Saab. He has done a phenomenal work in Punjab in the area of energy conservation. And I would like to pose this question to Bagha Saab. Buildings consumes approximately 40% of energy produced globally, more than transport or industry. Energy used in buildings is a major contribution to climate change, hence it needs to be addressed. Today we talk about green buildings. And so if I say that air conditioners has increased, usage has increased more than 137% in the last 6 to 8 years, which is equivalent to 23% of growth every year. If this will continue, connected load due to ACs in residential commercial buildings will be 100 to 140 gigawatt by 2030. So where is the most critical blind spots here, and how do you plan or how do you suggest, or what could be the remedial measures to really pitch in for the energy consumption? As we all know, energy saved is energy produced.
First of all, I think the key to this problem is that we should create awareness about energy conservation. Because one of the earlier speakers said that most people are doing damage to the environment innocently. They are not knowing it. In Punjab state, with Dr. Balkar Singh, he was from the government side and I was from the private side. We have organized about 100 workshops and on energy conservation with separate groups, with farmers, with villages, with educational institutes. And the result is Punjab is one of the top states in the country having a huge awareness about energy conservation. We have circulated the information through different languages like Punjabi, Hindi and English in the entire Punjab state. So result is Punjab got the best prize from the government of India many times. So this is one area. Second is designing the buildings. I think many of my architect friends, they are obsessed with designing buildings which are glass clad. I think we have to get rid of that culture. In Punjab also, some bureaucrats are forcing us that we want a building Gurgaon-like. You know, this is the definition bureaucrats give us. That ऐसा building बनाइए जो गुड़गांव जैसा दिखता हो. मुझे पंजाब को गुड़गांव बनाना है. तो मैं बोलता हूँ कि गुड़गांव को हमें पंजाब बनाना है. It is the other way around. So we should focus on passive energy strategies which Dr. Balkar Singh was advocating. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bhaga Saab, and I really appreciate this. Some few trivias for the audience. I know we have heard so far on net zero, on resilience, and on conservation. Quickly, in your mind, if anybody can raise their hand, let us know which is the most energy-hungry equipment in your house. Can anybody suggest? Most energy-hungry equipment that you have in your house? Air conditioners? Yes, only if it is in summer, but in winter? Is the geyser, correct. So thank you. Just to check that we are on the same page. Thank you. Okay, now weaving on to what net zero Dr. Balkar said and resilience by architect Puniji, and conservation by Bhaga Saab, I want to go into the IoT part of it. We have a fantastic gentleman in the private sector playing a key role in IoTs and automation. So Syedji, buildings are going to play an important role in achieving net zero targets for global organizations. How can building automation play a crucial role in improving operational efficiency of buildings?
Thanks, Mr. Bera. Thanks for the eminent person who spoke about resilience, sustainability. In fact, as we have seen, we spend almost 50% of our life, or I can say 12 hours of our life, daily life in commercial buildings. We all work, we all play, we all are there in the buildings. There's a time where we spend. So the efficiency, like what earlier was told by sir, is that 40% of the energy consumption is there at the buildings, by the air conditioners, by the UPS, by the DGs and all that. So taking into IoT into consideration is, we have to sensorize each and every part of the respective equipment, be it the chillers, be it the AHUs, be it the UPS. So we come into the smart technology side. When we use technology, we'll be able to save energy to a certain extent and to do cross-functional analytics, because we are all into cloud computing. Everybody has a cell phone which has around almost 300 mainframe computers, technology built into it, which is in 1964. Now it is there within your hand, 300 power of complete stuff in your hand. So along with that, the best part is that after you sensorize, you send the data. Data is the new oil now. Only with the data you will be able to do data analytics, and you'll be able to come up with much and more resilient technologies which will be able to save more on this. So in this side, what I can say is that by using the sensors part of it, you have to collect data, analyze, bring it back. And with cross-functional, like for example, air conditioning, your parking, your access control. For an example, access control and air conditioning can be linked together, because in an IT park or into a mall or into a hospital, how many people came. So with the count of the number of heads, you'll be able to know how much of head count is there and how much of energy consumption is going to happen. So you'll be predefined to use a chiller systematically for that respective amount of people and the head count. And if it is a IT building, through the access control door, when you integrate that system to the air conditioning, you will know every floor how many people are there. In case if there is kind of an eventuality, a kind of a disaster or a fire, by using this technology, you will come to know in any floor how many people are there, and you will be able to touch base. If these people are there, how can we bring them out? And in the same time, you can do the next part of us, the time and the attendance management. Technology can be bounded and can be binded to so many things wherein it comes to a different level, and the end result is you'll be able to save energy to a certain extent, because cross-functional analytics come into the picture over here, including your access control, your CCTV, your IoT cloud system. And the beauty of our company's technology is that it's all wireless. So you're saving on the wire, on the installation front, and the comfort. The next technology is the comfort, because after passing through the COVID, what we have seen is every occupant of the building or this hotel where we all come in as an occupant, we want comfort. Comfort is our kind of an experience. So keeping in mind the occupant's comfort or the experience comes into picture. For example, when you go to an ID campus, a big ID campus, Gurgaon, Noida, Bangalore, Chennai, you should know where you need to park your car. Otherwise, you're going to spend time, and you're there in the car, behind the wheel, and you're burning the fossil fuel. So if you know well in hand where I'm going to park my car, where is my lift going to come, which meeting room I'm going to go, so you're going to save a lot of energy. The pre-planning takes care of you to a certain extent.
Thank you so much, Syed.
Thank
And you covered pretty elaborately everything in very short span of time. Really appreciate this. I'm very tempted, ladies and gentlemen, to go to Sri Adeshji. But before I go to him, I also, because we have an energy conservation and energy efficiency related, I want to go to the Jaguar expert here. Sir, what has been your inspiration for working towards resource efficiency? Could you elaborate on the steps by Jaguar on energy and water nexus?
See, for Jaguar Group, we have always led the industry when it comes to sustainable production. And it is part of our intrinsic DNA, because I think it's, one is a part of your social responsibility as market leaders, but secondly, it's also about a pronounced national consciousness. So it very much flows in the DNA of the organization, and we have always valued conserving natural resources. Going back to our footprint, yes, we have almost closing to about a total of 13.5 megawatt of solar installation, and out of which we are almost able to mitigate 16,500 tons of carbon dioxide per year. And if I look at the support of radiant cooling technology that we have used, and with more advancement there, I think the aggregated value is going to be almost a mitigation of 18,500 tons of carbon dioxide per year. We are further able to recycle close to about 5 lakh liters of water every day. We are able to recycle 4,221 metric tons of brass. We are able to recover 8.1 metric tons of chrome salt annually. We are further able to, we have every bit of water is being recycled. Whatever we use, we throw it back to horticulture, or it goes back to cooling towers. Every bit of waste food, in fact, twice a week, it goes to the plant for manure, and we do biomass energy production from there. What we use, rest we throw it back to the national grid. So I think holistically, if you look at it, we talk about a zero liquid discharge plant. And when we talk of a zero liquid discharge plant, I'm talking about technologies that go beyond ETP and STPs. We are talking about multi-effective evaporators that we are using to ensure that there is no bit of a pollution that goes to the ground. So I think Jaguar Group has always been a pioneer in this initiative. Our own global headquarters is a USGBC LEED Platinum certified building, which comes in almost about a 48,000 square meter built-up area.
Great.
And our products, I think the audience can talk more about it. We talk about green products, green technology.
Well, I use your products.
You use our products. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, friends. So this platform is effectively showing how architects, urban planners, engineers, industry, society can really amalgamate and make it happen. So now, still on the efficiency part of it, I want to come none other to the energy house or energy efficiency house of EECL, represented by Adeshji. So Adeshji, please give your comments on that.
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon. Every action we are taking in today's date scenario is not only going to change our future, but it will change the future dramatically. And it will change if the way we are harming our environment. So this is the time that we learn from our mistake. We are all talking about what we will do. I'm really amazed to see that what is happening in the public and private sector, what amazing technologies are there, as my colleagues have mentioned, and the efforts being taken by the industry. So when we talk about something which is going to happen in future, let's say creating a new building, the architect can think about that. But what about the old buildings? What about the mistakes we have done? We are all aware that due to various limitations, whether it is government building, private buildings, they are not very much energy efficient. So what we can do? So I am proud to say that
Energy Efficiency Services Limited, EESL, which is a public sector entity under the aegis of Ministry of Power, we have been able to give a direction, and we work very hard to do something which can result in dramatic positive effect when we talk about the energy conservation. I have some basic figures to share. We all are very much aware about the situation and the condition of the government buildings. Very old lighting system, we all know, old fans, very heavy, big fans. We have been able to replace the lighting appliances as well as the fan, air conditioning in more than 13,000 buildings. Central government, state government, railways, banks. Let's say the ATMs are there, air conditions are there. They are not very well maintained, or they are based on the old technology because there is no one. So what a general scenario is that I will keep the best air conditioning system in my office, but I will put the worst in the ATM because there is no one. So we said no, but fine, that let the AC requirement is there, but what about when we talk about, we start with a small number and multiply it with thousands and lakhs, then you can see the effects. So the model we developed, these were not only the technical or technology-based model, we tried to develop the financial model. So we made a model where we can do the upfront investment. We will aggregate the demand across the country, so the prices of the appliances will go down, and subsequently we will install all these appliances, buy back the old inefficient, and try to get some salvage value and decompose them in a manner that they don't harm the environment. So with this, we were able to achieve 85 megawatt of peak demand reduction and 730 crore rupees of saving. So
fantastic.
Yeah. So this is just an example when we talk about the building. But rest of the program, we have a very huge portfolio. We have distributed more than 37 crore LEDs, small LEDs, 9 watt. If you see, hardly make an impact, but if you multiply it with 37 crores, 100 watt to 9 watt, and then you can do the math. So, again, I'm proud to say, not ESL, India, we have left many developed countries far behind when we talk about the energy efficiency. They are learning from us. I have been abroad. We are doing the knowledge transfer sessions with them. They are amazed to see how India can do such a wonder. So,
thank you so much for adding value to this, and it clearly identifies one of the areas that in the morning session we were mentioning of reusing the technology and diverting it towards better gains. And none better than you guys, EES is doing that. It's a teamwork, of course. Friends, as we know, for pushing to the limits of getting the best of the water heating, the best of the AC, the best of the water pumping, the best of the everything, we need the prime mover. And we cannot have a better prime mover than the Grunt Force. So I would request our friend to please give his thoughts on the energy efficiency, sustainability, and conservation by Grunt Force.
Thank you, thank you. So we had great discussion since morning, and I would give a perspective from a corporate, and I feel that every corporate should have a clear carbon climate action strategy. And we at Grundfos, we believe in 3 areas to work on. One is mitigation, the other is adaptation, and the last is advocacy. So we believe that when we look at mitigation, it is important that the entire value chain which we have, we are making sure that we reduce carbon emissions in the entire value chain. And I'm really proud to share that Grundfos is one of the water company which has got the science-based targets approved. So we actually follow the methodology in achieving the net zero, and that's the kind of commitment which we have at the company level. The another area which we look at mitigation is the products which we are selling. So it's very important that we make sure that the solutions which we are working on, they are energy efficient. So one of the things which I talk about is we have moved from I3 to I5 efficiency. Now, if you have the most efficient pump and if your prime mover for the pump is not efficient, then actually you're consuming more energy. So moving towards I5 efficiency class wherever possible, that makes a lot of difference when we look at our products. We also bring in a lot of intelligence in the products, and then we spoke about the IoT and the information, and today we talk about data being very important. It's also important that we have meaningful, actionable insights, and which is very important for us to take the right decisions. And when we have that intelligence in the pumping systems, we are able to take a lot of data on which we can optimize the future systems, and we can optimize the current system in a real-time basis. So having intelligence and energy efficient system is the most important thing. Adaptation, that's really very important, that we cannot just feel that giving a most efficient pump is what is going to make us achieve the net zero targets. We have to move towards systems. So there has to be an approach where we improve the efficiency of the system. And one of the examples, if I give, if you just look at any of the pumping system, you need a pump in an air conditioning to move the chilled water. Now, if by putting a design where we make sure that just by changing the placement of the pump and doing a flow control based on the pump rather than throttling, we can save around 30 to 40% more energy. Now that's where I feel that we have to move towards and do a complete paradigm shift and make sure that we don't just limit ourselves to the efficiency of the product, but we should look at the systems. That's where the adaptability comes in. And the last is advocacy, and we would like to work with all the stakeholders. We talk to them. We discuss about what we do. Like today I spoke about the science-based targets which we have done. I'm sure the corporates will be encouraged to do that. So it's all about advocacy, talking about it, and making sure that more and more people come in the entire value chain to meet the net zero targets.
Thank you so much, Mathur Saab, and I must congratulate you. That Grundfos is a name known all over the world. It's a German company. My home in the US is run by Grundfos, and all my solar systems or solar irrigational related stuff, we use Grundfos, and thank you for making it happen.
It's a Danish company. It's a Danish company from Denmark.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. No. Yeah, thank you. As we know, we went in the prime mover section. Thanks for correcting it. It just was not in the mind. We would like, as we know, the landscape is getting better. More is less, I would say. We want to get much better. And land prices are going, rocketing through the sky. And so our living habitat is growing vertically high. So we have with us the president of EC Elevators Company, and I would like to request Mr. Sika to speak on energy conservation and energy efficiency, and also lifts or elevators, as you know, when it comes down, it comes on gravity. So how do they regenerate electricity and pump into the system? Mr. Sika.
Thank you. I'll just focus on the elevator space because we have learned people from all other spaces, so I'll just focus there. On the energy efficiency side, I think the elevator industry has to look at two aspects, one the current and one the past. The past is important because we have 30, 20, 10-year-old elevators still running. So almost 200,000 elevators in India are running on old technology. And I think that's an area where, as an industry, we need to have products which we have to upgrade them to bring in energy conservation. Now, what are those things that can be done, which is, for us, we are a new wine in a new bottle, as I said in the morning. So for us, it's been easy to build up a design ethos that focuses on energy efficiency as one of our key areas. So all our products, standard offerings have energy efficient components, and so what I really, where we work around is the drives. The drives today and the motors. The drives bring in variable voltage, variable frequency drives that allow high starting torques to be achieved in low currents, which saves about 30 to 50% on the energy start, because the start is where you pick up, you consume energy in elevators. The other area is the motors, where today green motors in terms of no oil, permanent magnet synchronous motors are there. So one can use them in main machines as well as the door systems. That's an area that we have actually made sure that everything is permanent magnet. The third area I believe is around smart, and once you have, many of the panelists here spoke about the fact that data is gold. As we create data, I think there are a lot of opportunities for us to look at elements that can further allow us to enhance efficiency within the elevator space. The other fourth area I would suggest is the way we design buildings, and together as architects, consultants here, and elevator engineers, we need to create efficient vertical transport systems that are based on simulation-based programs, which can allow the most efficient vertical transport system to come up in a building. And that's an area where I believe India really lacks.
Absolutely.
So we work with top architects and consultants to help them design, because I think we are experts there. And that expertise needs to be brought on a consultative mode to help us design better buildings across. The last thing I would add on the energy efficiency side is the regenerative power of an elevator. Today you see cars also working on the hybrid mode. Similarly, when the elevator doesn't work, it's just not coming down, but it's a no-load condition, which could be also while it's going up.
Right.
And in no-load conditions, the power can be fed back to the grid, to the regenerative drives that we have. But these drives are mostly working when you are 20 floors above. And the advocacy from our side is to all designers, go for this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sikka.
Thank you.
Minding the time, and we have one phenomenal speaker, Mr. Biswas, who's representing the tubes. We want to wrap it up quickly. I know Dr. Balkar Singh Saab, he was on midst of his presentation, and in fact, he built up the story that we could weave in. Thank you so much, Dr. Saab. I'm sure you will have a lot of questions for Dr. Singh Saab. At the end of the presentation, feel free to stay behind and ask Dr. Singh. He's a very wisdomful person and an awesome architect and a very famed person. Before I wrap up, I would like to give chance to Mr. Biswas on the tubes part, and if you could keep it within like 2 minutes, sir.
I have only 2 minutes. Copper has only 2 minutes. I'm actually, my delegates have sold energy efficiency so efficiently that I'm afraid whether I'll be able to sell my product, copper or not. Yes, I'm from copper industry. You know, copper is recyclable. It never perish. It's a recycled element, so it is environment friendly, it never perish. You know, it is almost 5,000 years old on Earth. It is much older than iron and steel. Interesting thing is, you will be surprised, the 5,000 साल पहले जो कॉपर हमने निकाला था जमीन से, आज भी intact है. Maybe India and some other country, maybe it was produced first in busbar, now it is transferred to tubes. Tomorrow it will be in oil. Today is in India, tomorrow it will be in Shanghai, next day it will be in China. It's like this, it will never perish. Means every day what you produce copper from the last 5,000 years is still accumulating. It is not reducing. So it is environment friendly. Now, I am from copper industry. My company name is Mehta Tube Limited, based in Mumbai. We have a manufacturing plant in Gujarat, South Gujarat. It is established in 1984. The copper industry at that time was very nascent stage, very poor technology. We didn't have the technology to produce good quality products, tubes or busbar. Even the manpower was not available. I mean, quality manpower at that time in the industry was not employed. Market was very limited. It was only for in few industries like power sector refineries, defense, railways, sugar industries for condensers, and so electrical industries, and very meager quantity for air conditioning and medical application. Because air conditioning is not a big subject those days, very few Indian companies are operating. There is no international players in India. Then gradually, at 1991, after economic revolution started by...
Mr. Biswas, considering the time, I know you're going back to 1991. Considering the current situation, what in terms of efficiency that your company has taken into account?
Now, we have now, after 2008, when all international players started coming in air conditioning industry, so their floodgate opened, their air conditioning industry was boom, and here the system came in, a lot of copper was required, so we started upgrading our plants. Now from one plant we have now 5 plants. We are producing huge quantity of pipe for the Indian industry, not only India. We export all over the globe. Our major buyer are in Europe as well as the US market. And we produce pipes as per international standards, as per with world's best. Now, apart from the air conditioning, medical sector also has boom, big boom. Medical people have come to know what is oxygen. Oxygen transport from plant room to patient through copper pipes. And those areas, our brand is the household name in hospital sectors. So we cater in hospital sectors, medical applications, and all are, before these products we produce, people used to import. Now we have stopped importing. Now, on the contrary, we export all over the globe. And even in plumbing also, copper has started coming back again. Recently, we have supplied copper pipes to new Parliament House for plumbing application. I think I have no more time.
Thank you so much. I think you are a phenomenal example of a resilient company that has withstood the test of time. And considering the rating system that we all know, thank you so much, Viswasa. Considering the rating system that we have been hearing so far, I have a quick question before I wrap up to very short to architect Puneet Saab. Where does resilience fit in this rating system, green rating system? 30 seconds.
Green rating systems and resilience. Okay, yeah, good question. See,
Thank
we're
you.
all aware that green rating systems are there, and we are looking at various sustainability issues as far as buildings and campuses are concerned. But very interestingly, right at home, the GEM certification looks into fire and earthquake safety as a very important feature for buildings when the GEM rating is being given. Now, I may have created a beautiful building which is certified, but it perishes in earthquake. Or, during fire, the people perish. Now, what am I going to do with this green rating if I'm not able to save lives?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I think it's very important that any building which we build, it should be green, sustainable, and at the same time, it has to have the resilience. Just to add another 10-second point, I think yesterday our Gujarat chapter of GEM Council we were discussing about adaptive reuse. Something which we saw in the pandemic days, when buildings were converted into some other kind of a usage to convert them into health facilities. Now, if a building is capable of being used for some other purpose, whenever a shock or a phenomenon of that kind occurs, that's resilience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I personally want to thank each one of you in this panel. And my apologies if I had to cut short or cut short the time because and I thank the organizers for giving us this time and enlightening the people as well as I also might got enlightened. Thank you so much for making this happen, and let's rock it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for all the speakers seated on the dais? Thank you so much for taking out time and being a part of this conclave. Now moving forward, would like to request and invite on stage architect Anupam Mittalji to please come for giving the ASSOCHAM souvenir to our speakers. First of all, would like to request sir to hand over the ASSOCHAM souvenir to Shri S.K. Vishwasji. Can we have a big round of applause? Would like to request to hand over the ASSOCHAM souvenir to Dr. Balkar Singh ji. To architect Punit Sethi ji. Thank you so much for coming here and being part of this show. To Shri Syed Hidayat Ali ji. To Shri Debnath Pera ji. To Shri Adish Saxena ji. To Shri Manish Sikka ji. To Shri Gaurav Mathur ji. To Shri Mohit Hajela ji. To architect Surinder Baga ji. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for all the speakers we seated on the dais. We'd like to request the speakers to please come forward for the group photograph. I would like to inform you that we are going on up with the expo that includes the diverse industry of IoT, engineering industry, lighting industry, waste management, architect, interior designer, construction, infrastructure. So request you all to do visit our expo. Thank you so much to all our speakers. Moving forward to the next technical session, that is for creating an eco-friendly user experience in railways, metro rail, airports, and land ports. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to request from ASSOCHAM, Mr. Pinaki Das Gupta ji to please come forward to start up our fourth technical session, that is on creating an eco-friendly user experience in railways, metro rail, airport, and land port. Before that, I would like to request for the presentation, as before starting our technical session, I would like to request Chief Strategy Officer, APL Apollo 2, to please come for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shri Anubhav Gupta ji.
Hello, good evening. I'm Anubhav Gupta from APL Apollo Tubes. I would like to congratulate ASSOCHAM for creating this platform where so many representatives from different background from the construction industry are assembled here. It's a real pleasure to be a part of this event, and APL Apollo being India's leading structural steel tube company, we also play an important role in the construction industry, and we are working on some of the solutions for heavy construction, where we believe we are able to reduce the construction time considerably, and at the same time it is helping the sector to be more environmental friendly, which again is the core theme of the many presentations which were given here today. So what we are promoting is APL Apollo Steel Building Solutions, and we are trying to address 4 concerns which the construction industry faces today. Number 1 being the speed, second the quality of the construction, third is the cost overruns which go with the project delays, and fourth being the environment hazardness which comes with the construction. So one way to achieve all these, or to address all these 4 concerns, is to go on steel tubular construction, which is pretty quick and it helps achieve all the objectives. So how it works is that there are simultaneous activities in the construction space which take place. For example, the manufacturing of steel members, the fabrication. At the same time, the site work could start with the foundation work, and then the batches of steel members reach on site in the batches, and everything takes place parallelly. So this helps reduce the construction time to 8 days per slab versus 24 days per slab in RCC. So the structural construction timeline could be reduced by up to like 2/3 to only 33% of the total time which it takes. And at the same time, it can help the contractors, the developers to improve the project IRRs, because if they are able to finish construction so quickly, so they can hand over the building, whether it is for institutional purpose, hotel, hospital, school, university, office tower, malls, whatsoever, right? So it helps achieve the higher internal rate of return for the developers. And at the same time, it helps reduce the carbon emissions. There is a global study which says that the construction sector globally contributes 30% to the total carbon emissions, and this is because of the RCC and because it adds dust in the air, plus it is not recyclable, and then it also requires groundwater for mixing. But if we switch to structural steel, the emissions could be reduced by up to 60% from the construction sector. And this because the steel is recyclable, number 1. Number 2, it doesn't require groundwater for mixing on site. And number 3, it doesn't add dust in the air. The other benefits of steel tube construction being that the carpet area of the building could be increased by up to 2% if we switch to tubular construction versus RCC columns. And then it also gives superior strength, which also helps it achieve better seismic loading norms. And we can also achieve extra clear height of up to 6% if we switch to tubular construction versus RCC. Now the other thing which comes in the mind is the cost comparison between the RCC and steel. So we have compared the typical structure of a building, where the RCC building has like 3 main elements, being the concrete, reinforcement, and shuttering, which comes out to be, say, 825 rupees per square foot for a normal building. And if we move to steel, the upfront cost goes up by at least 200 to 225 rupees a square foot. But against that, what you achieve is the reduced timelines. So if we factor in the finance cost of the reduced timeline, you get better IRR considering the higher cost. Second is the extra carpet area. Assuming in India the average real estate value is 10,000 rupees a square foot, and if we get 2% extra carpet area, that means 200 square foot worth of extra space you get upfront. So this gets nullified. And then the contractors could be protected against any project delays which they have to pay penalties when RCC construction goes beyond timelines. Now, this is the when we talk about structural steel, there are two types of members which comes into mind. One is the structural steel tube, the hollow steel section, and second is the ISMB member or the H beams or I beams. So the structural research says, it suggests that that a steel tube, an HSS, has better weight to strength ratio compared to an H beam or I beam. So with the technologies like concrete filled tubes, we can optimize the weight of the building. So it helps us again optimize the steel tonnage for a steel building. And now with hollow steel sections coming in various sizes and thicknesses, Apollo manufactures sections up to 1000 mm by 1000 mm of 40 mm thickness. And up to 450, 550 grade of steel. So with the availability of this kind of raw material, the hollow steel sections are taking over the conventional long steel products like ISMB members or H beams or I beams, and the designers are able to optimize the tonnage of steel structures. Now this is how we get extra carpet area versus an I column, because if you are putting an I column, then you have to do the shuttering on all the four sides. Whereas in a steel cube column, you can pour concrete inside, right? And the column from outside can act like a normal regular column. You do a water-based paint over it, and it can merge with the wall, whether it is a wet wall or brick wall. So that's how you are able to save time and cost. And at the same time, the space. This is some of the studies like what we did if we do a steel structure in a steel tubes versus an ISMB or HB I beam. There is the weight reduction of up to 10 to 15%, and that's a huge benefit, which makes the steel construction more viable and more cost effective. We are working on India's largest railway station, which is New Delhi, which is up for tender. We got the drawings from the tender document, and we got it designed on our structural steel tubes. Now this is the image in front of on the screen, which you could see that this 25,000 ton structure, which is covering around 2.5 million square foot of area, there are only 10 tube members which have been used, only 10. So this brings the angle of standardization, which gets missing in the conventional steel. So what happens is that when you are using only 10 steel members, right? So the manufacturing is quick, the fabrication is quick, and the erection is quick. Everything becomes too quick. And in a building where thousands of trains are passing every day, so it will also lead to the minimal disruption for the railway operations. The other project I would like to highlight is the 7 hospitals in Delhi, which are under construction. In 2021, the Delhi government decided to construct 7 hospitals in a time of 12 months. So there was no way that they could have gone on conventional RCC. They decided to go on steel tubes. It was almost 2.2 million square foot spread across 6-7 sites in Delhi, and each building covering approximately 500,000 square foot. And in a total, 15,000 ton of steel tubes were used. So the whole structure, the complete structures of 7 hospitals were completed in net 90 days. From the day of the locking of fabrication drawings, the manufacturing, the fabrication, and the erection on site. It was 90 days, 2.2 million square foot for 15,000 tons. These are the different sites which are now almost completed. All these structures which you see were completed in net 90 days, 3 months' time. And with steel tubes, you are not restricted only to the high-rise buildings. It could be for warehouses, it could be for data centers, it could be for aviation hangars, it could be for industrial buildings, all types of structures. And globally, this technology is widely used. In India also, L&T has done some buildings on tubes in Mumbai. We have ready hospital sites in Delhi. and go to Australia, China, London, UK, US, this technology is used in a wide manner. So, one question which comes to the mind is that why not so many steel buildings in India today? Because so far the contractors were not ready to finish buildings on time. There were no penalties, but after introduction of RERA Act, now every developer contractor wants to finish projects on time. The availability of steel has become better in terms of high grade steel, in terms of high thickness material, and also the designers, the architects, the engineers are also getting themselves equipped to work on steel structures. Steel anyways is being used for heavy structures like airports, railway stations, but it is better that if we could use steel for the vertical high-rise buildings as well. That's it from our side. Any questions I'll be happy to take. Thank you. No questions, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shri Anubhav Gupta ji, for your presentation. Would like to request Shri Neeraj Arora ji to please come on stage and give the ASSOCHAM souvenir to Shri Anubhav Gupta ji. Request Shri Anubhav Gupta ji to please come on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause. Moving further, as we are about to begin with our technical session 4, I would like to request our partner to come on stage for the presentation. Would like to request Shri Varun Mahajanji, Category Head, Zinc Series India, to please come on stage for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shri Varun Mahajanji. Ladies and gentlemen, as to let you guys know that because of some technical issue, we are first starting up with our technical session, that is technical session 4, on creating an eco-friendly user experience in railways, metro rail, airports and land ports. To start up this technical session 4, I would like to request ASSOCHAM GEM from ASSOCHAM GEM, Mr. Pinaki Das Gupta ji to please come and start up with the technical session 4. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Pinaki Das Gupta ji.
Okay, so we are nearly into the final session of the day, and I really appreciate the resilience of all those people who are there with us. So this is session 4. It is themed as creating an eco-friendly user experience in railways, metro rail, airports and land ports. These are very important infrastructure entities, and it is because of these that the economy has also kind of got a boost, and a lot of this has been a kind of a win-win partnership between the architects, the designers, the MEP consultants. This session intends to deliberate the nexus between architecture, planning, and MEP services for creating a state-of-the-art experience for passengers and partners in railway stations, in terms of indoors and outdoor aspects. And not only railway stations, it is also about airports and the land ports. In fact, the waterways also has now incorporated green building guidelines in terms of the Inland Waterways Authority of India Limited. So that is also forthcoming. So this session will discuss these aspects, the indoor and outdoor aspects, and infrastructure, convenience, ergonomics, safety, and seamless connectivity. So I feel very proud in assembling our panelists for this session. Of course, we are expecting Shri Aditya Kumar ji, who is the Divisional Railway Manager, Lucknow, Minister of Railways. He is on his way. He will join us shortly. But by the time, I'll call on the speakers, starting with architect Anupam Mittal sir, who is also the chairman GEM, ASSOCHAM GEM UP, and principal architect Arinem Consultancy Services. He will also moderate the session. Mr. Pankaj Dharkar sir, chairman ASSOCHAM GEM Green Building Council, and President Pankaj Dharkar and Associates onto the dais. Sirs. I call upon architect Gyan P. Mathur, very senior architect and senior member, ASSOCHAM GEM Green Building Council, and Managing Director, Gyan P. Mathur and Associates Private Limited. I call upon Dr. Jennifer Lewis, partner, Kamath Infratech Private Limited, Goa. And I call upon Shri Viknesh Jain ji, CEO and MD, Euronics Industries Private Limited. I hope I didn't miss anyone, but yeah, this is the panel, and I pass on the mic to our moderator, Anupam Mittal sir.
Thank you, Pinaki. So, as we can see, the session 1 with the hall, like a full 100% hall. Now we have a panel session going on there for the students, and now we have a shorter hall, but even then the strength is little less. But I'm sure that people who have interest are still there. So we are late by about an hour, but it's okay, we are still moving ahead. As far as other dignitaries are concerned, unfortunately, because of today's Chief Secretary's meeting, a lot of IAS officers are not able to reach. So Mr. Bhushan is still in a meeting, he is not able to start. Mr. Anup Shrivastava is also in a meeting, he is still trying to reach. He just confirmed that as soon as the meeting ends, he is going to come. DRM, Mr. Aditya Kumar has just started from his office. He will be here in next couple of minutes. So meanwhile, since we have eminent panelists with us, and we can start, right, sir? So, from my left, Viknesh is handling a wonderful product which is related to sustainability and largely used in public areas including railway stations and airports and land ports. Then we have Jennifer, who is from Goa, and she is chairing a lot of green movements there in Goa. Darkar Saab is our stalwart, our senior most person in the country as far as the green building, especially in the GEM rating system is concerned. He is the chairman. And Mathur Saab is definitely, everybody knows very well, and a very senior architect in our country. So let's start by just few lines on the railway, metro and airports. So हम लोगों ने सबने ऑलमोस्ट जितने लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं या तो रेलवे स्टेशन यूज़ किया होगा या एयरपोर्ट यूज़ किया होगा या दोनों यूज़ किए होंगे, मेट्रो भी यूज़ की होगी या नहीं की होगी, बट कुल मिला के कोई भी एक जना नहीं हो सकता जिसने इसमें से कोई भी पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट यूज़ ना किया हो. बाई चांस कोई ऐसा है तो नहीं जिसने इनमें से कोई भी यूज़ ना किया हो. आई एम श्योर कोई नहीं होगा. सो दीज आर द पब्लिक प्लेसेस जिनका एक हमारे दिमाग में एक पीछे बैकग्राउंड में जब रेलवे स्टेशन की बात करते हैं तो कुछ गंदे से प्लेटफॉर्म्स, कुछ गंदे से ट्रैक्स और वो सब चीज़ दिमाग में आती थी, बट अब थिंक दैट्स वाज द पास्ट. नाउ railway stations are definitely coming up with very large development. We call it a major upgradation of railway stations. Airports are there. Few airports have also become bus stands because of their overflowing crowd, but they are also under revamp. And as far as other ports are concerned, development is everywhere. Problem क्या है? Problem ये है कि जब भी हम किसी पब्लिक एरिया की बात करते हैं तो वो एक इतना लार्ज डेवलपमेंट होता है, इतना बड़ा स्केल होता है उसका, इतना लार्ज एनर्जी कंजम्पशन उसमें होता है या रिक्वायर्ड होता है कि हम उसको ये मान के चलते हैं कि दैट इज़ वेरी डिफ़िकल्ट टू सस्टेन. यू वेरी डिफ़िकल्ट टू सस्टेन द एनर्जी, कंजर्व एनर्जी, टेक केयर ऑफ द वाटर रिसोर्स एंड एवरीथिंग. बट एट द सेम टाइम इट सीम्स दैट इज़ द बिगेस्ट अपॉर्चुनिटी ऑल्सो, बिकॉज इतना हाई यूजेज, इतना बड़ा वॉल्यूम है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर आप टेरेस की बात करते हैं, रूफ टॉप की बात कर रहे हैं, तो इतना बड़ा वॉल्यूम है, इतना बड़ा सरफेस है कि आप सोलर एनर्जी मैक्सिमम ले सकते हैं, वाटर कलेक्शन बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं. बट दीज आर दी स्मॉल थिंग्स, कलेक्टिवली बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं. इसका एक छोटा सा एग्जाम्पल पहले मैं अपने एक्सपीरियंस से शुरू करता हूँ कि जब कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स दिल्ली में चल रहे थे तो वहाँ पे लो फ्लो CNG बसेस के लार्ज ऑर्डर हुए थे. तो आई वॉज वर्किंग विद टाटा मोटर्स दैट टाइम फॉर देयर एज ए कंसल्टेंट. So they ordered the buses, but they forgot to develop their depots. सारी buses का इंजन आगे होता था और CNG buses का इंजन पीछे था. So their depots got failed. They got an opportunity to redevelop their depots. So एक छोटा सा काम किया था, जो washing lines थी सर उसकी buses की, उसको जब ऑटोमेटिक किया तो उसके नीचे मैंने एक टैंक बनवाया, एक स्टैंडर्ड ड्राइंग रिलीज की, एक टैंक बनवाया. उसके पूरे वॉशिंग जो वॉश करके पानी यूज़ होता था उसको टैंक में कलेक्ट करके वहीं ET पे लगाया और उसी पानी को सर्कुलेशन में यूज़ कर दिया. तो फ्रेश वाटर की वॉशिंग से वो सब कुछ हमारा रिसाइकलेबल हो गया और हार्डली 5-7% वाटर उसमें ऐड होना शुरू हो गया. अब वो कैलकुलेशन में कितने लीटर कितने गैलन्स बच चुका होगा मालूम नहीं, बट वो एक छोटी सी कोशिश थी आपसे लगभग 15 साल पहले. बट मैं तो खैर बहुत छोटे से एग्जांपल दूंगा. हमारे पास जब बड़े बड़े एग्जांपल देने के लिए माथुर साहब बैठे हैं तो आई थिंक सबसे पहले माथुर साहब आपसे. सर इस समय जो हमारे मेजर अपग्रेडेशन ऑफ रेलवे स्टेशन है उसमें बहुत लार्ज साइज़ ऑफ रेलवे स्टेशन का तो कर ही रहे हैं. उसके अलावा दिल्ली, NCR और बहुत सारे स्टेट्स में बहुत बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स किए हैं. सर इस पर्टिकुलर एरिया में व्हेन यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द इको फ्रेंडली यूज़र एक्सपीरियंस, कि यूज़र इको फ्रेंडली भी है और यूज़र फ्रेंडली भी है, द सेम टाइम वी हैव टू टेक द चैलेंज हाउ इट इज़ गोइंग टू वर्क. ओवर टू यू सर.
थैंक यू अनुपम जी. देखिए ऐसा है कि देयर आर टू थिंग्स. वन इज़ द यूज़र एक्सपीरियंस. मैं बात करूँगा फ्रॉम आर्किटेक्ट पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू. यूज़र एक्सपीरियंस क्या है? ये एनर्जी कंजर्वेशन, एनर्जी का पूरा यूटिलाइजेशन, टू सेव एनर्जी, टू जनरेट सोलर एनर्जी और टू कंजर्व वाटर. These are all technical matters. There are much better experts sitting here who will be able to talk on that. I will be talking on what should be a experience of a person who is now, you see, the people who are going to the airports and railway stations are using it. It's just not a place for mobility. You know, you are going from converging and diverging from there. But it is a social connect also. There's a lot of social connect also. So we normally would start with the local, taking the local context of the area, चाहे उदयपुर में हो रहा हो, चाहे राजस्थान में कहीं हो रहा है और बिहार में कहीं हो रहा है. So we have to utilize that local context so people who are coming inside that area can connect to that station. That we are in this city and this is a local connect to that. So that some architectural elements, finishing elements, local materials are being used there. So एक वहाँ से start करके, I think the biggest thing is the ease of mobility inside that premises. I mean, there is a proper adequate signages, adequate movement pattern, fixed where people have to go and look for their platforms or look at their exit, departure gates and all that. So that should be very easy. Where the food court or a snack bar is there, or where the toilets are there, the shops are there. So अब क्या है कि अब आजकल सबसे पहला step तो ये हुआ है कि in railway stations also, like airport, we are separating the incoming people and the outgoing people. They are now at two different levels. And this concourse is basically for that. So that all the people who are outgoing are on the concourse level. The moment they enter the station, there are a lot of stations now coming up in which you will be dropped at upper level and you will be picked up from the lower level. So वो भी हो रहा है और उसके अंदर then there will be a lot of chaos, lot of bookstores, lot of even shops shopping for accessories or maybe artifacts from that particular local area. वो सब रहेंगे वहाँ पे. And then all public facilities like toilets, drinking water facilities will be all on that platform, on that upper level also and the lower level. So that basically that user का जो experience है ना, that feel that we are trying that all railway stations start looking like airports. There are adequate sitting arrangement, adequate, मतलब वो लोग पहले होता था कि सब प्लेटफॉर्म पे सो रहे हैं, प्लेटफॉर्म के ऊपर वैसा यूज़ कर रहे हैं, वो अब चीज़ों को अवॉइड करना है. नीचे प्लेटफॉर्म में जब आप ट्रेन से उतरते थे तो उतर के बाहर निकलने तक का रास्ता पूरा नहीं मिल पाता था, बिकॉज देयर आर लॉट ऑफ पीपल हु आर ऑलरेडी वेटिंग फॉर द ट्रेन टू गो इनटू दैट ट्रेन. सो वो सब आप सेपरेट करने से वी विल बी एबल टू अचीव क्वाइट अ लॉट ऑफ इट. And basically we have to now only enhance their using experience. They should feel good about it. So that is our, what we are all trying to do that, and I think we'll be able to do it. We are doing some airports also. There also we are trying to utilize the similar local context, local mobility, ease of place finding, all that we are trying to do. That's about it. So I think people will, now that experience will change in times to come.
या थैंक यू सर. इससे जो मुझे फील आया वो ये है कि जैसे एक रेलवे स्टेशन शहर के बीच में होता है, सेंटर ऑफ द सिटी जिसे बोलते हैं कि सेंटर ऑफ द सिटी में एक स्टेशन है, उसको शायद सिटी सेंटर में डेवलप करने की कोशिश है. और उसको ये नहीं कि सिर्फ एक स्टेशन है, वो एक अपने आप में सेंटर है जिसमें नॉट ओनली द पैसेंजर मूवमेंट, नॉट ओनली द पीपल हु आर गोइंग टू यूज़ द स्टेशन और गोइंग ट्रेवलिंग थ्रू ट्रेन, people staying nearby or maybe in the city, they can also visit for the places of use like restaurants, hotels, maybe medical facilities and all those things. लेकिन इसमें धारकर साहब एक आपका जो एक्सपर्टीज़ है वो, क्योंकि एक आपकी MEP सर्विसेज में आपका एक झंडा बुलंद किया हुआ अपने पूरे देश में सर, जब इतने बड़े वॉल्यूम की बात आती है जहाँ पे इतना हाई कंजम्पशन ऑफ वाटर, हाई कंजम्पशन ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी एंड इतने नंबर ऑफ यूजर्स फ्रॉम 5,000 to 13 लाख पर डे तक का तो फिगर सर हमारे पास है रेलवे स्टेशन का. तो हाउ डू यू थिंक दैट यूज़र एक्सपीरियंस के साथ साथ हमारा इको फ्रेंडली भी बन सकेगा सर? वो इट्स अ बिग चैलेंज. व्हाट्स योर टेक?
Thank you, Anupam ji. I think first of all, let me once again thank you for ensuring that all of us are here at Lucknow, and on behalf of all GM team, I thank you personally on this. Well, sir, I'm rather fortunate that first few fully developed, redeveloped railway station, I was fortunately involved. The first one experience was at Gandhinagar station, and these are our Prime Minister's dream projects, where he wants to see that 500 plus railway stations get a look and they become like airports or even better. And with that vision, the first two stations which were developed, one at Gandhinagar, which was over the railway track, and Bhopal railway station, which was off railway track, but with a good development happening on airspace of railway line also. And as Sir said, the arrival and departure was segregated with tunnels made. So it was a wonderful experience as far as MEP services goes. The fire services were also very important because now these spaces will have a lot of habitancy and people which is a cause of concern. So there were new sets of fire laws which I think will have to be made as the number of such stations comes up, and there is a lot of debate happening on that because the current building code doesn't provide for that, those kind of challenges which a normal building could have, because you would like all four side accesses and all that, which can never happen in a railway line unless innovative work done by architects. So to us, and also the kind of airport development which is expected off airport, particularly since I'm from Ahmedabad and I know that Adani is, the Lucknow airport is also going to see close to 30 lakh square feet of airport development in terms of hotels, in terms of convention center and stuff like that. So to me, the Mumbai will have 65 lakh square foot, on T1 55 lakh square foot, on T2 1 crore 35 lakh square feet, on Navi Mumbai. Jaipur will get 30 lakh square foot, Ahmedabad 35 lakh square foot, and all these RFQs are in market with architects and consultants being appointed from NB field. So the first thing which comes for such large infrastructure is the air conditioning, which is a big cost. So Adani, of course, has initiated themselves a district cooling company, by the way, just 21 days back, and it so happened that I had met Gautam Bhai just 7 months back, and I suggested him that you should look into it because he is selling power and gas also. So he has understood that because if the corporate companies wants to even go for carbon neutrality, that is a way forward, and air conditioning takes away 60% of energy. So you will see now that the new airports or larger terminals could have large air conditioning plants which are district cooling kind of application, where you could save 50% power on the traditional air conditioning which was being done. So this is something which I am seeing as a future from the air conditioning perspective. On the railway terminals, we have seen the usage of HVLS fans. You could see that where the power consumption of these motors are 1/6 of traditional motors. So those are, you can see large fans getting installed, and I think across the railway station, even if the upgradation is not happening, the authorities have understood the kind of air movement it can create. It is a non-AC area, still it will give a comfort. Use of STP has increased. Every point we are trying to channelize the water, even all the wash water which is going to the railway side is being channelized, and it is being treated and reused and recycled and reused. So a good usage has come up on this. So to me, this particular field on railway side and of airports is going to be a big infrastructure boost in near years, maybe 4 or 5 years. All of us who are sitting here in this room will get exposure to doing this work, which was never the case earlier. So this is the largest work which is going to develop in the nation, is my strong belief, and I'm sure everyone will get touched with this work. So energy efficiency and sustainability will be part and parcel of it, and I'm very proud that the Gandhinagar station and the Leela Hotel, which is built on Gandhinagar station, is a 5GEM certified, and also the Habibganj station, which was inaugurated by Prime Minister himself and dedicated to the nation a few months back, is also a 5GEM certified railway station. So all aspects of sustainability and also fire and life safety have been taken care in both the stations. So we are very fortunate at ASSOCHAM that this beginning of railway infrastructure development, we are partnering with the government.
Meanwhile, I can see Mr. Aditya Kumar, DRM, NER Railways is with us. And like sir to please join us on the dais.
Ladies and gentlemen, would like to request to have a huge round of applause for Divisional Railway Manager, Lucknow, Ministry of Railway, Government of India, with a huge round of applause. बहुत बहुत स्वागत, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन सर. मैं श्री अनुपम मित्तल जी से निवेदन करना चाहूँगी श्री आदित्य कुमार जी का प्लान प्रेजेंटेशन के साथ स्वागत करें. Can we have a big round of applause? बहुत बहुत स्वागत, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन सर.
सर हम लोग जो स्टार्ट हुआ था हमारा प्रेजेंटेशन, अभी हमारा जो डिस्कशन स्टार्ट हुआ है सर, उसमें हम जैसा आप सब्जेक्ट देख सकते हैं सर सामने कि क्रिएटिंग एन इको फ्रेंडली यूज़र एक्सपीरियंस इन रेलवे, मेट्रो, एयरपोर्ट्स एंड लैंड पोर्ट्स. सर हमारे साथ में अमाथुर साहब हैं, एमएन आर्किटेक्ट फ्रॉम दिल्ली एंड लार्जली वर्किंग ऑन मैनी प्रोजेक्ट्स इंक्लूडिंग रेलवे स्टेशंस. सर धारकड़ साहब हमारे MEP कंसल्टेंट, धारकड़ एसोसिएट अहमदाबाद से, इज़ अ वेरी लीडिंग कंसल्टेंट ऑन दिस एरिया. एंड अब जैसे हमारे ASSOCHAM के सर जैम के चेयरमैन हैं यूपी इंडिया के सर, और अपने अभी आपने सुना होगा शायद लास्ट में कि 2 स्टेशन जो आपके कंप्लीट हुए हैं उसमें ASSOCHAM जैम को 5-star रेटिंग मिली है सर. Jennifer is an engineer, she is from Goa and she is working on green rating system. And Knesh is our channel partner, is having a lot of products which is working on this particular public usage experience. Sir, I'm just like to come to you because when we talk about railway stations, airports, metro stations and land ports, इन सब का वॉल्यूम बहुत डिफरेंट है. यूज़र्स मोर और लेस सिमिलर हो सकते हैं बट वॉल्यूम बहुत डिफरेंट है. लाइक मेट्रो स्टेशंस में हमारा एक बहुत फास्ट मूविंग ट्रैफिक है जिसमें देयर आर जस्ट 2 tracks इनकमिंग एंड आउटगोइंग ट्रेन्स एंड विद इन सेकेंड्स दैट मूव and you'd never find a lot of chaos there, and there is no amenities, facilities within the station, especially on the tracks. And airports definitely sir अभी भी वहाँ पे जिस तरह का स्कैनिंग सिस्टम और जिस तरह का क्राउड है अभी भी एक सर्टेन सेगमेंट, बहुत लार्ज सेगमेंट इंडिया का उसमें नहीं ट्रैवल करता है. बट द मोमेंट यू कम टू दी रेल्स, यहाँ सर भारत चलता है. आई थिंक इसको कहा जाए तो पूरा भारत चलता है रेलवे के ऊपर. और उसमें हमने सबने एक्सपीरियंस किया है कि प्लेटफॉर्म पे सोने से लेके और आज की तारीख में प्लेटफॉर्म के ऊपर 5-star होटल. So this is a long journey I think we have seen. अब से इसको हम अगर आपकी तरफ से अगर एक as being a DRM and you are right now handling railway station redevelopment, अभी आपके साथ recently गोंडा स्टेशन और गोरखपुर स्टेशन वगैरह डिस्कस हो रहे हैं जिनमें आपने ऑलरेडी देखा है कि उसमें कितने बड़े स्केल पे उसका डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है. सर फ्रॉम दी अथॉरिटी साइड, फ्रॉम दी गवर्नमेंट साइड, आप क्या विश्वास करते हैं कि क्या जो आज का एक्सपीरियंस है यूज़र का, क्या उस किस लेवल तक उसको ले जाने में कब तक हम सक्षम होंगे, और उसके साथ में जो इको फ्रेंडली हम जो बात कर रहे हैं कि जहाँ पे इतना हाई एनर्जी कंजम्पशन है वहाँ पे उतना पोटेंशियल भी है, तो इसको बैलेंस कैसे करेंगे? इसमें गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से आपको क्या लगता है सर, हाउ दिस गोइंग टू वर्क?
Thank you, Mittal ji. So, first I'll say कि there is a radical change in the thinking of government also regarding how to develop their stations, what are the needs and aspirations of the people who are using railways as their means of transportation. And I can say that in all the new stations that are being developed, redeveloped, we are taking care that they can cater to the volume of traffic that we feel not only today but also in the next 50-60 years. So the circulating areas, the facilities to be given to the passengers, everything is being planned as of what will be the rail traffic in the next 50, 60 years. And to that extent, the main problem today when anything is planned in railways is the access control. I mean, railways has an access, passengers can access a station from multiple entries, and that makes it, this, controlling the passengers a very difficult task. But with the new stations that are being developed, we have tried to develop it in such a way that arrivals and departures are segregated like in airports, and there is a large concourse area, and whatever facilities that the passenger requires are not on the platform but in the concourse area and around the station. The latest concept being the station is not only for passengers, but it is being developed as a center of the town. So people who are not traveling also can come and hold their meetings or use the rooftop terrace as a restaurant wherever it is developed, and so on and so forth. So this entire concept of station is being radically changed. As far as environment-friendly initiatives by the railways, what we are trying to do and what we have already done, there's a whole list of it. I'll just, can I show I had a presentation, so. So these are the green commitments that Indian Railways are trying to ensure: to promote green environment, to maximize use of alternate forms of green energy, to provide clean and hygienic environment, to promote conservation, water, natural resources, zero discharge, built up spaces, noise reduction, all of these things we are still doing. Our aim being to reduce our global carbon footprint. As is said, the transport sector is one of the major carbon greenhouse gas emitter. Almost 13% of the total greenhouse gas that is emitted is by transport sector. And among the transport sector, if you compare roads and railways, railways are supposed to be more green. So the more we use railways, not only for the passenger movement, but also for the freight transport, the more green, the less carbon emission is in the country. So, so keeping that in view, the Indian Railways aim is to capture 45% of the freight traffic by the year 2030. We had around 70% of the freight traffic in the year 1950, just after independence. Now we were down to 25% once. Now we are at around 37%. So the idea being that the more we capture the freight traffic, the more freight is transported through railways, the lesser the CO2 emission is in the country. So one of the, within the railways, among the two traction, diesel and electrification, the electric traction is supposed to be more environment friendly, diesel being a very major source of polluter. So our aim is to go towards railway electrification more and more. And as you can see from this chart, within the last 4 or 5 years only, or within the last 3 years only, we have almost twice doubled our electrification efforts. So this is the same. One of the major, the corollary to it is having more and more electric locos instead of diesel locos, and that is, you can see from 264 electric locos which were produced in 13-14, now we are almost 4 times that at 925. So these, the advantage of electrification, it's an environment-friendly mode of transport, and of course, we being a major importer of fuel, our foreign exchange also gets saved, and the carbon footprint also is reduced, and so on and so forth. These are the major advantages of electrification. Now, the common people, they understand that once we electrify the whole system, the need for diesel gets eliminated. But we still need diesel for, the lights, the fans, the ACs that run inside the train. So that is still being run by the diesels, and that is a huge chunk of diesel consumption. So this head-on generation, it eliminates the use of diesel in that part also. So what it does, it takes electricity from the overhead wires, and through that electricity we can run the light, ACs, fans inside the train also. And by using this, we can save around 2,300 crores just as a fuel cost, besides the carbon footprint that will be saved in it. So it is HOG generation, as it is called. It is environment friendly. There is no noise. When a lot of complaint was there when the power cars, which runs the light, fans and ACs inside the train, they were very noisy, and there were a lot of complaints used to come. So this eliminates that noise pollution also. And as a saving, you can see just one trip of a Rajdhani Express from Kolkata to Mumbai or Mumbai to Delhi, it costs us 1.5 lakh rupees of diesel. So one trip will save that much amount of money if we move to this HOG thing. Now, besides electrification, one of this I think is the major initiative by the Indian Railways, which have led to cleanliness in the stations, on the tracks, everywhere, which people don't realize much, but there's bio-toilets where there's no discharge of human waste on the tracks, either on the tracks or on the station, nowhere. So it's besides being, carbon, environment friendly, it's a great, human initiative also of, people cleaning the tracks manually or taking the garbage out. So it's and so now there's no passenger coach on Indian Railways that doesn't have this bio toilet. So there's absolute no need of cleaning the tracks for eliminating the human excreta. So it's a great eco-friendly move from the Indian Railways. We are now going towards solar plants over our railway buildings, stations. As everyone knows, solar energy is one of the most efficient carbon environment-friendly energies, and railway also strives to go towards more and more production of solar energy. And there's one integral coach factory in Chennai, which has set up these windmills also, and they meet their entire energy needs from this windmill, and they supply it in the grid also from this. So that's also a good initiative from there. LED lights, fans, etc. We are replacing almost all. The target is 100% LED replacement. And in railway quarters also, in trains also, in stations also, everywhere. So we are going more and more towards LED. Water conservation. All new buildings, or even the older buildings, our stations, our offices, we are going in for this rainwater harvesting, water recycling plant to conserve water. We get this thing audited also, so that there's less water, we can save more and more water. This plastic bottle crushing machine is again an initiative to solve this, to reduce this plastic waste, where we have installed crushing machines at many stations, not all, but this initiative has just started. You will see more and more of such machines at more and more stations. Level crossing, it will, eliminating the level crossing will help faster movement of our trains also. And it will also save a lot of diesel when, you know, trucks, buses, cars, motorcycles, they are all, you know, waiting for the level crossing to be opened. Sometimes the wait goes on for 15, 20, half an hour also. So it's another, so our aim is to eliminate all level crossings, and whenever now we are doubling, adding a new line or converting a meter gauge to a broad gauge, the mandate is to eliminate all those crossings, shut them either by a road over bridge or by an underpass, whatever means it takes to shut them. In our day-to-day office also, we now going towards paperless office. So all our file movements is through e-office, e-tendering now. Almost most of the tenders, 100% of the tenders are through electronic tendering. That's not only reduces the use of it was a shock to me also that some tender files were almost 10,000 pages thick. So that much amount of paper we can save, and this brings in transparency also. So there is no, so the same thing, the TTs also are using now the handheld terminals. Again, transparency as well as paper, saving paper. E-ticketing, all this technology usage is also, you know, mobile apps and all, they all helps in saving paper. This Plan B of in the Indian Railways, where there was, you know, especially in Bengal and Assam, where there were some incidents of wildlife being run over by the train engine. So now it's an innovative method, so that where, you know, amplified honeybee sound is used for the purpose of, you know, moving the elephants away from the tracks. So we just record the honeybee sound, and that's how it's being done. It's in many afforestation moves on vacant railway land. Some departmentally, some we outsource it to others to, you know, this not only beautifies the area but also prevents encroachment. Solid waste, this has now be a mandatory thing for us. We segregate the waste, different color waste is for different types of garbage. This automatic coach washing plant, which uses less water, and it wipes it also off. There was, I think, okay, anyway, so this saves a lot of water for us. Basically, a train just crosses this and gets clean. There's nothing, nothing else to do here. And then green certification of all our buildings, that's our aim. CII and IR, Indian Railways, have an MOU, and we get all our installations, whether offices or depots or stations, certified. And there's a third-party audit on passenger cleanliness. This started in 2016, where auditors come and check the cleanliness on the stations and get the feedback from the passengers and rank the various stations on its cleanliness. And this is Lucknow, what Lucknow is doing, being we are here in Lucknow, so I thought just add a slide on what Lucknow is doing. And so most of the things that were common, we are doing. LED lights, new fans, water recycling plant and everything, solar thing. And one Miyawaki forest has also been developed by us at Basti station, which has been widely appreciated by the people there. Green belt is there, beautification, and we are developing there are around 30 stations which will be developing in a small way, and all our effort will be to make all those stations green stations, and 2 stations, Gonda, Gorakhpur, are in a major, I mean, you will the look of the station will be very different. No one, I mean, it will be a complete rehaul of the station, and we hope that those stations too will be, liked by the people who using it. So that was the green initiative. Thank you.
Such a wonderful, so many points we didn't never know. Before we continue, there is a small request by Atul Sahab. Actually, he's having a flight and he's already getting late. So we'll relieve him as we have already heard him. But sir, हम miss करेंगे आप बाकी session में आपको. So बस thank you for coming all the way from Delhi. So. Yeah.
Before that, I would like to request Ravin Chandla ji to please come and give the ASSOCHAM souvenir to architect Gyan P. Mathur. Thank you so much, sir, for taking up time from your schedule and being a part of this conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause? Thank you so much, sir, for coming and being a part of this conclave. Over to you, sir.
Sir, actually, हमें जितना भी मालूम था, आपने उसको कई गुना बढ़ा दिया. इतना इस लेवल पे काम हो रहा है तो सर हमें भी नहीं मालूम. हम आपके कंसल्टेंट हैं, हम आपके लिए काम कर रहे हैं. But the way railways are doing, the railway is doing this really remarkable, wonderful. In fact, जितने small points हैं, I think दारकर साहब, अगर एक बार इसका documentation, I think हम लोगों को करना चाहिए. और सर के इस presentation से और सीखने के साथ हम लोगों को I think we have to take up this thing in a little larger manner. So
प्लान कर रहे हैं स्टेशन, उसमें ये सब भी ध्यान रखें.
हाँ सर.
ऑलरेडी ध्यान रख रहे हैं.
नहीं सर, बट जो छोटी चीज़ें आपने बताई हैं वो बहुत बहुत बड़ी हैं सर, क्योंकि उसका मल्टीप्लिकेशन फैक्टर बहुत बड़ा है सर. अगर एक पर्सन यूज़र अगर कुछ चीज़ सेव कर रहा है, वही अब से इसका मैं आपके इसको फर्दर एलोबरेट इस तरह से भी कर सकता हूँ. अपना खुद का एक्सपीरियंस जो मुझे आज समझ में आ रहा है कि ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है. व्हेन वी आर डेवलपिंग दिस गोरखपुर रेलवे स्टेशन, वहाँ पे अभी जब रीलोकेशन की बात आई तो वहाँ पे इंडियन ऑयल के 4 बड़े टैंक्स फ्रंट में रखे हुए हैं. सो वी थॉट कि वी हैव टू रिटेन दैट. बट अभी जब उसको रीवर्क किया गया तो मालूम पड़ा कि उसमें से एक ही टैंक यूज़ रह गया है, 3 माइनस हो चुके हैं. सो डीजल रिक्वायरमेंट 25% तो ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है. सो आई थिंक दिस इज ऑलरेडी विजिबल एंड दिस इज प्रैक्टिकली व्हाट इज हैपनिंग. So let's move ahead with our discussion and taking the remarks from all over from Goa. So Jennifer, you have a presentation. Oh, fine. So you're wherever. It's okay, sir. So Jennifer is that we have getting a new chapter to be installed in Goa soon. So Jennifer has already accepted our invitation to take that chapter on and take it forward. So she's already there very much in the green rating, green buildings, and a lot of lectures and a lot of presentations she's already been working. Over to you, Jennifer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank architect Anupam Mittal, who's the chairman of ASSOCHAM, for inviting me to be part of this program and to join the movement of green building in the leadership position as well. Thank you so much. And Mr. Darkar, good to see you again, and thank you for having me here. Beautiful presentation, don't you agree, on Indian Railways, the heroes of India. And similar, is that a presentation? So over the last 2-3 years of COVID and imminent death, a lot of us have changed our focus to become more self-preserving, and we are now thinking of living healthily, and sustainability has become our primary focus. We are seeing different choices that we make on a daily basis, and health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease of infirmity. So this is what we are looking at in our lives today. It's not, I'm going to talk a little away from the whole infrastructure, because you're talking of user experience, isn't it, Anupam? We're talking of user experience, so we are thinking, what do people want? What do people want is, this is what happens to us in India: mobility crisis, we are having road chaos, we are having pollution, accidents, danger, stress. In this kind of situation, what we are looking for is an oasis, which could be, and we have seen that we have the railways, the metro rails are becoming better and better, and we have oasis where we can rest, we can take a break, and we can, have a better feeling rather than away from all the chaos. Our airports are better, our land ports are better. So these are the pioneers, as you have seen from the presentation. The Indian Railways has been doing such a wonderful, phenomenal work, and in all that they have put as a vision and for the future as well. The Goa airport has also been awarded the best sustainable greenfield airport. This is a new airport, the Goa Manohar Parrikar International Airport. This has been awarded by ASSOCHAM. Just thought I'll put some news over there. So the basic focus areas, as everyone knows, in green sustainability and certification is these 5 points. Okay, everyone knows what they are. But besides this, what does a user want? What is it that the user is looking for? We basically want comfort, convenience, and the proper parameters are temperature, humidity, free of toxins and pleasing to the eye, and acoustically comfortable. So we want to be in this kind of, it should be like a hotel experience, but in the airport or in the metro or in the railways, right? That is how we want to be. Basically, the health and well-being of the commuters or occupants is the indoor air quality, tobacco, fresh air ventilation. These are the parameters in green buildings as well, but this is what we are looking at when we are thinking of the well-being of the user. The health and sanitation, the housekeeping products and eco-friendly chemicals, the control of outdoor dust, this should be reduced. Besides this, water, of course, they talked of water in the morning, and they said we should have better drinking water, the quality. They said rainwater is better than the bottled water, they said. But these are things that we look at. What about the parameters of comfort? There is a feedback survey that tells you whether the user is comfortable or not. And in the fitness and nutritional choices, this is something that you could have. Today, as we arrived yesterday to this hotel, you have seen that they're celebrating the year of the millets. They have incorporated the theme into their hospitality. I think we should take on from this and have these things happening in all our infrastructure projects as well, because we need to get into nutritional benefits and what we need to do for our health as well, right? So we also want, maybe you have a break. Yesterday we met with some at dinner, we were talking about going for a walk in the morning, we were going for a jog, maybe going to see the elephants, but this is something we want to incorporate into our daily lives, so why not have it in these infrastructure projects as well? Have little breaks while you're waiting for the train or waiting for the plane, and look after your health while you're doing that. What about recreation? What about the safety? And what about maybe some service to society while you're waiting, right? The spiritual well-being. These are just design principles. It is what needs to be designed in the projects. How do occupants perceive the built environment? The 5 senses, of smell, taste, sight, touch, and sound. These are also we have the 5 elements of nature, which is the earth, water, fire, air, and ether or sky. So basically, the Ayurveda also tells you that these are the elements which connect with the human nature, and the built environment affects the human senses. So we need to incorporate the built environment to enhance our well-being. So the physical well-being, the emotional and intellectual well-being, the social well-being. This is what people are looking for. And enhanced mobility, he spoke earlier about getting access to public transport, first mile, last mile connectivity, priority to the green concepts of transportation. Besides these, carpooling, shared cars, e-vehicles, CNG vehicles, and integration with the non-motorized transport, that is like bicycles or these kind of things. This is something that affects me a lot. Do we think about the others? Do we think, besides the common, do we think of the needs of children, the elderly, the women, and the differently abled? We have to ensure that they are able to get their needs fulfilled and the difficulties are reduced, because that has to be designed into the system as well. So I won't go in detail here, but I think there are a lot of people who know what this means. So you have tactile, braille, sound, visual, or you have breastfeeding kiosks in these places, which we already have in some of the railway stations and airports, it's happening. I also saw Lucknow, And Lucknow has, all these facilities. I saw it on the website, and it's having all these facilities. And that is why it's the second happiest city in India, right? A big kudos to you all. In Goa, we had the Purple Fest. This was from the 6th to 8th of January. The Purple Fest is for differently abled people. They came together from across India, and they had different events. And you had performances, you had sports, you had, and you had discussions. With the Chamber of Commerce, they had a discussion on employability, and that is where we got together with them. There were some volunteers who sort of went with each one of these differently abled people. So when we are interacting with these differently abled people, there are some things that we see, little details that we could have in our design, which could help them in a big way. We don't meet them on a daily basis, so maybe we want to have more activities or participate in such events, maybe have these events, and so, think of them differently. I learned one thing that day, because I learned that every time we clapped, they were doing this. Because by sign language, this is clapping. But it was so beautiful, and so as we interact with them from one day or one evening with them, you learn that I could make a difference by just being with them and learning that this is going to make their life better. So this was differently abled. So the 4 S's that we could look at are the sustainability, safety, smart, and sanitized to have better infrastructure. And happiness can definitely be designed, because happiness is what makes you beautiful. And beautiful people are like mirrors, and they reflect happiness. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, Jennifer. That's why Goa is Goa. So when we are talking about these large developments, then there is a very important aspect of gadgets and the equipments or the features or the fixtures we use on in the stations or the public areas. So pre-corona, pre-pandemic, we used to have all sort of taps. Now this came, no touch, touchless, then batteries and all those things. Then I got to know from Euronics, this Riknesh is here, this, the guy who started this, the entire company, and now he's working on this health, what do you call it?
We call it public washroom automation.
Yeah, so that is the health with the taps and all those things. So how this came to your mind, and what exactly is your graph that is being taken care for this kind of development, and how you think the future is going to be for you?
Anupamji, thank you for the opportunity. So, 20 years back when I kind of started this company, the state of public bathrooms were really bad in India. I think many of us will agree. It's still not as good as it should be, but still was pathetic. And I thought, why not bring some technology to, to improve the level of public washrooms in India. That's how the journey started. That's when I launched this brand called Euronics. Coming back to the theme, how we can create eco-friendly experiences in the public spaces. I would just like to talk about 2 or 3 of the products that can really help, railways and airports, etc., to achieve this level of, high-quality public washroom, keeping sustainability in mind. One of the products that we talk about is called high-speed hand dryers, because, still after washing the face, because India is such a country that you wash face multiple times, and we use tissue papers to clean our faces, and seldom we subconsciously don't know that millions of trees are being cut worldwide, or even in India, thousands of trees are cut every day to produce these tissue papers. And what we can do to stop cutting of these trees to produce these tissue papers which are used in these bathrooms. That's why we started manufacturing these high-speed hand dryers, so that we can eliminate use of tissue papers completely in these public washrooms. And for us, it's more like an educating the customer, because subconsciously, a lot of us talk about the use of products, the air conditioning, the glass, etc., but we seldom talk about how we can bring sustainability in our public bathrooms. So this is one of the initiatives that's caught attention, and I think thanks to all of you, to get a building LEED certified, like this is one of the mandatory things that most of the consultants are promoting. The second thing is the use of automatic taps. Seldom we realize that when we start using a manual tap and then we take soap, it takes around 10 to 12 seconds to clean the soap from our hands, and at the same time the manual tap is actually still operational and still dispersing a lot of water. So what we realized is that after using these automatic taps, we can reduce the water wastage in these public bathrooms by close to 70 to 80%. And when we're talking about actually billions of passengers traveling through railways and airports, it's very important that we can save those 60 to 80% of water by using these automatic taps. And lastly, not the least, especially after the pandemic, people don't want to touch these taps, these urinals, and these WC flushers, because there's still a chance though the corona is behind us, thankfully, but there's still a chance of some waves coming back and forth. So it's very important to make all these equipments touchless, so that there is absolutely no way, there's no chance of corona transferring from one person to another. That's why we are working a lot on products like urinal sensors and automatic WC flushers, so that we can completely eliminate the touch experience of the travelers and make these touchless experience in line with the sustainability and the technology that all the architects and consultants wants to bring in these public spaces.
Yeah, wonderful. So Rignesh, can you just tell me one thing? How much percentage of your products are battery based or how much electrical based?
So apart from hand dryer, which is completely electrical based, the urinal sensors and sensor taps, WC sensors that we produce, we have both the options. They come as battery operated also, they come as electrically operated also. So you can use either of the functions. So we are, I'm happy to say that in last 2-3 years, we've converted more than 100,000 washrooms from manual taps to automation, and all those 100,000 bathrooms that we converted are now, because they didn't have the electrical wiring, because these bathrooms are very old, so we have given them the battery options, so that all the manual taps can be converted to automatically without doing any civil or electrical work. And I think because of this initiative itself, millions of liters of water is being saved every day because of this automation.
Wonderful. That's really remarkable. So before we close, there's a common question, and because our chairman, Mr. Dharkar, is there and sitting with the head of the institution, DRM, Aditya sir. Sir, क्या ऐसा है कि आज हम जिस एनविसाज कर रहे हैं, जिस वॉल्यूम को, जो चैलेंजेस को और जो हम पाना चाहते हैं, जो रेलवे डेवलपमेंट कर रहा है और जो हम पाना चाहते हैं एज फार एज सस्टेनेबिलिटी कंसर्न, क्या उसमें कोई गैप है? अगर वो गैप है तो उसमें आप क्या चाहेंगे कि रेलवे की तरफ से, गवर्नमेंट अथॉरिटी की तरफ से इनिशिएटिव हो, और आप क्या चाहेंगे सर कि हमें अपनी तरफ से एज ए कंसल्टेंट हमें उस पर कुछ काम करना चाहिए? सर पहले धाकर साहब से पूछूंगा सर.
तो आई थिंक मैंने सर का प्रेजेंटेशन देने के पहले कुछ बातचीत की थी, और जब सर का प्रेजेंटेशन देखा तो जैसा आपने बोला कि कई चीज़ें आप जो कर रहे हैं हमें नहीं पता था, एंड इट वाज वेरी एनलाइटनिंग कि रेलवे हैज़ टेकन दिस इन एज अ बिग मिशन, एंड स्वच्छ भारत से चल के जो भी आप ग्रीन एनर्जी का यूज़ कर रहे हैं, एंड पर्टिकुलरली bio toilets on each and every coupe, it's very heartening. मेरी डॉटर की शादी लास्ट वीक में हुई सर, एंड आई हैड लॉट ऑफ फॉरेन गेस्ट्स, एंड वन ऑफ माय sister, he's settled in Brussels in Belgium, and they were always worried about the hygiene and safety. Last week when they were here for a month or so, and they mentioned to me that for the first time in last 30 years that we are coming here, all the travels they have undertaken by railway. First time they landed in Mumbai and they went to Indore, and they had a lot of luggage, so they were forcefully, there was no choice the kind of luggage they were carrying, so they went by train, and their experience was so good that from everywhere they have traveled by train, and they must have done close to 10,000 kilometers in 1 month, and their certification itself shows that, and they are so conscious about hygiene and cleanliness, but they did that. They preferred it over air travel, and that is a certificate which my sister gave to railways, and
Wonderful.
it is also heartening to know that they have already taken, I think, initiative, and I know that all the railway station upgradations are going to have green certification for sure, is my understanding. If I'm not correct, sir can correct that. And to that, I'm also glad that ASSOCHAM GEM, as I was telling you, sir, that Gandhinagar railway station, the Leela Hotel, and also the Bhopal station, Habibganj, was GEM 5 certified, which means that they had done everything what is required for a from the sustainability point of view, all aspects, as you rightly shown it, in terms of water, energy, and indoor air quality. Also, a lot of initiatives are already taken, and we are looking forward that they are also monitored, and probably that is where ASSOCHAM is committed to create a command center where we can capture the data of water, air quality, and also the energy consumption. And we are also talking about fire and life safety and security, which is also important component, as you rightly said. So all these are encompassed in GEM certification program. So we are looking forward for partnering with railways and doing many more GEM certified projects as we move forward, sir, with your blessings.
Wonderful, sir. Sir, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
Thank you for your kind words, sir. But from the railway perspective, what I feel that the future challenges, as far as stations is concerned, मित्तल साहब भी जान रहे हैं और आप लोग जो भी आर्किटेक्ट हैं सब प्लान ऐसा कर रहे हैं कि वो ग्रीन हो, एनवायरनमेंट फ्रेंडली हो, जो भी एनर्जी कंजम्पशन हो उसमें कम हो. तो स्टेशनों में एंड स्टेशन आर बाई एंड लार्ज cleanliness has improved a lot, and as sir has rightly certified that that is the user experience is also so. पर जो मुझे चैलेंज लग रहा है in the future is our trains. So ट्रेन की सफाई, ट्रेन, और जहाँ तक मुझे whenever I interact with people, they say कि they would love to travel in a train, but the toilets are, we are scared to use the railway toilets inside the trains. तो अब उसको कैसे ठीक करना, that is the big challenge for us. Bio toilet was one of the methods where the cleanliness is ensured, but the major challenge is कि उसकी जो the usage density, इतने लोग उसको use करते हैं, how frequently can you clean it, how many people should you deploy inside a train to clean those toilets. All these are the challenges. Maybe some Mr. Jain कुछ उसमें भी कुछ ऐसा develop करें toilets inside the trains which और मित्तल साहब कुछ ऐसा बताएं जिसको कि उसको हम साफ रख सकें. And what I feel is if we can keep our toilets inside the train clean, then then there is no other better alternative than railways in traveling.
Wonderful, sir. सुधीर साहब कुछ पूछना चाहते हैं, कुछ कहना चाहते हैं, प्लीज ओवर टू यू.
I'm an architect from Trivandrum. I do this, I just try to rebrand the use of Shauchale, toilet, kakus, that language I wanted to rebrand it, take a break. So nowadays in every Kerala, every panchayat is doing tab, take a break, tab, we call it tab. So the toilet concept is moved to tab. Like that, for that what we have done is we have we have asked to get the toilet masked with the restaurant, so that the restaurant guy have to maintain the toilet. So it is his responsibility to maintain the toilet. Also we charge 10 rupees, instead of 2 rupees, we charge 10 rupees. Out of it, 4 rupees will go for the toilet seat cover, which is same paper seat cover used in the flights. So 1 rupee is for the disinfectant spray. So 5 rupees is the user 5 rupee user charge, where the 5 rupee the user gets back by making it clean by somebody else or by himself. So in the flight also, the toilet is always kept clean, and in every short sector, like when we, of course, when we fly from Mumbai to New Jersey, of course, the flight is, toilet is disturbed at the end. Same thing with the train. When you move from Delhi to Lucknow, in between, if somebody can clean the toilet, so that will be maintained. So like that from, in our state, when you are talking about Trivandrum to Mangalore, the toilet have to be cleaned in between three stations. So it will be clean and neat. The same flight system can be adopted. And also I have a suggestion for the toilet door. That is still 60 centimeters, the British standard. That has to be changed to a wheelchair-friendly toilet door. Thank you.
Such a wonderful feedback, Architect Sudhir.
Sir, even in five-star hotel, go any five-star hotels, every toilet, they have permanent cleaning person. Everybody uses, though qualified people come, they don't feel it. Still, they're cleaning men every time they wash the clean floor, basin, they clean it continuously. Railway can't afford to employ that much of people, every toilet. One person who cleans the toilet, everybody use, come out and clean it again. It's not possible practically. You need millions of people will be required. I just cropped in my mind, after hearing this, why not to install a system? Toilet is very small toilet, overhead shower, the water with some chemicals maybe, for 15-20 seconds, every person goes out, shower, enter, bathroom is cleaned, and water is drained out. It is not be very expensive.
No, you have given a wonderful idea. And I'm sure the few companies, manufacturers, even Jaguar is here.
Shower is simple technology. Yeah. But only time gap, people comes out, give a shower, enter bathroom is cleaned and free to use.
Wonderful suggestion. And Kerala has also always been, the torch bearers for, social and health indicators. So
actually, train, everything is good except toilet and staircases for upper
Sir, वही तो सर कह रहे हैं और वो आप चैलेंज दे रहे हैं हमको हमारे लिए कि आप करके दीजिए.
The staircases are not clean.
You will be surprised that you are saying it is not possible for us to, send people on that. We are sending people for cleanliness on the train. There is a thing called on-board housekeeping services.
Yeah.
OBHS. So there are contracts given to, private parties to where these contractors, they send their people on the train from, say, Lucknow till Mumbai. Their persons are whose job is to clean the toilets. But still, I mean, in spite of all this, our effort has been found wanting.
So how many people? Well, there will be one person for, or 2 persons for 2 toilets. There both side 4 toilets.
That is a
maybe
challenge.
2 persons, 80 passengers.
Right.
80 passengers go 80 times. It's not possible by 2 persons.
A challenge for us.
Give a shower. If you shower, entire bathroom is cleaned, then you are safe. Take it over.
Yeah, thank you. जैसे ही ट्रेन का नाम आया सबके सवाल आ गए.
नहीं मैं बेंगलुरु से हूँ. हमारे बेंगलुरु की मैसूर की जो ट्रेनें हैं आज तक आपको एक गंदा टॉयलेट नहीं मिलेगा. चाहे वो बेंगलुरु से चेन्नई को हो एक भी गंदा टॉयलेट नहीं मिलेगा. चाहे बेंगलुरु से केरला की ट्रेन हो उसमें भी एक गंदा नहीं मिलेगी. ये कैसे है?
ये कल्चर ये पीपल के यूजेस पे भी है. आप साउथ मैं तो नॉर्थ से खुद हूँ पर ये सब लोग जानते हैं नॉर्थ इंडियंस आर मोर अब्रेसिव. ज़्यादा हम लोग क्लीनेस पे ज़्यादा विश्वास नहीं रखते हैं जितना साउथ में लोग. इसलिए मैंने बोला ना केरला आप साफ सफाई कुछ भी देखिए या पढ़ाई लिखाई कितने गर्ल्स एडुकेटेड हैं, वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट, सब चीज़ में केरला हमेशा नंबर 1 रहता है. साउथ
नहीं केरला ही नहीं
मतलब
सारा
केरला इज
एक भी ट्रेन ऐसी आपको नहीं मिलेगी जो गंदी हो.
यस तो वो हमारी आदतों पे भी डिपेंड करता है. इट इज डिपेंड्स ऑन आवर हाउ द कस्टमर्स आल्सो यूज हाउ द पैसेंजर्स यूज द टॉयलेट्स.
जी
cleanliness is also dependent on that.
Cleanliness is godliness.
Yes, but ऐसा है कि as a transport executive, I can't tell the passenger कि नहीं आप गलत हो. आपको अच्छी से यूज़ करना है, नहीं तो आप गंदा ही रहेगा. तो मेरी तो कोशिश है कि वो भले ही कितना गंदा करे, मैं उसको कितना साफ कर. तो वो that is the challenge that we are facing.
एक पुरानी I think sir मेरा ये जिंदगी का एक्सपीरियंस है सर कि यदि हमने कोई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर साफ सुथरा बनाया तो उसके अच्छे रहने के चांसेस बहुत ज़्यादा हैं. तो मेरे लिए आज भी जो रेलवे की टॉयलेट का फिनिशिंग है, यहाँ पे इतने सारे आर्किटेक्ट इंटीरियर डिज़ाइनर है, द काइंड ऑफ टाइलिंग एंड फिनिशिंग व्हाट इज बीइंग used requires dramatic improvement so that the cleaning also becomes user friendly is my personal I would say request to you कि उस बारे में सोचना चाहिए. जो current finishing materials हैं they need to improvise and I'm sure a lot of interior designers here can give you those inputs and then it will be very easy to clean.
हाँ सर, एक बात याद आ गई जब साउथ और नॉर्थ की हो रही थी कि एक स्टेटमेंट बहुत साल पहले सुना था कि मैं इन कुछ महीनों में हिंदुस्तान को या एक पर्टिकुलर जगह को जापान बना दूंगा. तो उसमें मैंने कहा आप दिन छोड़िए, मुझे 2 दिन दे दिए, मैं जापान को हिंदुस्तान बना दूंगा. तो मैंने पिछले उसको थोड़ा सा मैंने मोल्ड कर लिया, ट्वीट कर दिया. But it's really a wonderful session.
Anupam, I just want to add something. It's me.
Yeah, please.
There's a young manufacturer in Goa who makes toilets, and he's been making this not in a large quantity, but the same thing what you get for the airplane suction, but they are affordable, not so expensive, and the design is very simple. Maybe you can talk to him and have something like that, which has the same suction kind of thing, because that's out and it's gone, kind of, along with maybe some automation that can happen.
So in the new coaches, you know, the high-speed trains like Vande Bharat or train 18 sets that we are running, those all are being fitted with those suction
yes.
WCs as in airports. But let's see how much it helps.
विश्वास साहब ने केवल एक चीज़ नहीं बोली, वो अच्छा लगा शायद. ही इज़ ऑल्सो ए कॉपर ट्यूब मैन्युफैक्चरर. मेरे को लगा कि आप बताएंगे कि शायद कॉपर ट्यूब का पाइप यूज़ कर लो ताकि स्प्रे बहुत अच्छे से होगा.
Doesn't mean that it's infection free. Looks clean, but it can't guarantee the free of infection. More people die in hospital not because of diseases, because of infections. So my idea is giving shower should be infection free. That is my idea. So I know Kerala or not Tamil Nadu, Kerala especially, every station are very clean. You can feel to buy food from the railway station and carry back home. You love that. Stations are really clean, unlike North India or Western India. But it's not still infection free. So my idea is have a toilet, give any such a process in minimum cost and minimum time should be free of infection, not only clean.
बिल्कुल होगा सर, जो आपने सोचा है और जो सर ने चैलेंज दिया है वो सब जरूर होगा. इतना कुछ हुआ है तो ये भी होगा. So yeah, there's a last sentence.
What sir just said, just a closing thing, that he's talking about the materials being used. There's a lot of scope for improvisation. The same thing I want to say about the products being used, because right now, you know, a lot of them is unfortunately being driven through GEM, and the structure on which the GEM operates, which is the L1 structure, of course doesn't give the scope for good quality products to be used, because the specifications are mostly very weird, and the structure is such that, you know, only the lowest product, and a lot of time I've seen where the product manufacturing cost is say 2,000 rupees, there's somebody who's selling it for 200 rupees, and the specifications are completely not suitable for the public use. So those products actually don't function in the public spaces like railways. So maybe government...
but the situation is little different because we are working very closely with railways. Railways are definitely very much open for ideas, for, see, they are looking for 5-star or 5 gem rating for the railway stations as well. Open for specification, they are not been, they have not been asked to use or the existing specification, but build the specification which are more suitable. For example, just give you just one example, this will be there. Whenever we built a tender, there is no extra cost on 2 things, we never found it. 1, on green building, 2, on artwork, okay? When we initiated, because being a leading consultant in like station development, we put we requested government to add 1% for green building and 1% for artwork. Now imagine, yesterday we finalized this Banaras stations, which is costing around 2,500 rupees, 2,100 crores. So 2.1 crore will be, 21 crore will be available for artwork. So have you seen this Mumbai airport where T2 with the entire artwork is there? Now you don't need to go, above or extra, but you have a built-in 21 crores for artwork. So you can develop that entire artwork or the local art for that. So that is how railways open, and it's our challenge that how we built in. So I think we should give a huge round of applause for Indian Railways. Sir, we have to, we'll continue. We'll continue later, so it's going a little beyond. We'll discuss later. We'll discuss. There is some presentation we have to close for the day. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We had a very wonderful discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, moving further, would like to request Shri Varun Mahajanji, Country Head Zinc Series India, to come for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a big round of applause for Shri Varun Mahajanji. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and it's been an honor to be here. It's been an honor to be here and present my company, Eludeco Netzing. And as you see, we are in a global world where we have the challenge related to the climate change and global resources depletion. So we have to develop certain methods which are highly sustainable in terms of infrastructure, material, and the development cost overall. We have to achieve in certain way that we need to use the recycled material. And here today I will present to you one wonderful material which is being used in the building industry. It's zinc. It's an essential mineral. And it's an essential mineral for the growth of DNA. It's used in various applications, especially in galvanized industry to protect from the rust. And I'll show you how it's been used. So first of all, I'll take you back in the history, like in 300 and 400 BC, it was extensively used in various applications. As an industrial usage. So distillation was started somewhere around 1200 BC. And right now, if we talk about India's position in terms of zinc production, we are one of the largest. We are at 5th position in the world, and followed by Peru, Australia, and the China #1. We are producing almost 6% of total zinc. So zinc is, okay, I'll take you to, zinc usage in the Europe. So anybody is having idea, like what is this picture is all about? Okay, I'll give you, if I zoom a bit, you will see it's an aerial view of Paris. It's clearly you will see in the middle, it's Arc de Triomphe, and on my right-hand side, you will see the buildings on the roof. Zinc is, used on the 95% of the building in Paris, and not only in Paris, even in the, London. If you see on my left side, there are, snapshots from the, architects' handbooks. So if you see in the King Cross station of London, the zinc has been used extensively, because it's a highly sustainable metal, and it stays for almost 100 years. So, and also it is contributing towards the circular economy. If you'll see on my right side, even if you are using it on the roof and facade, and if you are dismantling it, you can use on different applications like tires, rubber, motors, galvanized industry. 60% usage is in the galvanized industry. And if you'll see on my left side, this is where it is, taking very lesser energy when we form from the Mother Earth. So as compared to the copper and aluminum, it takes very lesser energy. So it's because it's brittle at the room temperature. So very lesser energy to produce. It works in perfectly with the circular economy, 100% recyclable, and the product which we are going to offer with respect to zinc is the titanium zinc. It's 99% pure zinc alloyed with copper and titanium, and whenever it reacts with oxygen, carbon dioxide, and water molecule, there is a hydroxycarbonate layer form on the surface. Like if you see, the copper turns towards the green, this product turns towards the gray. If you scratch this product, it will heal automatically. It's a self-healing product. So there is no coating on the surface. So this is the natural zinc, and this you can clearly see how the patination is going on. So this is the stages in which the patination goes, and it's a Euro class A1 product. And because of this patination property, it has a longer life. Around, some of the building in Paris are more than 110 years old. I'll show you, a little corporate video of the material, Net Zinc. It's a Netherlands-based company, and they have the tie-up with Allure Decor in India, and complete logistic support, design support, and complete development of the product will be happening in India only. So you will see they are using natural resources.
To the use of honest raw materials and renewable energy sources. In our most modern sustainable casting plant, we produce the highest quality titanium zinc products. Safe, continuously, fast, more, and in a wider range. With dedicated employees who excel in their craftsmanship. Because we constantly invest in knowledge, skills, and employability of all our team members. And together as a team, we focus on the best customer experience in the world. Together, we make a difference. By listening to understand before we respond. To constantly focus on the customers and end users behind every order. And make sustainable beauty with the highest quality titanium zinc products, useful for all conceivable applications across the world. Together, we shape the future.
Okay, we offer these products. This is the zinc composite panel, and the outer skin is zinc, so there is no coating on the surface. So when there is no coating, it won't fade. You don't need to maintain it. So it's a maintenance-free product. And we also offer the solid panel, which are the single skin panels. And these are the engineered systems for the roofing as well as for the facade. So this is one of the system. We have the stall in the premises, so you can go there and explore the systems. So we will show you how these systems are put together in a foam, which are quite sustainable. Like they can, we can incorporate the insulation, and since NATO is a group of many alliance nations, so everybody decided to go with this product. So you can see how much sustainable is this product. So in India, we have tie-up with the Allure Decor. Allure Decor, you know that they are in the market for last 20 years, producing highest quality of ACP and preferred brand for the Indian Railways, and as well as many corporates. They have best of the best infrastructure in the industry, and they are also exporting to some of the European countries this product. So thank you very much. And any questions from the audience I would like to take? regarding the product.
A wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And questions will follow once you are there with them. So thank you so much. It's a really good product, and we are using, and we understand the definitely fantastic for all roof coverings. So I'll like Swati to take over and for the concluding.
Now I would like to request Ravin Chandraji to please come on stage, and would like to request Varun Mahajanji to please come on stage, and would like to request to give the ASSOCHAM souvenir to Varun Mahajanji. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause? Now I would like to request Pinaki Das Gupta ji to hand over the copy of Carbon Footprint Assessment and Rating Program to our special guest, DRM Lucknow Ministry of Railway Government of India, Shri Aditya Kumar ji. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Would like to request Mr. Pankaj Raj Dharkar ji to give the memento to DRM Lucknow, Shri Aditya Kumar ji. ASSOCHAM memento. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause? Now I would like to request Ravin Chandlaji to please come on stage to hand over the ASSOCHAM souvenir. Would like to request the ASSOCHAM souvenir to architect Anupam Mittalji. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause? Would like to request to give the ASSOCHAM souvenir to Mr. Pankaj R. Dharkarji. To give the ASSOCHAM souvenir to Dr. Jennifer Lewis. And to Shri Viknesh Jain. Before winding up, I would like to request Mr. Pinaki Das Gupta ji to please come and say something about ASSOCHAM GEM.
Thank you, Swati, and I'm really grateful to all of you, to the panelists, sir. It's now 6:30, so I have been marathoning all day from 10 o'clock to 6:30. This is also an example of sustainability in itself. So congratulations once again. So just for people who have joined, who are new to this community, we welcome you all. ASSOCHAM is 102 years old organization. It has more than 75 national councils. It has a network of around 400,000 industry members. Most of them come from small and medium enterprises. And GEM itself has been started 6 years ago, in fact. We have now crossed more than 100 projects. We are now targeting another century this year with under the guidance of Pankaj sir and Anupam sir and many more people who are here and who have met. And we have now come out with this sustainability ASAP program, which is ASSOCHAM Sustainability Assessment Program, wherein we do green building certification, green product certification, the carbon footprinting, the life cycle assessment, as well as the socio-economic impact assessment studies. So we all welcome to join our movement, and please support us. Thank you so much, and have a great evening.
I would like to thank Adit sir for taking up time from a busy schedule and being a part of this conclave. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपने अपना कीमती समय निकाला और इस conclave में अपनी उपस्थिति दिखाई. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for all the dignitaries on this stage? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you to all the speakers for coming and giving your precious time on this conclave. I must tell you that I would like to tell you that tomorrow we have our very first technical session at 10 a.m. on resilient architect and investment opportunity in Asian region. Request you all to please join us tomorrow at 10 a.m. Once again, I would like to thank you, Adit sir, for coming and being a part of this event. Till then, thank you so much all. And for now, I am signing off. This is Swati Chandra. Thank you so much for joining us today. Hope to see you all tomorrow at 10 a.m. sharp. Thank you.